Ooh, good morning, good afternoon. How are you doing? Good evening, if you're Chris from Australia or something. Um, Hope you're all doing well today. So, I think I've been roped in a little bit here because the judge said last night that they're going to start at 9 a.m. Eastern. But law and crime, you can see here, 28-minute countdown. So I feel I've been duped a little bit. So change the start time of the trial from to quarter past 9 to 9 o'clock Eastern. And yeah, it doesn't start. So, oh well, not much I can do about it. But I hope you're all well anyway. That's the main thing. If you're all well, then I'm well. Let me just get this. I got everything started. I only just figured that out just now, so that's why I was maybe a minute late starting. I saw some people waiting, so I was like, "Oh, do you know, I'm not gonna make them wait. Let's go." Keaton, hello, stranger. Not seen Keaton for quite a while, so welcome back, Keaton. Not seen you probably about a month, is it? I don't know. You were here for the Parkland officer trial, and then he popped in a couple of times since then, but you've not been consistently here for a while, so hope you're well, Keaton. Um, Before I forget, please everybody like and subscribe the video. Also consider being a member. I've added a new layer in the membership, a cheaper layer, and the first person to become part of the Taco family is Mathew Moore. So if you don't know who Mathew is, Mathew stood trial last year um, in the stage suicide murder. So he stood trial last year. And hi, Jan. Hi, Jan. Lovely to see you this morning, Jan. So yeah, Mathew stood in a trial. He was acquitted. He was found not guilty for the murder of his wife, and he joins me every Wednesday now to review the trial. So and so yeah, he'll be here tomorrow. So again, I'll thank him tomorrow when I see him. But thank you to Matt for becoming a member of the Tackle family, Tackle gang. So yeah, as I say, I've added another layer just to try and make it a little bit cheaper for people. So there's two layers um, now to become a member if people want to become a member. And I say this being more for the replay crew. So even if you're on replay, please consider becoming a member. So yeah, Mathew Moore, welcome to Tackle Club. So I'll give him another shout out later as well. But yeah, he is the first member of the Tackle Club. Not that it's the same as the Blue Wench, but he's not Blue Wench, he's a tackle. So um, yeah, basically an Erin tackle. So yeah, everyone else, Jan, I hope you're well. Keaton, I hope you're well. Anyone else? Oh, there's more people here, so please use chat if you want to use chat. Obviously, if you don't. It's all good. Unless you hear the troll or spy and stuff like that, then I don't say good morning, good afternoon to you. Um, I don't do that to sad people. So yeah, but Keaton and John, definitely good morning to you. So we are 25 minutes or 24 minutes left to wait for the trial to start. Even though they did say 9 o'clock Eastern last night, but somehow they're not. It's half past. Hopefully the audio is good. Oh, good one, Spygone. Hopefully the audio is good. But I've got a little bit of a backup plan, if not, depending on what they go through. Essentially, because they cut some stuff out, and I don't know what they cut out. That's the problem. So it's an intriguing trial. This bathtub murder trial. It's intriguing. Um, I still don't know what I think fully. Obviously, I think both sides have now agreed. It's well, not agreed, but I think both sides can see it's homicide. Do you know what I mean? It's strangulation and everything. So now it's a case of the state need to prove that it was him, and the defense need to prove not prove. They don't need to prove anything. They need to prove it. But like, if it's not him, then who? Who was a motive? Also, they say his motive is money, but he had a fair bit of money himself, so I'm not really sure if that is a motive or not. It must be, but so I don't know. I gave you. Do you know what, Chris? Hi, Chris. I gave you a shout out just now, Chris. I was like, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. And obviously, if you're Chris from Australia, good evening, I said. So, see, I think you're the only Australian who watches my channel. So, privileged. Good after you, Chris. Um, hand, the hand pink stuff, the big pink. Woo. So, welcome, Chris. Uh, you missed yesterday, but you were here on Friday, I believe. So we're still going through the testimony. We're going through the interview, which you've not missed basically anything yet. Um, the only thing you missed from yesterday was, um, oh, we need to get more. I used to have a few Australians. I still have a few, but they don't quite like me, shall we say, Chris? Um, so yeah, I think you're the only Australian now, which is fine. I mean, that's a privilege. I was too tired yesterday. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, I'll just explain to you quickly what it was. So yesterday we had a couple of witnesses come on, um, which is fine. They went through them very quickly. Then we got a lead investigator on, which I didn't like her. Um, I don't know, her attitude, I just didn't like her. But anyway, she went through the whole scene and whatever, and to me, it was nothing burger. I didn't actually believe half the things she said. Um, but now what we do with so the medical investigator was on um, before her, so going through the autopsy, and said that it was homicide and homicide by strangulation. I thought he was good. He's probably one of the best MEs I've seen in the sense of he was defense came after him a bit, asking questions, and he conceded where he needed to concede, and he stood his ground when he explained stuff well. I felt. Um, so he's believable. He's more than believable. Um, so fine. So I think both sides agree that I think it's quite obvious he was homicide by strangulation. But now what they need to prove, and I don't think they have proven it yet. I mean, so the DNA expert was there going on about blood and stuff like that, but it was so tiny. It's like, well, it's the amount of blood that you would find in a house anyway. So I'm not sure how much credence he put to the DNA because his DNA should be there anyway. So I don't know. That's a tough one. Um, but yeah, we went through an hour investigation interviews yesterday, and we got about 5 to 6 hours today of excuse me of him being interviewed, so we get to listen to it. But the audio was so bad yesterday, so I've got a backup plan if the audio is bad today as well. So where I sit is state now need to prove that he did it. And they'll say that he did it because of DNA and stuff like that. To me, did he do it? I mean, everything points towards him, obviously, but that's not good enough. That's not beyond a reasonable doubt, you know. Um, so yeah, I can't find him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt yet. It's not to say he's innocent because I mean, who else did it then? He had the opportunity and stuff. It's just they've not proven it in my mind anyway. So we need to hear from the state a bit more on that and see in their closing. So today the state should rest today. They should rest. Um, and then the defense start tomorrow. So defense witness, they've only got one witness and they can't make it till tomorrow. So today might be a short day. Oh, here they are. They started. Good. Shauna, how are you? I was gonna say after last night, I popped in. Perry told us to pop in. I have messaged her. Ooh, I have messaged her last night in Discord. She said she's gonna check my channel out to see if she wants to do an episode or something. I don't. The offer's out there if she wants to do something. So it was nice to see you last night. I didn't know that channel existed until Perry told me. Perry was like, "Yeah, you need to go and see it because you know, well, you can see some of the girls." I was like, "What?" So there we are. I didn't know you were part of that channel, Shauna. So yeah, well, welcome back as always. Um, we just talk about this trial really. It's quite an interesting trial. I've said this a lot recently about trials. They're quite interesting, but they're also quite frustrating because I don't really know what's going on. Um, is the judge coming in now? Oh, hang on, I haven't got this on. Judge is not there yet. And just a reminder, tomorrow Matheau Moore is on tomorrow, and we got Connie, who is the juror number 8. She's joining us tomorrow. So, Shauna, Chris, Pete, and Jan, if you guys can make it tomorrow, happy days. Tomorrow should be a good day. And Matt is the first member of Taco Club. So congratulations to Matt himself. So just for people to know again, I'll say it throughout the stream. We've got a new level. Some people couldn't afford um, the level for Blue Wenches, so I put one in at a mid level. I think it's $3 or $2.99. So if people want to join that level again, but I'm not discouraging people to keep the Blue Wenches one, but I'm just saying that, trying to be amenable to more people. Well, hang on. Oh, that was crowd. Uh, yes, I have a location to Happy Days, Chris. Happy Days. Should be interesting because apparently, Connie's got a lot to get off her chest. She's got a lot to say. She's angry apparently with the public, so that would be great. Yeah, that's the channel. I'm a mod, been there for more than a year now. Mecky goes live on it. Yeah, yeah. Well, Perry said that, so I have to go find one of Mecky. I don't know. I've left it up to her now. I mean, as in, I try to support people that you guys support. So the offer's there for her if she wants to do it. If she doesn't, then I can't. Beggars can't be choosers. I think she'll check the channel out. I'm not everyone's cup of tea, so that's fine. But hopefully she wants to do. I've offered to go on her channel for an episode. I've heard to come on here for an episode. So we'll see. We'll see, Shauna. But it's lovely to see you, Shauna, as always. Now, talking about lazy people, here she is. Now, do I, Sarah P, leave this up or not? The ticker. Is the ticker staying today or does it come off? You tell me. You tell me. As I don't know. I don't know. I can't see what your mood's like today yet. So if you tell me to take it off, I'll take it off, Sarah P. But if you're in a bad mood, then tell me and I'll leave it on. So we had this warning on all day yesterday because Sarah P was not in a good mood. Um, and I'm waiting for the bite a little bit today. Yeah, Perry's great. We love Perry. Been there a long time too. Thank you. No worries. Yeah, Perry started to come to this channel. And he said there's only 2 channels he watches from now on. It was this channel and that channel. So, um, and Perry's a great contributor. So I love having Perry here. At least until I'm fully awake and my brain is functioning. While you tell me when I can take it down, when you tell me I can take it down, Sarah P, I'll take it down. But until then, it stays up, just for my own sake more than anything. And Sarah, I the spiel, but guess who the first Taco member was? Taco Club member was. It was Matt. Matt Moore is a new Taco member for the channel. So he joined last night. So welcome again to Matt. He didn't have to do that. But I don't think he understands what the difference between the Taco member and Blue Wenches is. So the Taco's obviously after this young lady here, Erin Hart. So cheerio, hello, Erin. Just so you know, I had a couple of people message me, well, not just speaking, saying that they couldn't afford the membership for Blue Wenches, so I put in a taco level as a tribute to you, Erin. So it's about $3. So anyone that can't afford the Blue Wenches, hopefully maybe you can afford the taco members. It's basically the same things that you get from it. So but the taco is because of here she is, Erin, Erin, taco time. Um, so what's happening? So basically, this is going to be the last date for the state. It's a complicated one, Shauna. I She was definitely murdered in my by strangulation. The wife was, but I don't think they've proven that the husband's done it yet. I don't think they've proven it yet. So hopefully today they prove that fact through. There's about 5 hours worth of interviews left to go through. Awesome. Welcome to Yes. Taco. And Erin, hope you're feeling better. I was going to message you last night, but I had to go to another stream, so I forgot. Hope you're better, Erin. As always, you've missed. As always, you were my example yesterday as well about people that hop between trials to encourage people to do the same. I love having you as an example for that. Hey, Keaton, Jan, Chris, Shauna, Erin. It's nice, isn't it? Good morning, Sarah. Hey, Sarah. So yes, um, we had a good stream yesterday. We had a good chat at the end of the stream last night about some ideas for the stream moving forward. I did a new membership. Um, so Shauna, it's one of those things you have to watch from the start. I'm confused with this trial. It's interesting, but I'm confused with it at the same time. So I don't know. It's a bit of a brain teaser. This one is. I just don't know with this one. It's a bit of a head fuck. Um, HRP, and also I was like a telepathic, like, what was it, telepathic? I just start everyone, good morning, everyone, good afternoon, or if you're Chris from Australia, good evening. And who came in? Chris, number one Australian fan. Hi, Sarah. Oh God, strep as an adult's brutal. I was planning my funeral on Saturday, but a little better since yesterday afternoon, being on antibiotics for 24 hours. Uh, ah, can't you, do you catch strep from? I thought you caught strep from kissing other people. So I'm not accused, No, but I think you can catch strep, isn't it? I don't think I've had strep. But yeah, I hope you feel better, Erin. Jesus. Stop going into work. Work from home, remember. I'll try and keep up. This will be fine because it's the interview part today, as in him being interviewed, which is fine. Um, the rest of it is like every time you think the state put a good point in, the what do you call it? The defense come in and basically say, "Well, yeah, but anyone could do that." So I don't know. Glad you're feeling better, Erin. Yes. Oh my God, I'm just getting over that too. Oh man, so that is not nice, is it? That is brutal. Feel better soon, Erin. Yes, please do, Erin. Feel better. Um, I got some chafing, some rash, my balls. So I need to get some antibiotics for that or something, or some cream or something. Jesus. So I feel your pain. I feel your pain. The fever was so high. I was like the kid in the Sixth Sense. I see dead people. No, no, it's not the kissing disease. That's mono. Ah, come on, the box photo now. You're the best, Erin. Thanks, guys. Are you still going through with Shauna? Jesus. Jesus, Shauna. Doesn't sound like fun. Well, ladies, rest up, just listen. Don't have to type, don't have to do it. Just rest up. Listen to my sexy voice, even though I can't hear myself. Strep is the absolute sore throat ever. Oh, I don't think I've ever had strep. I don't know. Maybe I have, but you know, Jesus. You guys don't get man flu, so that's what we get man flu. If you ever had man flu, Jesus, strep is nothing. Um, joking. Feel better soon, Shauna. Headache was terrible. Jesus, talk about headaches. Jesus, what's wrong with that? England. Well, I don't know England, Wales though. Do you know what I mean? But as I say, I tough it out. I tough it out. Do you know what I mean? I know. That's why I'll mute it. Hang on, I'll mute it. I'll mute that. I took my earpiece out because of it. Not good. Yeah, don't want that noise is this time of day, do we? Hang on, let me just go here. Um, I need to do that and this. Right, okay. So of course I miss you. I always miss you, Erin, when you're not here. I say I use you as an example of like I tell everyone I was preaching last night about going on different streams. Make sure you go and watch different streams. And you're the prime example. Do you know what I mean? You're the one that does it the best. I don't think anyone does it better than you. Because you jump between streams and no matter what, that's why I want to check in on you because you didn't say anything. So either you stay here all day or if you don't, you'd let me know and you just bounce around. I think that's fantastic. I think it's great what you do. Yeah, there's light at the end of the tunnel now. There for a day or so. Oh, that's not good though. That's not good. Yeah, you go lurking mode for a while. You go lurking for a while, sure, it's all good. Yeah, get around. Yeah, that's how you got strep, isn't it? You get mono next. You do get around, but I know that. Well, I can only speak for myself, but I appreciate you doing that. Even if you don't even watch a trial with me, you always come in and say hello, and like several times in a day. So that's what I try to encourage everyone to do. It doesn't matter if you don't watch the trial with me, guys. Just always pop in and say hello because I appreciate it, and also it helps my numbers as well. Um, so we've got the trial for next week. So Sarah, I'm not sure if you were here, Sarah P. Um, we've now got the trial for next week, the poison one. We're going to be doing the poison trial. Sarah P recommended it. I had seen it, but Sarah P recommended it, so we're doing it on Monday, I believe. Jury selection starts on Monday for the poison trial, so we'll start that. So hopefully people can join us for that. I think Melly starts today. I think so. I think Vice is doing that one. Yay! So if it's shit, this is who you blame, guys. Do you know how long the bleach trial lasts, though, Sarah? 5 weeks. It's blocked in for 5 weeks. So it better be bloody good. Now, it does look good, to be fair. Hi, Nunya. Hope you're well, Nunya. Hope the hand's doing okay. I hope the husband is no longer in the bad books. I hope he's recovered and is now back in favour with you. Um, have that. Oh, dear. Oh, oh, I better that's going. Oh, yeah. Chocolate. Um, so have my grandbaby this morning. I'm not very good at multitasking with him. There we are. Now, grandbabies are the best because you keep them back at the end of the day. Um, um, wow. Yeah, 5 weeks. No, yeah. Dan, I've got to watch Melly already invested in it. Yeah, I'm not sure it starts today. I think Monday it starts, but it might be like jury selection or something today because it was Monday stateside starts. So I think it times out nicely um, for you that we'll be finished this. So the state are resting today, supposedly. The defense are doing one witness tomorrow, so I presume closing will be tomorrow. And yeah, so obviously we won't be watching tomorrow because I've got Matt Moore on tomorrow, so we won't have him. So we'll watch tomorrow's, no spoilers, even though last week someone trolled and did come in and tell us, and it wasn't Joe. Joe mentioned it, but someone then, they know who they are, came in and spoiled it. But it's fine. Sarpi yeeted them. We'll try and stop spoilers again for the verdict and stuff like that. We'll watch that on Thursday. So they might not deliberate till Thursday anyway, so it might be fine. Um, and then obviously Friday be like, oh, what are we doing if this trial's over? So yeah, please remember that we are going to be a day behind. Frankie Lund, yes, for now, but he'll find himself there again. Every man does. Doesn't he? Every man does find themselves back in the bad books of their wives or girlfriends. So um, I'm sure it's coming. I'm sure. Right. Oh, okay. Right. Remember, please, guys, to like and subscribe. Are you watching? You're a Melly, aren't you? Well, you may be found not guilty this time around. The state will hard sell this go. Okay, free Melly, free Smelly. So is that what you're watching? Yeah, that's fine. So just so you know, we're not covering it, but obviously you guys know who is covering it. But we're covering the poison trial, which is a best friend poisoned her, I believe, best friend. So they were so close to conviction. Okay, I watched that one trial too. I'll be watching that one now. I'm watching Maya still. Oh, Maya's still going, is it? Jesus, I didn't know it was still going. That's going on for a while, isn't it? Well, hopefully Maya's gonna be done so you can start a new, fresh trial with us, Erin. I'm saying for you, Dunya. I think you're gonna enjoy this one. Um, it's a bit of a strange one, I think, the poison one, but we'll get through it. Oh, jeez, my eyes. Um, Trying to get comfortable here. I turn my iPad and phone on when Melly starts. Ah, okay. I didn't realize it was a civil case. I didn't realize, Erin. Try to get comfortable. I'm in my PJs. Oh, I think I must have done something right. I think I must have done something in my sleep. I scratched my balls because it's bloody red raw now. My skin, my scrotum skin. So I'm putting some cream on it, but I can't sit properly. It's red raw, like just a patch. Got one patch that's red raw. So I must have done something. Must have scraped it or something in the night. So this worse than strep. I can't sit down. This fucking oh, sorry. Well, you're a nurse. You should tell me. You should tell me. Like no, it's fine. It's this. It's that. Scrotum skin. It's only a little patch on it. It's not the whole thing. Too much info. Sorry, guys. No, oh, sorry, yes, that was my fault. I shouldn't curse. It's only a little patch. I think I scratched something because it's like red. Do you want to see it? If I show it to you, I'm joking. I'm joking. But it's red raw. I'm putting some cream on it. Um, it's not an STI or anything. Don't worry about that. It's nothing bad. I think I scratched it in my sleep or something, damaged it. So I got doctors next week just in case to check it out. But it's painful. It's absolutely painful. I'm telling you. It's sore. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, sorry guys. I mean, I just like to share with you. I've got some nurses here that should be helping me. So if you see me, yeah, well, this is what I'm doing. I'm moving along a lot. I'm just wiggling. I have to. Lucky for instance, though, we believe you. Yeah, I know you do have to be lucky. And I've had one before, so I know I'll definitely have a go one now. That's for sure. Happy I've got a small screen. Hey, doesn't matter if you'd have a large screen, it'd be the same. Don't worry, it'd be quite small on your screen. Nah, it's fine. I'm sure cream will be fine for now. It's a moisturizer cream I'm using on it. That should be fine, shouldn't it? For a little bit to see the doctor. Um, do that twice a day. But yeah, it is painful though. Um, got the what's the syphilis? No, I haven't got that. I think I genuinely scratched it in my dreams or something. I don't know what I did, but it's red raw. But it's only a small patch of it. It's at the bottom. It's only a small patch. So I don't know what I've done. I'm blind, so can't see anything with a small screen. Well, you couldn't see anything with a big screen, so it's all good. It's yeah, no, because well, I mean, it's not swelled or anything. It's not swelling. The cream helps, but I just have to because I sit down a lot. It's right where you sit down, so you know, I just have to move a little bit, wiggle, 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 wiggle. The cream is quite soothing for it. Moisturizer is quite soothing, but um, I don't know. Just have to find if I need some what do you call it? Antibiotics or something. I don't know. Such a man to land, put a band-aid on and sit on a frozen bag of peas. That'll be nice, relaxing. That was fine. I can man it up. I can man it out. It might be too much gore for you guys. Um, I don't know. I don't know. But it's definitely not disease, so it's good. Need a roid pillow. It's fine. It's fine. It's all good. I'm sure it's nothing. He's not a medical expert, so I don't know, but just keep moving that. Anyway, that's enough about me. But not really. I love speaking about myself. So we're late again. Um, try giving childbirth and then complain. Man flu. Just lucky you don't get that. Let me tell you. But I can imagine it's similar. Pain I'm in now is probably similar to childbirth, I imagine. Not quite the same. I'm sure childbirth is more painful, but this is quite painful as well. So, and I'm teasing. It's not, obviously different world of pain for you guys. I respect all you women giving birth and stuff like that. Especially my mother's like 5 foot, so she's tiny. Um, so I respect how she got me out. I was £10. At £10, 10 ounces coming out. Jesus. There won't be many children born if men gave birth. There'd be zero. Oh, good, good. Oh, you meant, oh, good God. Men sneeze or think they're dying. We get the flu or strep and we still go to work, take care of the kids, cook the meals, do the laundry. Oh, here we let's get the violin out. Let's get the violin out. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Right. I had so many stitches. Right. TMI, 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 TMI. Erin Hack. Uh, it's nice that we can just talk openly about stuff, isn't it? I don't like this. Why is Court TV like this? I don't get it. And law and crime, I should say. Was like two of the children were way over £10. Yeah, I was 10. My sister was £9, 10 ounces, and she's skinny now, but I was £10, 10 ounces. Big baby. This is law and crime. This is law and crime. Chris, what I'll do is I'll try another stream, see if there's anything else out there. Um, I don't know. Ooh, let's take no. Right, Fox. No, it's not started. It's fine. So I've got another trial open. It's not started. They haven't even got what we've got, so it's fine. I think this was £9, and that was big enough. Jesus, it's okay though. Tacos bounce right. I heard, Erin. I learned that the other day actually from somebody. Oh well, then lol. We're stuck. They must be running late. Well, yeah, it must be the jury running late. Laugh, Erin. Yeah, I didn't understand that you can bounce right back. That goes back into its normal state. A friend of mine, she took a bigger penis than usual, she said. I was like, Jesus, how long is that going to take back to get back? She says, oh, not long. She goes, oh, it's back already. I was like, bloody hell, it was quick. Um, So yeah, yesterday they were late, and it was because the jurors were late. She did ask that them to be early at 9 o'clock today, but obviously they didn't. Kaggle. I've heard of Kaggle. Got my oh, I can't you can't see. Let me show you. This is one of my favorite cakes in the world. This is called that's bit butter that is. Hang on, let me grab the other one. This is called Barabrith. If Emma was here, she'd know what this is. This is Barabrith. It's homemade. My mother made it. There's no one that makes a Barabrith better than my mother. It's like got sultanas in it. Oh, it is outstanding. Can't wait to munch it. Oof, munch that taco. K-gel exercises for the tacos. There we are. None of you knows the score. This stream. If you just walk into this stream, Jesus, you're thinking, what the hell? Give me some. Another CG. How you doing, sir? Hope you're well. You want some bread with your butter? That's something. Yeah, I put a little bit too much butter, uh, but it's still amazing with butter. Doing that, it's not actually that much butter, to be quite honest with you. If I'm being honest, it does look a lot, but it's not really that much. No, not no. Fruit bread's different. Fruit bread is different. I can't describe this for you, what it is. Um, Another CG. Uh, right, it would be close to fruitcake. I personally don't like fruitcake. I don't like fruitcake. Um, but I love this Butterbrief. So it's probably similar, but just with sultanas. And the texture's different. Everything about it is different. I love it. Another CG, butter love. I love butter. I do. I mean, yeah, there's probably a little bit too much butter on that, but I love it with Butterbrief. I love Welsh cakes as well. I love it with Welsh cakes. Butter on Welsh cakes. Slap it on. Um, and pancakes when it's cold. I like butter and pancakes. And toast. And that's all. I think I eat butter. Don't think I put butter on. Oh, butter on rich tea sometimes. Rich tea biscuits sometimes. But I have to be in the mood for it. Um, but yeah, maybe I was in the gym today, sick. I need to lose weight. Come on. Keep going to the gym, but keep putting weight on. Well, it doesn't help me having two slices of butter wreath. Do you know what I mean? But I'm gonna enjoy a little bit as well. And I think I've got lasagna this evening for dinner. Homemade lasagna. So you probably get to see me eat a bit of that this evening. Right. Um, let's sell this again then. So again, welcome to Matheau Moore, first member of the Taco Club. So he's not a blue wench, but he's a taco. There's two levels now. I got a taco level and a blue wench level. It doesn't really make any difference what level you're at, really. Um, there's not much difference to it. The blue wench, I get more money. That's the only difference, really. Um, but yeah, I just wanted to get another level in there. I don't. Some people ask for another level, so yeah. You ask, you get. With me, I want to keep you guys happy. So, you want to support the channel? Do like Matt does. Um, Become either a Taco Club member or a Blue Wench. Up to you. Um, that's my favorite meal. Oh, lasagna. Yes, homemade, lovely. Hi, Hannah. Quick hi before going to my dance course. No worries, Hannah. See you this evening. All right. See you this evening. Take care of yourself. Enjoy dance. Uh, enjoy the dance. All right. I saw Matt is doing an interview with Mighty Meat. I think that is great spreading the word. HRC can get halfway through his book, right? I haven't started his book yet. Yeah, so I told him about Mighty Meat. That he's filming it. Sorry, interview, um, recording it. Um, so yeah. So do that. Hopefully, so he's supposed to be doing. Sally's supposed to get him on Legal Vices, as well to do an interview. So you know that'll be good for him as well. Because obviously League of Vices has got a much bigger following than all of us. But I've not seen if he's done the interview. I've not seen it. Then, hey Hannah, have fun. I love lasagna best, but it's expensive. It takes all day to cook. Well, I just get my mother. My mother makes it. It takes a few hours, yeah, but nothing better than homemade stuff, which is around to take advantage. Do you know what I mean? So, um, let me have a look to see if Matt has been on Mighty Meat or not yet. Oh, so he's doing it. Yeah, he's doing it on the 24th. Fine. Live interview with Mathew Moore, the Ohio murder trial we have been covering. He's doing it on the 23rd of October. Ba-da-bum-bum. Beep, 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 beep. Um, BWC past three meanings here. Butter, Welsh cake, Blue Wench Club, and Big Welsh. You know the rest. Yeah. I know, French. Um, Big Welsh. Yeah, in a few days. Yeah, it's just 23rd. Well, 24th for me, 23rd. So I won't be watching it because I can't. But he wanted to go on there. I was hoping that he'd be able to connect um, on that. Um, almost finished with the date episode. They're making me mad with some of their comments. I've not seen it yet. We're going to do it at some point. Yeah, the detective admits he followed a hunch or gut feeling. Really, I think yeah. It's not, but there's something on today with it. It might just be like a hearing or something. It starts Monday, yes, but there's something on Law and Crime earlier on that said something at 2 o'clock today. But I don't know what it is. But you know the trial anyway, don't you? So you could probably watch it in replay mode. Um, hey, this is weird. Exactly, Erin Hart. Along with repeating all the BS. Do you watch Melly on Voices, don't you? Right. The other stream I got for this is now live in interrogation room. So I'm not really sure what's going on. Okay. Okay. Hang on. I got it. Yeah, baby, I got it. Let's do the catwalk again. Right then. Let's get some trialing. Let's get some trials in. Stop screen. Present. Oh, you watch with the voice as well, yeah.
Um, it's refreshing. Sometimes we do deal with some,
What the hell they do with the bloody
unfortunately,
mic?
we deal with some bad people. There's so many good people.
Look at the mic here.
Unfortunately, what makes the news is the negativity. It's people who can be surprised at how many good people. Unfortunately, it doesn't sell people. It's not something that the media really wants to portray all the time. Because it boils down to the business, and I do understand it. But been in Orlando for 24 years, and I've been at no complaints. No, no one's going. Is it perfect? No, but I don't know. Bacon doesn't exist, and I do understand that. But all in all, I'm not just saying it because I work here.
So we do it, so we do. So, it just happens more frequently. So exactly what you were saying, it's like, that quality that does more frequently remind people to something, absolutely, and that's what everyone looked like when it was really swirling. Reminding it, what the sky looks like when it is all you see is that swirly white.
I wouldn't know anything about that. Never been in the snow. 51 years old, have never been in the snow. And that's something that I would like to do. I guess what I see in Minnesota is watching sports. You ever been around? Your shoes and socks. What size do you wear?
They're 12s.
You like that? Size 12.
I apologize.
So there's no need to apologize. For that. All right, so this is what you're gonna put on, and these. They can go
Beat
over the
in.
top of the legs. So I'll let you put this on. Good. Put this up in the front. Put on this one. picture, I think, I'm back to the east side. You can put these on, just keep on repeat.
Thank you.
I'll be right back. Photograph that, try to get into it. Okay, I'm going to photograph that right now. It's cold here, it's cold here. It's cold, okay?
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Great job. Use the restroom.
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
I don't think the state have proven his guilt yet. I think it's definitely homicide, but they haven't proven it.
Make it 2%.
First thing is good. I was just asking for help. I just I'm starving a cracker or something. Just salt, right?
Did you eat lunch at night lunch?
Yes, you may.
What would you?
So we shall see. Um, looking for something, but I don't remember what I'm looking for. I'm looking for something, but I don't know what I'm looking for. Dee 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 dee. Banging Bradley. Yeah, this is the thing. It's only one little scratch on his pinky finger. So I'm the same. But you know what juries are like these days. They unless the defense can prove it's someone else, then they probably found this guy guilty. That's what apparently juries do most of the time. It's unbelievable. I can believe that he did it, but they haven't proven it. You know that's the thing. Jeez, it looks creepy though. Who's that guy? Of late, yes. It's just scary to think they don't need that much reasonable doubt. They're just like, yeah, I mean, the prosecution said it, so defense never said anything different, so it must be. Bloody hell, Dickipo. Who's that in a Dickipo? I'm not sure. No, I don't think so. I do wonder who that guy was.
They're okay.
Okay. And we can bring the jury out.
The lead detective and the prosecutor would probably allow murder to his friends walk free. Jesus. So this is the son of the deceased. You see him? That's the son of the deceased. And I'm not sure, obviously his grandparents are there. I'm not sure who everyone else is. His father is taking the lead on the civil case to sue this guy, to sue David. Sue. There he is, close up of him. Not sure how old he is now, but he is defending the son. He's the adopted son, or they're not. That's not his biological son. Is what I'm trying to say.
And state, you may proceed.
Resuming publishing states 85.
Just something simple, just like a saltines or
Anything like that? We'll be right back. Is there
No worries.
anything-
Listening and lurking. Oh, jeez. Watch out, Erin's about. I said, watch out, Erin's about. I said, watch out, Erin's about.
Is that good? I'm gonna get down eating since this morning. I'm sorry this is taking so long. You are David, I believe? Okay. I'm Detective Teresa Sprague, and this is Detective Bonnie Young. First of all, on behalf of the police department, we want to say how sorry we are for your loss, David, and also for everything that you're going through. I know this is very traumatic for you. Okay? And it's just a terrible, terrible thing. So, what time is it, you know? What time is it? And I know you've been waiting a long time. You just obviously have a lot to do. Just trying to figure out what's going on. Okay, you need your help doing that. Can you just, if you need to take a appreciate your patience and so that I can get some photos as well. You understand what I mean? When you go through it, when you get to it.
And
I understand you is that you've been very cooperative, so, we just need to, obviously, we need you, or we gotta figure this out together. What is your, first name, is your first name David?
it's dated, M, for Michael, Tronnes, T-I-O-N-N-E-S.
N-N-E-S, okay. And what is your date?
6.
How's that for you guys? How is it? I mean, I can barely hear him. I can barely hear him. Right. Yeah. Hang on then. Right. So, because I'm the hostess with the mostest, so this is gonna be a little bit different, guys. A little bit different, but I'm a trendsetter. People probably fucking copy me now, but right. Because I'm simply the best. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Better than everyone. Better than all the rest. Simply the best. That's me. Simply the best. Bow. Hello, Thierry. Hello, Thierry. Better than all the rest. Dee, dee, dee. Better than everyone.
I can't remember the last 4 digits. It's 407. The next 3 is 704, the opposite. And I never call it.
The next
How's
three are
that, guys?
704?
It's 407, 704, and then I think it's 2808. Might be 2406, but I have it on my phone. We've had it since we were.
How is that?
And Shanti uses it for work.
Okay.
It's her work line. I never use it.
What is your cell?
My cell is 407 409 9290.
I can put it up even more if you want.
And her cell?
321 444 8629.
629, okay. And what kind of phone does Shanti have?
Shanti has an iPhone 8 Plus.
iPhone 8 Plus?
Plus.
Okay. Is there a code on it? No code, or pattern or anything?
There is a code when it comes up. It's just ones. So
All ones?
it's I think now the new ones are 6. The old ones are
So 6 ones?
6 ones.
Okay. All right. iPhone 8 Plus. Is there a color on like the cover?
Rose gold.
Rose
I think there's the
gold.
cover is more. It's just there's a name for it, but it's like a G-Shock kind of clear plastic cover that goes up. You see the iPhone through it.
Clear plastic. Okay.
That's
And
the
your phone
max
is
now,
what?
guys.
What is
That's the
that?
max.
The Dell laptop. It's sitting on the press coffee table downstairs, which is the garage. We're doing a renovation. I don't know how familiar you are now.
Yeah, I was there. So you're okay. I did not go where the dogs were. So your phone is on the
Okay, though?
coffee table where the dogs are.
There's a love seat, a white leather love seat, and a matching sofa.
Mhm.
And in front of that is a coffee table, and we have an old Dell laptop down there.
Okay, and so your phone is what?
My phone is a ZTE
Okay.
Z Max or Z Max Pro, something along those
I know there's several phones, so,
I also have another Android phone. It's a Samsung, but I just use it for email and for casting to the TV and music and stuff.
okay. Is there a phone number assigned to it?
There's no SIM card.
No SIM card. Okay, so no service
We
necessary.
were just gonna, we've been planning into switching.
Okay. Okay. Um. Where were
Days.
you born, hon? So we say here.
No, I was born in St. Paul, Minnesota.
Okay. And when did you move to Florida?
In 2013,
Okay.
about 5 months after I met Shanti.
Did you meet her here or there?
No,
You met online. Okay. I'm sorry. I know. Take your time. I'm so sorry. Can you tell me what year that was?
it was 2013.
2013 is when you met online?
Yeah.
Okay. And about 5 months later, did you move here and move in with her or just move here?
So, not trying to be as accurate as possible. I believe it was the end of September. My mom moved down. She lives in the same gated community that Shanti's grandmother lives in. And we bought a trailer there for my mom and we moved her in. And then I stayed for a couple weeks and with Shanti. And I flew back and finished up the sale of our house. And my mom's house, I had already sold mine. Shanti and I both been married before I got divorced, finalized in April, I think it was, of, I think it was March of 2013. And I met Shanti in April.
Your divorce was filed in March of 2013?
Yeah.
Okay. And you met her about a month later? What application was it like? March, okay. So you guys knew each other approximately 5 years this month? I know this is tough. Take a minute, okay? I know this is super tough.
It's doing so good. It's doing so good. It was such a good weekend. I've never been more in love. We were so happy.
Okay. Obviously, we don't know what happened in your home today, okay? We don't know what happened to Shanti yet. We know you called us, which is good, okay? And we know that obviously she's lost her life, okay? So we do need to, you're not under arrest, okay? I want you to understand that, okay? But we do need to read you your rights because you are in a police department with 2 detectives in this room and you've been here for quite some time, okay? And I want you to understand that. We're just trying to figure out what happened to her, okay? And so it's our job to do that, obviously, and we want to give you answers, her son answers. I mean, her family deserves that. Would you agree? Okay. Okay. So if you don't, I know you've probably never been through anything like this in your life, okay? And I'm going to help you get through it. If you have questions, you want to stop me, please do so, okay? But I do need you to understand your rights before we ask you about anything that happened in that home today. you record on your phone? And I just need you to answer aloud. I'm gonna be looking down, okay?
Okay.
David? All right. You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that? I'm sorry?
Yes, sorry. Yes,
Okay. Anything you say may be used against you in court. Do you understand that?
yes,
You have a right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning. Do you understand that?
yes,
Hi, Sandra.
If you cannot afford
Sandra.
one and want one, one will be provided for you before questioning without charge. Do you understand that?
I know.
Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to us?
no,
Okay. Would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
absolutely.
Absolutely? Okay. All right. So I'm assuming since you've been so patient and so cooperative that you're here because you want answers as well. Okay. These are yours?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So obviously we've been in your home and we have looked around, we've examined her. She is going to be taken into the medical examiner's care. Okay, so promise we're going to be with her. Okay,
Okay.
the medical examiner's office will be with her. At your request, the officers contacted the school, and Jackson's dad has him. So, okay, we're still at your home. Your dogs are fine. Okay, we're going to be at your home for a little while. Okay, so I need you to we're going to continue kind of down this path about how you all met. I know you met on Match.com, and about 5 months of what would it be, telephone, text, and
We just started every other weekend flying.
back and forth.
So
Okay.
I came down the first time, then she came up, and I don't know if it was perfectly sequential like that the whole time, but for the most part, until September, I spent a couple weeks here, and she was living with her parents at the time because she had recently divorced Jim, Jackson's dad.
Okay.
And so she needed them to, she was traveling a lot for her job at that point. So she needed them to take care of him on the days that she had partial custody.
Okay.
It was, it was beyond acrimonious. I mean, they were at each other's, for quite a while. And
At each other how?
vindictive and mean and nasty things to Jackson, kind of thing, and blaming each other. Shanti had an affair, and she said it was because Jim had been cruel, mean, to her, and he found out, and they were living up north at the time. Just tell me when I'm talking too much. I'm not sure.
You're not. They were
Okay.
living where?
They were living in North Florida, south of Gainesville, north of Ocala, and
Okay.
it would take me a second to remember the name of the exact town. They were out in the sticks. They had an acreage, and she was afraid to be with him. And so they moved back here. Her plan was to, once she was back in Orange County, to leave him. And she didn't want the divorce to happen up there because then if he stayed, she'd have to stay with Jackson. She wanted to come back home with her family.
Her family was here.
Her mom and her stepdad lived over in, I think it's called West, it's East Colonial and Dean, and I'm trying to think of the name of the street.
Okay.
Vista Way, Vista Drive, something like that.
Okay.
And we lived there with them.
You did? Together? Okay.
When I moved in October, I think it was the end of October or so, and
2013?
uh-huh.
So when you first moved down, you moved in with her folks, her
Yeah.
stepdad and mom?
We had an offer on a short sale, and waited and waited and waited, and it fell through. And then we ultimately ended up renting very close to where we are living now. on Briar.
You
We just
remember the
wanted to
address-
get
Remember the address there?
210. I would have to look it up. It's between Summerlin and Eola.
You rented a home or?
We are still home
Okay.
with the intention of finding a house to buy from the neighborhood.
Do you know what years you were on Briarcliff?
So we moved out of our parents' home in the spring of 2014. So we were there a little less than a year. And we were at Briarcliff for about a year, I think.
Okay. About a year.
So
Okay.
that would have got us from late spring. I would,
Of 2015.
so what I would say is May 2014, moved to Briarcliff, and then we closed on the house on Copeland in April of 2015. We didn't move in right away. It took a few months to work on it.
So when you say you got a deal on the short sale, is that house? Or did you?
We had, before I came down, before I moved down, Shanti and I found out how we were looking for houses before I moved. The one we ended up wanting to purchase was on short sale, and
That's the one that fell through.
and they never came through.
Okay. So you closed in May of 2015 and you started doing work. Was it in the condition that it's in now? Was it under renovation or?
It was fully livable. It was just an older Victorian style home, and Shanti wanted to completely open it up, open concept, totally, and completely do it. We weren't sure what we were going to do, but as we got into it, we found more and more issues. We had to, kind of keep going. It would have been difficult to renovate on top of some of the termite damage and water damage and that type of thing.
So it was completely livable. So in its condition now, you guys have almost completely gutted it down to the studs, pretty much.
Yeah, that only really happened in 16. So we really lived in the house all of 15, and even the beginning of 16, we had the family room in the kitchen, and we still slept upstairs in what we call the accommodation of the apartment.
Okay.
But we weren't quite as restricted as we are now.
Who's doing the work?
So I pulled the permit, and I'm basically the general contractor for the project. I'm hiring subcontractors, and I hired a consultant to help us do that, who's more familiar with the, he's a GC himself, but because I have the permit, he's acting in a little bit different role.
And who's that?
His name is Keith Ori, O-R-I.
Keith Ori.
Yeah.
And what's the name of his business if he has one?
Parhelion, H-E-L-I-O-N.
P-A-R.
H-E-L-I-O-N. Homes, I think.
Okay.
He's a local guy. He lives around the corner, and he had done another house down the street.
So he's consulting with you to hire subcontractors.
Yeah,
To kind of guide you through the process.
exactly.
Okay. So has there been work crews at the house?
We finished the demo and started the framing that you see in January. We did the foundation in November and December. And under Keith's guidance and help, we finished the plan and the kind of overall scope of work last September and October. So it's been moving slowly, but it's a huge project.
Okay. Yeah, it is. Okay. So do you work outside of that environment?
Our goal right now is to finish that house as soon as possible. I have maintained my sales associate real estate license, which I got here in 2014, I think. I've maintained it in what's called inactive status.
Okay.
I've done the continuing ad and kept it up.
Okay.
So
So how long have you been living? I'm assuming you're living in the rear apartment. How long consistently have you been living up there? The whole time or just since you?
We took the kitchen out in like late um, winter, so February, March, spring of 2016.
Mhm.
And we still had the family room, which is a 600-foot family Florida room that's kind of bolted on.
Okay.
Up until maybe end of 2016, so a year and 3 or 4 months.
Mhm. So the kitchen's been gone that long. How long have you been sleeping and everybody kind of living? Have you slept up there the whole time?
We've been doing that the whole time.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So it's been, and you bought it in 2015?
Mm-hmm.
2 or 3 years
Yeah,
since you've been doing the renovation?
right,
Okay.
right.
Okay. What does Shanti do? What does she do for a living?
She's a financial accounting consultant for a software program called, I'm sorry, my mind is completely shook. So it's called Made to Manage. Sometimes they just call it M2M, and it is a ERP, kind of a boutique ERP program. And she worked for that company when I met her, and she left them shortly after I moved here. I'd say November of 13. Started the company that she has now,
Which is called?
Process Improvement Solutions.
And is that a financial accounting style?
She does. So she had, while she was there, a large number of clients and continues to expand on those clients. So basically, anybody who has that program needs continuous help integrating it into their manufacturing and
He
accounting system.
he bought the house. Um, him and his mother bought the house for 600,000, I think, dollars, as part of the trust fund. Before they were married, so it was his house. Essentially, he bought it, and renovation started slowly. I think in 2015, 16. Sorry, 2016, because it was livable. So yeah, he bought it for paid cash for it. Yes, Sarah. It was him and his mother from. They got a joint trust fund. Him and his mother, so they paid that, and he also paid in something like 400,000, I believe it was, in total to the joint account as well.
She was able to keep some of the clients from the other company?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And it was a little bit difficult at first, but she's the only person who could do it. She was that
She
good.
worked from home? Okay. How financially, how are you guys doing? Was it her business that was keeping you afloat?
I bought the house with cash that I had. We don't have a note. And I've used mostly my cash that I had saved from, I had a career at 3M before I came here. A pretty successful long career, and I did well in real estate as well. So I came down here with about 800 or 900,000. And we bought the house for cash,
Well, how much did the house cost?
608.
So that you guys own the house free and clear. Is your name only on it, or was it both of yours?
When we bought the house, we weren't married. And so we put it in a trust, and we just completed the trust paperwork end of last year, beginning of this year, to put her name on the trust and slowly kind of migrate my mom. She's 82, off of it for financial reasons and estate planning reasons. It just made more sense.
Your mom's name was on the trust?
Correct.
Okay. And what was the reason for that? Was it you and your mom, or just your mom?
The reason was if anything would happen, we put her trailer in the trust as well. So it was a property trust for our family.
Mhm.
And I'm an only child,
Mhm.
and my father isn't has been part of my life. So we've always done everything like that together. I've always taken care of her
Okay. She lives
financial
here?
affairs. She does.
In the same area or complex that her grandmother, Shanti's grandmother? lived in?
Yeah, it's called Gulfstream Harbor. It's
Gulfstream Harbor.
down in Hoffer and Goldenrod.
Okay. So you started to put Shanti's name on the home at the end of last year, beginning of this year. Was that process completed or no?
We got the trust documentation back from LegalZoom. We do all of our legal documents ourselves. And the only thing left to do is to notarize it. We weren't
That's the best we got, Joe. Morning, Joe. That's the best we got, man. But yeah,
sure because she's also an only child. And Jackson is an only child. And we didn't know who to put if something happened to both of us. So we had kind of talked about it and debated it, and we finally just said it doesn't really matter. Let's just move forward. That's the most important.
hi, Sarah.
So we did, and we were just getting ready to notarize. She was going to have a friend at one of the local accounts who's a notary that she uses do that.
Welcome back, Sarah.
But that was the last.
That was the last step. And then it would have been finalized once it was notarized? Or it would be, have to be filed? Or?
As far as we're
Jonathan.
concerned, it was finalized now. At that point, it would have been official. I don't think we filed it before. When we asked about it the first time when we did it, they said
Welcome back, Sarah.
Have to.
Okay.
Sarah, do you know that Connie's coming on tomorrow, supposedly? So Connie will be meeting with Matt as well tomorrow. So hopefully, big day tomorrow.
And we just basically titled the house in the name of the trust.
Yeah.
We thought that was the best thing to
Yeah.
do at the time. And Shanti and Jim had a pretty massive foreclosure up at, I'll think of it, I'm sorry.
Up in the Gainesville vicinity?
So her credit was bad and she wasn't able to get a mortgage, and she didn't want to be on it at that time. We thought it made more sense to do it that.
Okay.
We got married last year.
You got married in 2017, what month?
February
What day?
22nd.
And that was here in Orange County? Okay. Okay. And you've been, so once you moved to Florida, you've been living together the whole time, just home to home, just first with the folks, then Briarcliff, and then this residence. But you've been together the whole time. Have you ever broken up?
We had a couple fights. I think when we were living at Briarcliff,
Okay.
we spent a few nights up there.
A few nights.
I just went down to my mom's.
Mm-hmm. So not like it was over, it was just a break, a couple days. What were you arguing about at that time?
Shanti runs her business 7 days a week. She was very, very busy getting it established, and she felt bad. She was technically fired from FTM, which is a parent company of M2M, and she really wanted to make her prove herself, and I think she was their lead consultant. She was their star. They had to fire her for technical reasons because she was doing some work on the side for some of their clients. They couldn't. Once they found out, they couldn't let it go. But I know that the relations have been warm since then, and they've even invited her several times to come back and be at least as a consultant involved in their business.
Oh, wow.
If things came back real quick. But she's
So
a strong
when you
business.
guys would argue, when you would go to your mom's, it was just because she was busy all the time, or what would the beef be?
Work had a lot of stress involved,
Oh.
and she would sometimes, we always agreed, later that she was just overworked and tired and
So she'd get a little snippy or short or yell, scream, what?
just irritable,
Irritable.
just small irritability. And sometimes it's just it's not really, I don't really do that. It's not really, I just stand there. So I just, I would just say, I want to take a break. I just let it, a little cool down period. And every time we did it, we came back. I think we only did it twice, but we were stronger.
Okay.
We may have only done that once.
And has that happened since you moved where you are now? Because now we've got the added stress of the renovation.
No, we love it. We love the, we love what we're doing to the house. We love the vision that we had for the house. It's totally, oh, she wanted divorce, but she wanted so bad. It made me happy. It made her happy. It was a thing that we did together.
Mhm.
She wanted to quit her job when we got the house done, or just kind of, slowly phase out of it. And I was going to get my GC license, and we were going to buy and renovate homes.
Flip houses. Okay.
I know, it's so cute.
Were you home? You said something earlier. I think you said something about having a great weekend. You guys home all weekend, or what happened?
Shanti had, to really answer your question, Shanti had her appendix out on February, I want to say 23rd. It was a 10 out of 10. It ruptured and it had an abscess. She sat at RMC for 10 hours with the ruptured appendix before they could get her. And she's been in a lot of pain, and she didn't want to tell Jackson or any of her clients, but she thought, a couple of times that she would really need to take a break and definitely slow down and definitely not add a whole lot more work. She could do more if she wanted to. I'm sorry, I can't talk about it.
That's fine. And that's very normal. That's very normal. Because you're not going to process this for a really long time. So I know it feels like a really bad day.
5 hours of this as well.
Keith also does.
There's a reason why the prosecution want this in, so he's obviously going to say some stuff. But we've got another about 4-5 hours of this to go. So I can only imagine it gets worse.
Our lives are busy. I'm so sorry. I know you're asking simple questions, but Keith does a TV show.
Keith, the guy you mentioned, Ori. Okay.
It's called Zombie House Flipping. And in March, he asked us to be on the show, have our house be one of the homes featured, which meant that we would get a lot of what they call trade outs and promotional sponsorship to do.
Any financial incentive to do that?
Big. That's what they call trade out. I'm sorry, that's what they call trade outs. So their sponsors. That's one of the things I was working on yesterday. Was putting together a list of the sponsorships: the windows, doors, cabinets. And so maybe instead of getting granite, you get quartz. So
Oh shit!
Getting, middle range cabinets, you get high end stuff. And we're also working on kind of just an amazing open concept stairway in the middle of the house that was going to go all the way up to the loft. And that was coming together. Keith had given us the assurance on Sunday that we were officially on the show. We were super, super, super excited.
He told you this past Sunday?
Yeah.
So they hadn't started filming?
No, this is a long process. This is a long process.
When did you expect that to start?
He told us that they would be starting on May 7th.
And so they'd come in and start filming?
Mhm.
Would they film you all or just the work?
No, yeah, it's just the house. They're the stars. They come in. Um, and but it was just kind of exciting, and Jackson was super excited about it and talking about it. He'd watched all the episodes of previous seasons. And
Was Jackson with you all this weekend?
you know, he had a sleepover, so we had him Friday. We had him every day after school, and then Jim takes him on his weekends and his evenings.
So you guys had him Friday and then Saturday he was at someone's home?
Yeah, so on Friday, he had him. We watched a movie. We had a great night. He was super stoked about his sleepover. We went over with him. So we finally got around to your other question. Shanti was a pretty big drinker before her appendicitis, and she couldn't drink at all afterwards.
What did she drink?
Wine. And she had lost a ton of weight, and she was super happy about that. She was just in a lot of pain because she hadn't found anything that she could really eat and digest easily without getting nauseous.
And her appendix was removed, you said, in February?
23rd, I believe.
And so she hadn't been able to drink alcohol since? She couldn't tolerate it, or she was told not to?
I wouldn't tolerate it and was told not to, but I mean, it wasn't appealing because, it's like you have a sip and you feel sick. So it just, but we were doing great. We were both, we were both in it. I was supporting her.
Were you with her at OMC when her appendix ruptured?
I brought her to the hospital. Yeah.
Okay.
So
How long was she inside OMC? Was it just overnight? Or?
that was a Friday. And she went to her primary in the morning. Primary said turn around and go to the ER immediately. She came home and packed up a couple things. I drove her over there at 12:30 or 1. And we sat there until almost midnight. It was
And it
one of
ruptured
those-
before she was seen?
It was ruptured when we got there. And, as much as you can know without, being inside. And it was one of the biggest bonding experiences that we've ever had. We felt closer than we've ever felt afterwards. And drinking less for both of us was a great thing. We were both feeling healthier. And
You slowed down because she couldn't drink?
it wasn't any fun. Yeah, and I drank. When I met her, I didn't drink at all. And I just did it because she liked to do it and it was fun to do together. But it wasn't something to do alone, really. And we just felt like we found like just a great rhythm, and we were both really, really happy. We were talking more, and it was great. We were really, really, really happy. And Saturday night, I think, was the first night that she had, a few glasses of wine. And she didn't feel great Sunday, but she really enjoyed just being kind of out and relaxing a little bit.
When you say out, did you guys do something?
We went to the parents of the of Jackson's friend Max. Their names are Dottie and Rob.
Dottie and
Rob.
Rob.
And then I'm sorry, I don't remember their last name. I don't know. But anyway, we stayed over there and just socialized. And since her surgery, she hadn't really been out and doing anything. Nothing had really appealed to her. And she
How bad is it, Erin? I can hear them clearly now. I can see, I can hear clearly now. The audio's done. It's fine for me, Erin. So I can hear it. And I'm at my max. Yeah, I'm at my max on everything. But I can hear them clearly. Not bragging though.
She hadn't had the energy, and so we did that, and it was really fun.
So you were at their home?
Ah,
Do
okay,
you
I'm
know
with you.
about where that is, or a road, or?
He lived right off Michigan,
I'm
between
with you, Taco.
not quite after. I think it's after Blankner, a couple of blocks, so a couple of blocks east of Mills, off Michigan.
Happy days, Chris.
Again, I would have to.
Do you know how late you stayed?
Yeah, I think we were there till around midnight.
And then Jackson stayed with Max?
Mm-hmm.
Did you go out anywhere after that?
Mm-hmm. Came straight home. We haven't, since her surgery, we haven't been able to have sex. And she wanted to try that night, so we did. And we had a little bit of time to ourselves. We had a great weekend with Jackson. She took a little time, or that she's in a slower period of work at the moment because a lot of her work comes at the end of the month, when books close in the first week, that kind of thing. So she's just, this is the first middle of the month slow period she's felt well enough to really enjoy herself. And the break we had to take because of the show was perfect, because she was so sick for most of March that she wouldn't have wanted people around anyway. It just seemed like everything was coming together, and has been anxious to get the house done, but she also wanted to be on the show really bad and do it up. So it just felt like the first time in a while that all the stars had really aligned.
Yeah. When you said she hasn't been able to have sex since the surgery, and so the first time you tried was Saturday night, is it fair to say that went smoothly? It was fine, or did not work? Did not happen for her?
It went well for her, and we tried again the next day, and it went even better for her. And she felt like she had the first. It worked so hard. Yeah, so much pain.
She wasn't
It
experiencing
just felt
pain.
like she had. It just felt like she had the first release, and just like relaxing, like moment in months and months, and that made me feel good because I felt like, that's, I'm fulfilling my role, and I just think we just came together.
So you had sex Saturday and Sunday, and there's no issues as far as.
She was at the end of her period, and it was messy. It was very messy.
Okay, so that's important. I was waiting to hear that. So his line's always been that the blood that they find is because they had sex and she was on a period or finishing off a period. So this is when it comes in. So I'm not sure what it means, but he's justifying the mess. Well, the thing is, they never found any mess. I don't think blood and stuff at the time. Anyway,
That was, other than that, that was.
What do you mean
that was
messy?
She was still bleeding.
Okay. So are you saying that blood is got somewhere?
I understand the gravity of the question, and at the same time, um, it did get on the bedspread, and it did get on the side of the bed.
Which side of the bed?
The left-hand side as you face it.
As you face the end of the bed? Where on the left-hand side?
Everywhere on the bedspread, on the sheet. Um,
So is there something covering that up now or no?
We changed the sheets.
You changed the sheets? Okay. And what day was that?
Monday after Jackson went to school.
So I think he's saying it was Peter blood, but they're saying no, it was her blood, from the stains of what you can visually see from yesterday. So I don't think he lived a double life, Erin. I think it's another trial you might be thinking of.
So those have already been washed, or you put them back on the bed, or what happened?
Those are washed.
Those are washed. Are they back in the bed now, or are they folded somewhere?
They're folded. We put a new set.
A new set. Okay. So there shouldn't be blood on the bed now, or is there?
There shouldn't be. She was bleeding when I brought her out of the tub. Brought her into the living area and set her down. I didn't know how bad she was injured. I had to hold
Maybe it was. Maybe I
bleeding.
misinterpreted it.
I tried to wake up, and when I picked her up, when I pulled her, she bled more. I tried to sit her up. She had at first I tried to do CPR. She was still she had water, and when I pushed her, blood came out, water came out, and she was
Yeah.
bleeding.
Oh, there is that. I said that at the start. Sorry, I did say that. There's an article that he was seen other men. Yes. Pissed my socialist steps enough today. What do you do, Jonathan?
The side of her face.
Okay.
I wiped her off. I tried to clean. I tried to open it. It was
Sounds like you tried. Okay. We'll get to that. We'll get to that, David. The rest of Sunday. So she's at the end of her period. I understand. So you were saying there was some blood there.
I would guess there is blood there. I would guess there is. I would guess there is still. We picked up the sheets and we wiped it off, but we didn't.
Okay. But was she? But I imagine as a woman, as we are at the end of your period, you're wearing normally to bed you wear like underwear and a pad or tampon, etc. So if she's at the end of her period, she should still be.
This was during sex, is what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying after that. They're like when you're not
Definitely
having
was.
sex and you're in bed,
Correct.
you'd have like underwear and a pad on, tampon, whatever.
Correct.
So you don't bleed in bed all the time or bleed in
Oh
your
no,
clothes or
absolutely,
whatever. So
absolutely.
normally you'd have some sort of feminine protection on if you're not having sex.
We normally
Is
put
that
a
fair?
towel, yeah, and we normally put a towel
Down, yeah.
down.
As a lot of
we
couples
try to
do.
do. That's
Mhm.
for me. So we don't have to clean that up.
Mhm.
But we ended up getting everything.
Okay. So
Jonathan.
Sunday, Jackson's still
She was
coming
livid.
home.
She was livid. She couldn't get a hold of Dottie. So answering her phone. She's not, responding.
She couldn't get a hold of Dottie to bring him home, or what?
They had made kind of a loose arrangement. We only have Jackson half the time, so it's kind of for us, we're happy that he wants to do a sleepover and go, but we really want to get him back and
No.
enjoy the day with him.
You're right,
They
they would.
back as soon as possible. She didn't know what their plans were. She knew they were planning on going to Universal. She was worried that he was going to want to do that, and then he wasn't going to come home until 5 or 6 or 7, and we were going to go a couple days without seeing him, and then school was starting again. So she was a little bit excited about that, and that was it. But we had the whole morning to ourselves, so we tried again, and she had, as I said, the kind of quality experience that she needs. That's who she is.
So you spent Sunday together.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you go anywhere?
No, they went to, so she ultimately couldn't get a hold of them, so she just went over there. She got Jackson and his stuff. It was cordial. They were just playing in a neighborhood. But I think they went after that to Publix to get some food. They came back, and we just did a family day in the pool. And
So you didn't go with her, she went to get him. Did you stay at the house or did you go somewhere else?
I stayed at the house.
Okay. And which Publix did she go to?
I believe the one we always go to at it's Orange Avenue, but there's a name for the plaza there.
Orange and Hemlock or?
It's the one just off of Michigan on Orange, but there's a name for it. South. I'll think of it, but the name of that plaza is called South something.
What time would she have been at Publix? Range?
I bet that she left around 12:30. I bet that she got out of Bob and Dottie's around 1:30, and I think they got back around 2:30. It's a little bit of a guess, but it's directionally very, very close.
And so when she comes home Sunday, it's you, Jackson, and Shanti, and you just stay at home and have a pool get together?
We only have them every other Sunday. It's our family day, and we do like to have an early meal, watch a movie, and if the weather's nice, get the dogs outside and do something fun.
Is that kind of what you did?
That's exactly what we did. Yeah.
Did anybody come over?
No.
Okay. And so Jackson would have obviously been with you guys Sunday night, and then anything unusual happened Sunday night, everything good?
Perfect.
Okay. Is she having any sort of issues at all?
I thought that as well, Erin.
She hasn't found since the appendectomy a diet that she can eat regularly and feel good.
Okay.
She has a nauseous, watery bile vomit after she eats, and that's been going on. And I know that she wasn't feeling well. Her period. I hate to keep talking about this, but this is the level of detail that we're at. Was extremely painful. Her stomach pain from the appendectomy is multiplied several times during her period. And they told her, they warned her that your first 2 or 3 periods after the surgery will be brutal. And they have been. But like I say, it felt like we were just coming down off of that. We got a bunch of information that we wanted. She had closed a couple things with her job that had been bugging her, that had been nagging her. Like I said, it's the first time I felt since the surgery itself that we were really not for any disagreeability between us, but just the first time we'd had a break. Everything had come together, and that she was feeling better.
So it has been somewhat tense living like that and going through everything you guys have been going through, plus her medical, plus she's trying to work and bring money in. She's got stress at work. So it's been, I guess, fair to say tense, but things starting to line up.
I just would say that we've been anxious to get it lined up. Excuse me, I had a thought. We have the renovation paid for. We have the money for the renovation in savings ready to go. We did a calculation on Saturday, I think it was. We think we probably have, with the help that we'll get from the show, another 150 on our part to finish it. We have that money sitting there, and we have enough money on top of that to start the business that we want to start on that.
To flip houses.
And at that point, we don't have a mortgage. We have a fully renovated 5,000 square foot home in the neighborhood we want to live in, with a yard and a pool. That's just what we've always wanted.
Dream come true.
So there's no way we could ever move and find that. We bought a house that we knew we probably would renovate to some degree because of the location and the zoning and everything that it did.
So Do you recall Sunday night about what time everybody goes to sleep since you're all
We
in
go
the
to bed
same
early
room?
on school nights, so
Okay.
8:30 we're winding down. 9 o'clock lights are low. I think I took a shower at that time while they were, getting into bed. I remember kissing them goodnight. You know,
Okay, tell me about Monday morning.
um, Monday morning we were excited because of what we had talked about on Sunday with the show. Shanti's a planner, so we wanted to put together a spreadsheet of all the potential um, vendors and what we were calling trade outs that we could get for the house. Keith had asked us to prioritize what our most important ones were. So I spent the day doing that. She spent the day, very, very light work day. She took a walk for the first day in. She used to like to take a walk, every other morning. It's the first time she's been able to do it since the surgery.
So she took a walk Monday morning?
Mhm.
Okay. Which way did where did she go? Like, did she go far?
She just does a circuit down Delaney Avenue and kind of up to like Davis and back.
Delaney to Lake Davis. Okay, so you're working on the computer. She gets up and does this walk. What time? Does she take Jackson to school? Or?
She always takes Jackson to school when she's feeling up to it, and she picks him up when she's feeling up to it and she's not busy.
What time does he have to be there?
He leaves around 8:10.
8:10. Is so. I don't know where Blankner is exactly. Is it close, or does she drive?
Oh, I just remember that was our whole reason for wanting to live in this spot. It's just up to Delaney, 2 blocks to Kaylee.
Does she walk in there, or does she drive in?
Drives in.
She drives in. Okay. So she would have done that, or she did do that Monday morning. Okay. Did you go or home? No. So she runs him to school and then goes on her walk, or the other way around?
Yeah, no, nothing happens until we take Jackson to school,
Okay.
and then she
And then she goes for a
What
walk.
I'm saying is she had some breathing room normally when she's in her busy phase for work. She's on the phone when she comes back, and she's on the phone until dinner. But
It's the end of the month, that whole thing.
yeah, in this thing, she comes home, she's relaxed, she's a night's sleep, and she has the time to go to a walk, and then we strategize. I showed her the list that I was working on. I think I worked on it until 2 or 3, and then I exercised the dogs, and she went to get Jackson.
2 to 3 p.m. Okay. And then you took the dogs out to go for a walk?
I did take them for the walk, and our dogs swim in the pool almost every day.
Okay.
So I take them in to do that. We usually spend 45 minutes or an hour. And I think after school that day, Jackson was also out there throwing a frisbee around as well.
She picked up him with Jackson what time Monday?
I don't know exactly. I would say it was earlier than 4:30. I would guess it was probably around 4. She had to go to the post office. She had to get. She picks up checks from her mailbox. She went to the bank.
She picked up what? Jackson.
Her
Post office, you said. Bank.
her clients. She bills her. She does all her work remote. Her clients send her checks. She goes to the bank, to the post office to pick them up. She has a PO box there. Cashes the checks, deposits them. Goes to get Jackson. I think they, if I'm not mistaken, I think they might have started to get something that day as well. But I think they got home around 4:30, and I think she left around 3:30. So I don't know exactly
Do you
when in
remember
there she
if-
picked him up.
Do you remember if you were home when they got home, or
I was.
you were there with the dogs?
I definitely was, yeah.
Okay, so tell me about Monday night. What happened? What do you guys do? Does he go to his dad's, or?
Monday night is Jim's first night in his new job, or his first day in his new job. And so he ended up picking Jackson up early. I think Jackson was only there a very short time. And so they went upstairs to work on his homework. And then we get a text from Jim that he's coming shortly or is on the way.
Mhm.
And they came downstairs, and Jim, as I said, always would just pull into the end of the driveway, and Jackson would come meet him, and we would walk him down there. Shanti would normally do it, sometimes not.
So do you recall what happened Monday night, if that was you and Jim or
Yes, I think that's the wrong chat, Chris. I think you meant that into another chat, I think. Sea swept ain't here.
Shanti and Jackson? Did you do it? Did you
Yeah,
all
I was
do
in
it?
the pool with the dogs when,
You were in the
when
pool
he
with the
came.
dogs.
And I know because Jim has a loud truck, and I heard it. It was outside.
What kind of truck does he drive?
A white Toyota Tundra.
And when you say it's loud, is that exhaust or what is it?
An aftermarket exhaust.
Aftermarket?
Yeah.
She's in another stream, in another chat. She's in here.
It's meant to be loud. It's not. When I was a kid, your muffler would go out and it would just be loud. This is intentionally loud.
So you heard him arrive?
Oh, good. Don't worry, Chris. I just wanted to,
So
wrong
I was with him sometime
chat.
in early evening or
In case you were like, oh, where's Sea Swept? Why is she not responding?
late
It was
afternoon.
early. Six is used to be the normal pickup time,
Mhm.
and I think he was there shortly after 5. So
5 p.m.-ish. Okay. All right. And then do you guys go anywhere, do anything, or you stay home?
we made dinner.
Oh, good.
That night. And,
So that would have been Monday night. Did you watch TV?
did
Any idea what?
American Idol.
Okay.
We had okay, so I remember she picked up Pizza Hut. One of the things she's been eating a lot of.
She's able to eat. She's able to eat that.
She's able to enjoy it more than most of the things that are available to her. She didn't feel well after she ate it. Since last night.
Did she get sick?
She had the same nauseous vomiting. Nothing really came up. But,
Nothing came up.
but
Okay.
bile and kind of clear fluids. That there felt like shit was coming, but nothing ever came. I sat with her. We watched a couple of episodes. We were getting ready to go to bed at midnight, and she said her stomach hurt so bad that she wanted to just sit because she felt like she was going to throw it. So I sat with her for an hour or so.
And so you were awake past midnight?
Mm-hmm. We were up late last night, yeah.
And when you're watching television, is that in the same room you sleep in or downstairs in the other garage?
In the same room we sleep in.
Okay, that large television there. So you stayed up till how late, do you think?
I think we turned the TV off around midnight, or shortly thereafter, but we stayed up she was just sitting in the bathroom because she felt like she was going to be sick.
She was sitting in the bathroom?
We were sitting, I think with I was sitting on the floor
Underneath it's all good.
to the door.
You were in there with her?
So we sleep separately most of the time. She has
Nuts.
really severe sleep apnea. One of the other things with the appendectomy and the nausea and all the stuff that has come after the surgery is her sleep. Many times her sleeping has been difficult.
Does she, when you say she sleep apnea, does she stop breathing? Does she snore? Does she have a CPAP? What do you?
All of the above. She has a CPAP, but she doesn't use it because she can't sleep with it. It keeps her awake. So she sleeps without it. But she snores a lot and she wakes up frequently.
So where would you sleep?
I sleep downstairs.
And where is that?
Downstairs on the couch.
In the garage area?
Especially when Jackson's there, it just gives them a little more privacy, and it doesn't really change. When he's there, we're just there for him. So
Okay, so you wake up Tuesday morning and you're in the garage on the couch?
mhm.
Is that what your recollection is? Okay. What time did you get up?
I woke up before 7,
Before 7?
maybe 6:45 or so.
Okay, and what do you do?
Tuesday's garbage day, so and we got a ton of rain the night before, so I went outside. I can't remember exactly what I was doing in the courtyard. The pool was full of leaves from the magnolia, and I cleaned the pool out. Took the dogs out.
Did the dog stay there in the room, same room with you the night before?
Mhm.
Okay. All right. What next?
She had said, I don't, I don't think either one of us had really, gone to sleep much before 2 the night before. So she said she was going to try to sleep in a little bit. So I usually wait for her to come down. She came down after 7 o'clock, probably almost 7:30. She hadn't been awake very long. She had a cigarette. She said she wasn't feeling very well.
Was she smoking it?
Pardon me?
Was she smoking a cigarette?
Correct.
What does she smoke? What kind?
American Spirit menthols.
Do you smoke?
I occasionally smoke. And again, it's kind of a social thing to do with her. And she works hard. She works all the time, and so she'll come down, sit on the porch, have a cigarette. And if I'm in the garage from there, she says, "Come sit with me, talk to me." And that would normally be, just kind of a social thing that we would do together. But I used to smoke when I was younger, but I don't smoke regularly now. I don't buy packages.
You'll once in a while what?
Share one or bum one.
So when she came down, did she come down into the garage where you were, or out by the pool, or where?
We sat. No, she always smokes outside. She never smokes indoors.
Okay.
So, she sat down where she always sits,
Which
on
is?
the edge of the little outdoor. I was going to call it a chase, but it's just a little. It's the brown wicker with the beige cushions that you see just on the other side of the grill.
Okay.
And she had chipped her tooth the day before, and she had made a dentist appointment for this morning, but she said she wasn't sure if she wanted to go because she didn't feel good and she didn't want to have anesthesia and all of that.
Who's your dentist?
That was the other issue. She was looking for a new dentist. She wasn't happy with the one that she had. She's been going to this place called Greenberg Dental.
Is that where she made the appointment?
Correct. And she had asked me the day before. I've gone to a holistic dentist a few times here, and she's had a lot of problems with her teeth, and she was thinking that maybe she would want to get a new dentist and not do the traditional root canal. She was afraid she was going to have a root canal because she already had a crown.
Which tooth chipped?
Back, molar, I believe it was probably the upper left. She said it was uncomfortable.
Hello, the think tank.
My finger over it. Just
Welcome, think tank. So for those that don't know, Think Tank does streams, and that's the one that Perry told us about last night. Um, so, uh, so I was just doing two things here. So yeah, so I went over to visit yesterday. I've invited a Think Tank onto the channel whenever she wants to come over. So please go over and subscribe to her. She covers trials and she does breakdowns and things like that. Um, so yeah, and also obviously Meki Teki sometimes on there. We love Meki Teki and love Shauna, love Perry. So thanks for popping in, Think Tank. So I was in a world of my own just now. Um, hello Emma. Hi Em, you're right. Sorry, it's just been announced um, that Alex Murdoch gets a retrial hearing. So he's getting a retrial hearing in Murdoch case amid jury tampering allegations. So I just looked it up because obviously I need a VPN. Um, so the South Carolina Court of Appeals has remanded the Murdoch murder case back to Circuit Court for a hearing on Murdoch's claim of jury tampering by Rebecca Hill. Chief Judge H. Bruce Williams signed an order Tuesday morning granting Murdoch's attorney's motion to place his pending appeal on hold and send the case back to Circuit Court so Murdoch can move for a retrial. Okay. Um, Murdoch's defense lawyers on September 5th filed a bombshell motion. Yes, they did. Um, so there we are. It's a developing story. So just wanted you guys to know that that is now happening. That there's been now a hearing coming up. Um, did I say when? I don't know, but something that obviously um, would want to do to look at, and I thought that you would want. Um, so this, Chris, you saying a retrial? This this would be an absolute new trial, like the first trial. So I don't know. We'll see. Um, Sorry that I missed chat because I was literally going into this, watching this. That's why I missed everybody. So everyone's welcome in the Think Tank. Happy days, Emma. Welcome back. Um, Makes sense, Nunia. I haven't been watching his Rudolph replay. I watched the entire trial for the first time. And yeah, although I got my Erin Hack. You got loads of stuff on that. So the Rudolph trial, yes, was a very good trial. You talk about Rudolph trial. This is what his family sent me. Oh, damn you! Hang on, his family sent me the jersey, the t-shirt. So the t-shirt that they were wearing on the results, the verdicts were these, and the family sent me one, which is lovely of them to do that. And also, I got a signed Travis Rudolph card as well. So yeah, so that's interesting. Um, no worries at all. Thanks for popping in. Sarah Pierce still in Dylan's bad books. She is. She's not. She told me to leave it up, Emma. Just sub. Thanks, Sarah. Erin Hack never heard about the case. It's a great trial. Yeah, good. I think it's inside. Well, no, I'll take it down when she tells me to take it down. I did nothing. I've done nothing wrong. They shouldn't allow to financial be. Yes, I agree. Retrial. Yes, think tank retrial for the deaths. So it's for the murder charges. So he's already appealing it. But that's now on hold because now they're going back to the jury tampering stuff. But it's a jury tampering for Rebecca Hill for the murder case. So this could get interesting. This is a hearing to see if he will get a retrial, but I'm tipping that he will end up getting one. So he's got two hearings. One that they just dismiss that trial and start again, or he gets a retrial because two hearings potentially. The retrial is based on other stuff. I think, and this one's just based on the jury tampering stuff. So the appeal for his retrial is now on hold. It's officially on hold. But we'll see. On the Rudolph trial was wild. He was wild. Nice. It is nice. Loving the shirt. Thank you very much, Joe. That was nice of them. That was lovely of them. He hasn't been tried for financial crimes yet. No, but he's pleaded guilty to some of them, hasn't he? Get Travis on his. I tried. He's doesn't respond to me. I did try though. I tried to go through his family and everything. I just don't think he wants to. I don't think he wants to put anything wrong out there. Nice, cool. Erin, I said yesterday I didn't want to talk. No, sorry, let everyone know I was in a bad mood. Yeah, but you could tell I could take it down though, Sarah. You know that. You tell me to take it down. Oh, he was amazing. His rapping and stuff was amazing. Hugh, this is for the murder trial. She was sweet. She was sweet. Okay, fine. I could take it down. So she's asked me to take it down. I've taken it down. You see, I do listen. Yes, exactly. Gotcha. Same here. I'll be all over as well. I think we all were. So there we are. We might be able to cover something together on a think tank. Yeah, big Murdoch's the whole reason I started streaming. So just when I was talking to the think tank. Thanks for clarifying that. If he's back in front of Newman, he won't get. I don't think he is. I don't think he can be. I don't think he can be. But hey, this is South Carolina, isn't it? So, oh yeah, 100%. Well, Eric Bland's gonna be all over it. His dick's gonna be all over the place. Jizzing everywhere. He loves this kind of stuff. I get it. Travis moving on. I have not seen him do any interviews at all since. No, he's actually playing football again. So that's what he's doing. So he wants to get away from it. A guilty plea would involve a jury. Uh, it would, because are you talking about Murdoch now? Guilty plea would involve a jury. I don't know what you mean there, Nunia. Are you talking about Murdoch? If you are, then it would involve a jury. But I'm not sure if you do mean that or not. Anyway, all of you, please, when you get a chance, go over to the think tank. We'll put your link in your think tank, because you were very kind and generous to tell people to come and sub to me last night. So I'll do the same to you. So thank you very much. Yes, hopefully we can do something in the future, when it fits us all. So, right, let's get back to this trial then. It's a long one, I think.
Show me how rough it was.
Does she have a root canal there now?
She doesn't have a root canal there now. She said she had a crown, and she said the doctor told her last time that if she didn't fix the crown, replace it with a new crown, and it cracked, there wouldn't be any tooth there for her. And she was upset because now she felt like they were going to have to drill in and do something more severe, and she was still in a lot of pain from the surgery.
Right, I think what you mean is a guilty plea wouldn't involve a jury. So the tampering does, because apparently the juror they dismissed was going to vote not guilty. So is that kind of, and Becky was tampering with the jury, saying things to make them vote guilty. So that's what it's all about. I know not that I didn't like, but apparently everyone loves him. Happy days. We'll sort something out then. We'll sort something out, think tank. Already subbed to think tank. There we are. Happy days. Happy days, guys. Appreciate you for that. Right. I think tank. Apparently you're from Indiana. Apparently you're from Indiana. Someone told me. If you are, then I'm the Colts. I got the Colts here somewhere. So Indiana, not Indianapolis Colts.
She didn't really want to go through oral surgery.
Right. So how did it crack? Did she tell you?
She ate. It was while she was eating lunch. She was eating tacos.
On what day?
Tacos? She was eating Darren tacos? Erin tacos?
And she felt it crack?
Yeah, she spit it. She came down and goes, "My tooth is cracked." And she
Had it in her hand?
Oh, someone said you're from Indiana. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I think he was actually Perry. You said it.
It was while she was eating lunch, and then she called right away to see if she could get in the next day.
But then what time was the appointment for?
10.
10 a.m.?
Mhm.
And she decided she
We're up
didn't
a little
want to
bit.
go, or what she do?
So that's the time that we really talked about it. So she went back.
So 1.25 now, guys.
And she came back. Said she was tired. She said she might sleep a little bit more. And tried to decide if she wanted
Oh.
to go or not.
Yeah, we confused each other
I
there.
was downstairs and I was just feeding the dogs. You know, just,
Yeah, he pleaded guilty.
And she came out again.
I'm surprised he pleaded guilty. Yeah.
She came down again, and what happened?
And
River.
I've thought about it. I'm trying to think exactly what time it is, but I don't know exactly.
That's over my head, you see.
9:15. And the reason I know that is
I'm
just
not the think
that,
tank.
I'm not sure if I'm going to go to the appointment yet or not. But I'm going to get cleaned up and ready to go, and I'll let you know. And I said I'm going to take the dogs for a walk. I said, I'm sorry. I said I'm going to go for a walk. And she said, okay, see you when I get back. I'll go. And
Did you take the dogs for a walk
I went for a walk
by yourself?
by myself.
And where'd you go?
I went around Liquid Students and I went to Orange.
Little
Yeah,
Summer?
I know what you
I
mean.
went around like Copeland and went down to the Summer.
We're on it as well.
And then where?
We're probably covering exactly the same cases for everything, so we're all
She
on
was
it.
at
Don't
Orange
worry.
Yankee and then Davis and then
And you think you did that about 9:15?
I left a few minutes later. I left early at 9:25 or so. I had to fed the dogs and I only get a chance to do that once a week or so. And we're just going to take a slow, easy day.
Okay, so how long do you think you will?
I came back. It's at least an hour. It's probably 10:35, 10:45 would be real close.
Okay.
And both cars were still there, so I assumed that meant that she had decided not to go.
Which cars?
Both of our cars,
Which are?
Toyota RAV and Lexus RX 330.
Toyota
RAV4.
RAV4, what color?
White.
And then you said a Lexus
RX 330.
RX 330, what color?
White.
Okay, so both cars are there, so you assume she didn't go to the dentist?
Right.
Okay,
She couldn't have gotten back in 40
an hour?
minutes for
Seriously?
Crown.
Mhm.
So I told her earlier that I was going to take the dogs to the park. I take them to Park of Americas to let them run with this week.
Park of Americas
He admitted about the dentist stuff as well.
on Andes?
Right.
Okay.
He sort of covers
You
that
told her
then.
you were going to do that? Which vehicle's yours?
She drives. The Lexus is technically titled in my name, and the RAV she's had for a long time, but she doesn't drive the RAV anymore. She only drives the Lexus. And we basically only use the RAV when we have the dogs or we're doing something else. So I took the dogs for a short walk. I did a couple things around. I was thinking about the stairway, and I went inside. I did a couple measurements for the stairway. I walked the dogs just around the block to give them a chance to go to the bathroom.
This is after your walk.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you took measurements in the main house?
Mm-hmm.
Did you write those down anywhere?
Yeah, we have some 2x4s, and we have a couple of tape measures up, and we're just basically trying to look the geometry out of on the stairs. We're looking at pictures. We got a quote last week from a company that we thought was way too high, but we're just trying to distill from that what we could have our carpenters build on their own.
So when you say you went in the main house to take measurements for the stairway, what did you do exactly?
Took tape measure that's sitting on the floor in there.
I got you.
To see where the rise would start the stairs. Her office starts right at the entryway, and we were trying to decide how much distance we would need. The stairs we want to start a little close. So we were adjusting the numbers as far as the tread widths and the rise of the stairs to see how quickly we could get to the landing. So we could have this kind of panoramic glass railing at the top of it. So I had some ideas about that, and I just wanted to see how much room that left us between the doors. It was perfect. It was exactly what she and I had talked about the day before. And then I put the dogs in the car and took them to Park Americas.
Which vehicle?
Toyota. Ram.
And you took them to Park of Americas about what time?
So 11:45.
He speaks for 6 hours.
I think it's before noon.
Okay. Did you eat breakfast?
All I had was I make a smoothie, so I drank a smoothie.
So you had to go in the house and go upstairs to do that?
I went in I don't usually bother Shanti during the day when she's working. She usually comes down and she wants to eat or smoke or take a break. She's usually on the phone or working, so I tend not to go up there during the day. But I came in, I grabbed a couple of waters, packed up the dogs, and went because I knew that if she did have a busy afternoon, I was going to have to pick up Jackson. And she wanted me to get there.
See you think, Tank. No worries.
We needed
Thanks
to-
for popping in.
So
See you
where are
soon.
the waters and how do you make your smoothie? Where is all that stuff?
It's in the breezeway. We have 2 fridges downstairs. One fridge is in the breezeway. The smoothie's all pre-made. There are mason jars in there.
No worries. Enjoy the work.
When you got water and a smoothie, that's outside in the breezeway? In the fridges?
I got a glass that was in the garage, and I brought the bottle of smoothie.
Oh, blood drawn.
And poured it.
So you didn't have to go upstairs or you didn't go upstairs?
I didn't go upstairs.
You didn't go upstairs. Okay. All right. So you leave approximately 11:45. Take the dogs in the white Toyota RAV4 to the Park of Americas on Andes. So far? Okay. Do you holler up, text her, tell her they're leaving? Any communication?
I didn't.
You didn't? So you're assuming she's home because the car's there, and you had already mentioned you were going to do this, so you did not communicate about that you were leaving.
No, she knew.
She knew. So in your mind, she's there. You don't say anything about, I'm heading out, I'll be back before Jackson needs to be picked up. Is there any communication on your phone with her while you're gone? No?
No.
When was the last time you had telephone, text, on any Facebook, any sort of communication via phone with Shanti?
The day before when she told me Jim was coming early to get Jackson.
So would that have been a phone call or a text?
Around 3, between 3 and 4, that Jim was coming early.
Jim was coming early?
And that helps figure out when she left because I want to say that
There's
was
no
shortly
technical. It's still
Introduction
going,
to
so it hasn't
that.
said really.
Still getting?
Mhm.
So the last communication in any way on the phone would have been Monday
Mhm.
when that communication occurred. And other than that, you would have been pretty much together.
We're together all the time. So
Okay. All right.
This is
So
hard because now I'm concerned that she wasn't okay when I left.
now you're concerned she wasn't okay when you left?
Talking about it's hard because you're asking me if we communicated and we were pretty efficient in the morning. She tells me, what she's got planned for the day. I tell her what I have planned. We work on it. We do our little morning strategy session, and then it's who's going to pick up Jackson and what time. So we race through our day to some degree to make sure that we get everything done. And I wish I would have taken the time to check on her.
Okay. So you think you made it to the park before noon or after?
Just shortly after.
Is anyone with you?
Just
Just the dogs? Okay. Do you see anyone at the park that you know?
I don't. Only a couple cars in the parking lot. I have 2 dogs, so I typically look. There's a large dog area which is forested, and it's pretty gnarly. But there's a lot of unstable dogs, and there's almost always.
Say an hour,
And there's a small dog area.
50 minutes
So
now. Oh,
I
my
tend
ball
to
sack.
leave the
Fuck.
dogs there if there's nobody around a lot of times, that's another reason for going that time of day. Is there's usually very few people there. But there's a big field off of that between a little reservoir. I think it's a lake. It's just a little reservoir with a walkway around it. And there's a big field between the playground to the lake and the small dog park. And that's where I bring Charlie and Dolly.
Okay. And so you kind of let them run, do their thing, enjoy the park. How long do you think you were there?
We were working pretty hard. I think it was an hour and 45 minutes because I don't think I got home until 2.
Did you have communication on your phone with anyone in that hour and 45 minutes?
No.
Did you text anyone, call anyone? Were you on Facebook, commenting, liking, posting?
Didn't do that.
You don't do that? Okay. So you don't think you, was your phone with you?
I take a blue, I have a little blue cooler bag, and I could just leave the phone in there, but I didn't text or call anybody.
I missed that. You said you have a blue cooler bag?
When I go, I take all my personal belongings and I put them in there. So I put the water bottle in there, I put the keys in there when I'm out in the park with the dogs,
Gotcha.
and my phone, and I usually bring a treat for the dogs,
Okay.
reward treats for the dogs, their frisbees. Sometimes I take a big shoulder bag with some other stuff for them.
So you took your phone, but you didn't call, text, or do anything online? Emails? Anything at all?
Mm.
Okay. I don't know if I asked you this earlier. Is there a code for your phone?
No.
There's not a pattern or any sort of lock on it? No? Okay. Do you receive any calls while you're there?
No.
Okay. So you're pretty much just focused on what you're doing with the dogs?
Yeah, and I'm just checking to see. It's just to see if Shanti calls me or if there's something, urgent, just so I can be reached. But yeah, I'm not that.
Because if she needs you to come back for any reason to go get her son, so you're
Yeah.
checking, but she's not communicating that
Correct.
that is necessary for you to do? That you need to go home or come back earlier?
Yeah, if she's good, I'm good. That's what I'm saying. If I'm not hearing anything, I'm not. She knows where I'm at, and there's no.
Okay.
at that point,
So
there's
she
no
didn't
reasons.
reach out to you?
No.
Okay. And so you think you got home about what time?
2 o'clock,
2 p.m.? Okay.
2:15. Be very close to me.
Okay. And what's the first thing you do when you get home?
I put the dogs in
Hmm.
the kennel. I feed them. And Sunday I had moved a couple of plants, and I went out to check on them because it rained really, really hard last night. The bougainvillea in the driveway was, when it rains heavy like that, it sags down so you can't drive in. So I took a cool brush on the end of a pole and I push it back to get it back up and kind of locked in. We have construction starting in a couple of weeks, so I'm cleaning the courtyard in front of the greenhouse. I cleaned up some of the bougainvillea that I trimmed, put them in a waste basket. I put the pool pump on. I cleaned the pool out again, full of leaves, and scrubbed it.
So you cleaned the pool twice and you fed the dogs twice? You fed them in the morning and you fed them again when you got home?
Mm-hmm.
And you cleaned the pool when you woke up and you cleaned it again when you got home?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else?
As I said, I worked in the yard. I worked in the driveway, which is what we call the courtyard.
Anybody come by?
No,
Mailman, delivery folks? Friends, neighbors? No? Anyone came over?
No.
Okay. So you're out in front by that dumpster? Is that the courtyard?
yeah, back where we park, back
Oh,
in front of the garage door,
In front of That's the
where
courtyard.
the greenhouse in that
And when you
area.
said you were cleaning the courtyard, what are your call doing?
There was a bunch of wood that some 2x4s that had been sitting out there, and some pieces of plywood that I had moved when it started raining, and there were a bunch of leaves that had fallen from the trees behind, not from ours, but from the other side of the wall, basically our neighbor back then. So I had swept that up I had done some of that on Sunday, and I did probably another 20 or 30 minutes of that around the greenhouse, in front of the vehicles, back by the pallets. We were going to move the greenhouse so we could put a lumber pile in with the framing back there, and I was trying to figure out where I was going to move everything.
Okay. So you think you worked in the yard until how many minutes do you believe that was, or hours?
I would say less than an hour, but close, but more than 45 minutes to an hour, somewhere in there.
So you're closer to 3-ish?
I think it's after 3.
Okay. And then what do you do?
That's all that I can remember until I went upstairs to see when we were going to pick up Jackson.
Okay. So normally you pick up Jackson about 3,
4:30, between 4 and 4:30.
4 to 4:30. Okay.
A babysitter
I was
then.
just checking. I was going, since I'd had the dogs. Normally what I do after that is we put them in the pool for a few minutes to get the fleas off them from the park. And if I was just going to check if she wanted me to go get Jackson, if she doesn't have anything going on, like today, I was thinking she'll probably want me to go early. We can have some more time with him. I didn't know what time Jim was planning on coming to get him. He came early the night before, so we didn't get much time with him.
So Jim would have had him what days? Monday, Tuesday?
We alternate weekends, and then during the week we go 2, 3. So we have him 12 days. We see him at least after school 12 days in a row, and then Jim has him on an exclusive weekend. Then every day during the week we pick him up after school.
Okay.
And if Shanti's busy, sometimes we will wait until 4 to 4:30, and if Shanti's not busy, we like to get him a little earlier than that. But he likes to stay and be with his friends for at least 30 or 40 minutes. It's
Does he
usually
have
from
an
3:30 and 4:30.
Does he have an after school program, or is he just
It's
sitting there
called
waiting?
aftercare with YMCA.
Oh, aftercare.
Yeah, it's a structure.
Okay. So about 3-ish, 3:15-ish, you go upstairs to find out what the plan is to pick up Jackson, right? Is that accurate? Okay. 3 to 3:15. Okay. And what happens when you enter the home? Is anything unusual when you enter the garage apartment?
So I could hear the water is running, but it's not running. It's not like the sound of a shower running. It's just it's trickling out of the spout, which is weird because the only time that she does that is if she's going to take a shower. She would do that to heat the water heaters affixed to the outside of the main house, so it's a long run to get up to that bathroom. It takes a couple minutes, so she normally turns it on, then gets undressed, gets her clothes, does a few things, and then jumps in after it's hot and steamy. But I don't see her, and so we always, when we step in, we always say hello. We're at the bottom of the stairs, so I listen because if she's on the phone with a work call, I don't announce myself. I just walk upstairs. I didn't hear her, and I could hear the water. I couldn't hear her. I was something was wrong. That's when I went to the bathroom, and that's when I saw her.
Because you heard the water and didn't hear her, you felt something was wrong?
I went upstairs. I don't hear her talking on the phone, so I say hello. I don't hear anything back. I can hear water running. She's not saying anything. Doesn't seem right. Sometimes it is hard if you have the water running to hear somebody out there. So that was my assumption
Okay, so it's one room. You don't see her?
until I
Is that
get to the
what
bathroom.
Okay. Is the bathroom door open or closed? Open. Okay, and so you walk toward the water that you're hearing?
Yeah, I look into the bathroom.
Okay, the door's open, and what happens? What do you see?
I see her laying with her head in the right-hand corner. The water is running, but I don't think the drain is closed because if it was, it would be going over, right? So the water's like half full. She's submerged partially, but she's also partially not submerged, and one of her legs is kind of sticking up and out a little bit, and it's just extremely awful, and it doesn't look natural. Obviously, she fell or something happened, and I tried to pick her up, turned the water off. I tried to pick her up. She's stiff. It's hard.
She's stiff.
It's hard to pick her up. She's not. It's like a sack of potatoes. It's not easy. She's not moving with me. I grabbed her arms and kind of pulled her this way, and over. I think partially over, and that's when I realized that I wasn't going to be able to carry her. I tried to pull her. I was being as careful as I could, and at the same time, I wanted to get her out of the water. I was screaming, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" And I pulled her out into the other room, and I didn't know what to do. It was hard to move her that way, so I turned her and I held onto her wrist. I thought that there's something I can do to help. And I'm kind of moving her, trying to get her to shake her a little bit and trying to get the water out of her lungs. I got her in front of the couch, and I had to stop. I put her down, and I tried to lift her head up to kind of clear. I guess it's the thing you do if you're going to do CPR or something. And she's not responding. She has blood coming down her hips and on the side of the body. And I'm still thinking I'm still thinking that she's going to be okay. I got that. We had taken the mattress pad off the bed. I set the mattress pad down underneath her, and I set her on it, and I tried to lift her, and I wiped. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know what had happened. I had a towel that I had used to pull her out of the shower or out of the tub with. I tried to wipe her off to see what was.
Where was the blood coming from?
The left side of her face, here on her cheekbone.
Is that the right side?
I'm looking.
Or is it both?
I don't think so. She had blood. She had blood on the side of her head, down her neck, and when I wiped the part on her cheek, it's her left. It must have been her left. So it's my right as I'm looking at her. Right? I'm looking down. My right, it's her left. I wipe it. And more blood comes out. And the cut on her cheek.
There's a cut on her cheek. Okay. And you're pointing to the right side.
Her eye is all bruised all the way around.
So you notice you're pointing to your right. Is that her right?
No, her left.
Her left. So you're saying her left eye was bruised? And that she has blood coming from a cut on her face?
Underneath that eye. On the same side. And she has blood on under her nose.
Okay. Hold it back up just a
And
minute.
the water in the tub was tinged with blood.
And you said it's hard. How full was the tub?
It wasn't flowing over the top. It was very close, but not quite. Maybe it was after, maybe because I was picking her up, but it was close to the spout, the
Okay.
Drain. There's a
The auto drain.
drain under that. It doesn't look like it didn't look like it was that high. And the water's not coming out
Onto the floor.
onto the floor, but it's also not coming out at full pace either.
Was the shower on?
That was the word. That's what I was saying before. Is that if I were to walk in and hear the shower going, I know that makes sense. But to walk in and hear that, it either means she's getting ready to get in or not. And I guess I was under the impression that at 9:15, when she said she was thinking about getting ready, I had the idea that she normally showers in the morning. So I had the impression that that's probably what she was going to do. She normally doesn't shower in the afternoon. So that's why it was all out in the afternoon. She's almost always working. If she doesn't have anything to do, she'll watch TV or, come down and hang out with me or do something normally.
So it's the bottom part of the tub that's flowing, but it's not, you're saying it's not fully on.
The tub spout, exactly, is flowing. It's not pulled up, which is how you actuate the shower. That's not on. It's just coming out the spout.
Okay, and is the tub plugged on the bottom?
I think her head and her, she has long hair, are,
Dragda, yeah, I thought it was Dragda.
and it looks like it's in the middle to me. There's a couple of settings. There's fully closed, closed to, and fully open. It didn't look like it was all the way.
Did you manipulate that in any way? Okay, but you did shut off the water.
I did shut off the water and it drained, which tells me I could hear it draining when I pulled her out. I could hear. So that, okay, so I guess this is all weird, right? Because she's in there, the water's on, and it's draining. It doesn't make any. It just doesn't make any sense.
And it's not on all the way. It's on how
Like lukewarm, so just past half, something like that.
like power wise, is the water fully on or not quite fully on?
It's a dial, so it starts cold, goes to medium temperature, and then goes to full hot,
Mhm.
and it's somewhere kind of in the middle of that.
And is it fully on or not?
It doesn't have a full on.
As
It
far
doesn't
as
have,
like
it doesn't have a, it doesn't, it's not dual like that. It just turns one direction. I know what you're talking about, one that would come this way
Right.
and then also
And then
turn.
turn, right.
It doesn't do that. It just turns and it's on, all cold, a mix of cold and hot, or all hot.
And that depends on the flow as well. So if you get to middle, if you go all the way hot, it's gonna be more water, or no? Like you're saying it was trickling, so I'm trying to understand what you mean by that.
It didn't seem like it was, so if you're gonna run a tub and you want to fill it up as fast as you can,
All
you
the
have
way.
it all the way
Right,
to the
that's my
left.
question.
There's a spot in between there where there's very little cold, but it's not full hot either.
Okay.
And it seems to be in that spot, but it's hitting her. It's hitting.
So the water's not trickling, it's on
It's on, yeah.
when you walk in.
Yeah.
It's on.
It's on.
Okay.
But it's not filling, it doesn't seem to be running as hard as it.
I want to walk you back to when you first walk in and you were describing her position. Is she in the tub
Her head is all the way in the corner
over the drain or on the opposite end?
so the drain and the handle are in the center, that's where her head is, and she's on the right hand side, which is basically the corner.
Okay. If you're standing over the tub, you're standing on the right hand side toward the wall.
If you're looking at the tub, it would be the spout and the handle are on your left,
Okay.
and her head is pointed that direction.
Pointed where the spout and the handle are.
Correct.
And what do you mean by on the right?
So if you were looking at the spout and the handle on the thin wall, this is the wall that has the long wall.
Mhm.
She's on the right hand side, like the corner
Okay.
is where she's.
And is
So
she
her head is
face up or down? Okay. So she's face down. In the tub, you're saying is not quite full, but almost full. So is she floating or not?
She is sticking out in the back very awkwardly. It doesn't look like she's floating. It doesn't look like she's floating now. Because if you think about it, that level of water, if she were floating, she'd be she's down.
Is she submerged?
Yeah.
She's submerged. So she's
Most
underwater.
of her is submerged. Most of her head and neck are submerged. And at that point, it's a little crazy. I just went up to grab them.
So you said her head and neck is submerged under the water. And so that would mean her shoulders, breasts, stomach are also under? Or no?
Mostly.
Mostly. What part of her was not underwater?
She was on her side a little bit, and I would say it would have looked like her right side was not as far underwater as her left. But not on her head and neck, on her torso, more like her shoulder, and her arm on the right hand side are sticking up a little bit more. But her head is pretty much down.
Okay, so torso and arm is out of the water or a little bit
More
out?
than the rest of her body.
Okay, and where are her legs?
Kitty Wampus.
Don't think so, Joe. No.
Right leg is like down, but it's bent, and the left leg
Don't think so.
is doing something kind of similar, but it's kind of the other direction. They're not straight. And at that point,
Are they in the tub?
mostly,
Mostly.
but I think her at least part of her feet and maybe her calf are sticking out.
And where are they lying?
The right hand one is within the confines of the tub. The left hand one is it is kind of over the edge of the tub.
Left foot?
Yeah.
Okay. Is she naked at this point or no?
No,
What is she wearing?
she's wearing the same thing she has on. That's what she had on this night.
Do you recall what that is?
Black pair of shorts and a black tank top.
Black pair of shorts and a black tank.
Yeah.
Are those her sleeping clothes, David?
Not usually. Usually she wears a nightie
Okay. So what type of clothing is that for her? Is it like
first thing in the morning or last thing at night, just around the house, but not really in bed.
but not
Working
really-
at home, no one's around.
Did she
makes
have that
sense.
on when she came down to smoke a cigarette?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So when you saw her last, she was wearing the same clothes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're saying that her head and face and neck are underwater and her right side is kind of on a slant, so her right side's not as underwater. She is basically, for all intents and purposes, submerged almost completely by up to her torso.
I'm going crazy at that point. It could have been a little bit of, maybe it could have been a little of this, and this is down. It could have been on
Her
the
clothing
side.
is wet or not?
Yeah,
Her clothing is wet?
yeah,
Okay. So her hair is
Yes.
definitely wet, right?
yeah.
Her clothing, her tank, and her shorts are wet. And she's face down. So the first thing you do is
No.
what, if you recall?
No, no thin and lungs.
And touched her right arm.
Do you recall where?
Yes. I think he's just made himself guilty.
Close to the shoulder, because I can't remember if it's sleeveless or low sleeve, but it's just, I tried to, she's looking the other way, and I'm saying her name, and I'm trying to pull her over, and I'm trying to
Okay.
see
So
her.
you're
Yeah,
trying to turn
strangling.
her back.
Well, she's underwater, and she's looking that way down. I'm trying, just the first instinct to try to pull her.
So there was nothing about drowning, as I remember, water in her lungs or anything. So it's impossible for her head to be submerged for all that time and not have anything in her, lungs and stuff. I presume anyway. So his story doesn't add up. Um, so I think it's making him look even worse and worse now, in my opinion. And he's saying about how soaked she was, her hair, her clothes. Well, I mean, yeah, it might have been damp, but I don't know. He's not doing himself any favors, I don't think.
Pull her over.
Out and over, yeah.
Okay. So when you turn her, before you pull her out of the water, you turn her and do you see her face?
Yeah.
Okay. And what's the first thing you notice?
Her lips and her eye are both dark.
The lips are dark?
Yeah. Purple, blue, gray.
Okay. And her eye, which eye?
It is her left eye.
And what do you notice about that?
It's all discolored. And there's a cut underneath it. She had, there was some blood that was on her leg, in the back, but it didn't look, it wasn't.
You have a pen or? No. Would you mind grabbing one? Because that is the thing did you want to? You said there's blood on her, on which leg?
The water is rose colored, so there's blood in the water itself. I can see a spot of blood on her, kind of the back of her right leg.
The back of her right leg?
Yeah, because she's laying on her that's the part of her that's a little bit more out of the water than her other side.
Mhm.
And I can see that's like the first blood that I see. I see the water's red. Um,
Could you tell when she turned over, if she was breathing or not? Could you tell immediately?
I didn't want to think that she was, but I didn't think that she was at that moment.
You didn't think she was?
I thought it was. I thought she was going to be fine. And it's like, I wasn't sure. No, it didn't look good. If that's what you're asking.
It didn't what?
It didn't look good.
Okay.
It
Yes,
looked scary.
Terry,
And you
yes.
said when did you notice
Submerged
that she was
on her shoulders.
Progressively at first through this arm. At first, it was hard to move her.
That's a good
It
one,
was
yeah.
hard to turn her over. That was the first thing that we mentioned. Then I don't know if I grabbed at the elbow.
I think, Sandra, it's a case of he's not saying it's about strangulation. I think he's trying to say that she drowned, possibly, is why I'm trying to get at this. Because she's not mentioned strangulation yet. I'm just spitballing. You're right. If she's dead already, so she's not going to breathe anything in. So that could explain it. You're 100% right. But I think that is he not trying to say that she alleviated herself? I don't know. But you could be well right there. If she were dead before being put in the tub, there'd be no water. Yeah, you're right. But I don't think that's what he's trying to say though. Seems to be trying because I think that's more likely. That's more likely if he was in this, so that's more likely. It seems like this woman question is putting words in his mouth. Yeah, that's why he shouldn't be answering the questions. She's trying to trip him up. Yes, that's why I thought. And then yes, oh, it's good cop, bad cop. Yeah, is this good cop? Yeah, I think so. Going in and out of normal and traumatized is off. Not a word, Judge Judy. It's not a word, Judge Judy. If you truly schizophrenic, passing off time means nothing. Witness to him could be, oh yeah, that's true. I think I don't believe him because of her question technique. Maybe I'm being unfair on him as well, you know. So
I was somewhere in the middle of the arms and tried to pull her, and she seemed stiff. And in other words, didn't. It made it very difficult to move her.
Okay.
I tried to lift her, which I wasn't able to really do, so I ended up pulling her kind of up and out.
And you pulled her by her arms?
So I grabbed someplace on her arm, tried to get kind of under it a little bit.
You said she seemed stiff?
Hard to move.
Did you notice any other injuries besides the blood, the cut, and the eye?
I mentioned the blood in the nose,
Yes.
her lips, and her eye are discolored.
Okay.
Almost, and she's puffy. She's bloated.
Bloated?
Her face doesn't look right.
Does it look swollen or just bloated? Swollen?
I think that's using the word synonymously, but yeah.
Okay. All right.
Like the whole, like in total.
The whole face.
Right.
Okay. Did you notice any injuries to her extremities, like her arms, her wrists, her hands, her legs?
What did they feel like?
No. Did you notice any injuries? Bruising, abrasions, anything, cuts, anything on her arms, her hands, or her legs?
Not at that time. Not until I got her out. I don't know where the idea came from, but I had the idea that I was going to pick her up and try to get her out into the other room and either set her on. When you care for somebody, you don't pick them up and set them on the ground. I thought I was going to set her on the couch, and that didn't seem like a good idea, so I carried her over I kept going and I was going to try to put her on the bed, but by the time I got to the edge of the bed, I thought I was probably going to have to either try to do CPR or try to get the water out. But I was losing it, and I thought I was losing her. I go like not really blank, but just hyper focused on trying to make her breathe and checking her. You know, her tongue was like stuck in, you know, in the front of her teeth. It seemed like it was, you know, if not swollen, you know, like she had bit her tongue, or like it was, you know, I'm trying to open, you know, someone is pliable. You know, you try to tip them back, you try to open their mouth, you try to get the. I haven't done CPR for a long time, but I know the basics. And nothing is.
Do you
working.
open her mouth or do you not?
Did
Do you open her mouth or no?
I tried, but it was very stiff, and her tongue seemed to be sticking out a little bit. I tried to open her jaw. I tried to open her airway, because just tilting her head back and lifting her neck up a little bit didn't do it.
Okay. Do you recall how you tried to open her jaw?
I just used my hands.
Okay. Like on what part of her
So
face?
you're putting your fingers under and lifting
Like a chin lift? Okay.
under the front, under the top, and fingers open, pushing the bottom down, trying to separate,
Okay.
so I can see if the top.
Do you think at this point that she is gone, or you're not sure?
I'm thinking that she is.
That she's already deceased, based on what you're seeing?
But I don't know how long. I have no, like you said, I have zero experience. I've never been in a situation before, so I've never seen a body like that. I'm resisting, but I'm also, part of me is saying this is.
Do you check her pulse?
I think with my hand here, but not here.
On her heart, but not
Yeah,
on her wrist?
correct.
Okay.
And her neck, but not.
Do you recall doing that?
Yes,
Do you know whether you felt anything?
I did not.
Okay.
I know.
So you think you put your hand on her heart and did not feel anything?
Neck, I
on her
think
neck?
her neck and her chest.
Neck or chest. And you did not feel a pulse or a heartbeat?
No.
Okay. Do you ever breathe into her mouth, or are you unable to do that?
After tilting back and trying to get the airway as in the best position that I can, I tried a couple of diaphragm pushes just to try to. I'm thinking she's full of water because I'm just taking her out of the tub full of water.
Okay.
So I'm thinking it's like at the beach when you're trying to get the water out, and just pushing air into a lung that's full of water isn't going to do anything. I even think that I turned her over to and lifted a little bit, thinking gravity somehow, I'm going to get something to come out. Blood and water did come out of her mouth.
When you turn her over?
Yes. At that point, I'm thinking she's unconscious and that I'm losing her.
Okay. So when you say you did diaphragm pushes, that's similar to a chest compression or different?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Chest compression. Exactly.
Okay. And you did like that a couple of times and didn't get a desired result? Did anything to happen?
It felt like her rib cracked.
It felt like her rib cracked?
It felt like pushing instead of getting a rebound back. It didn't. And I was fairly thoughtful about where I thought I was in the perfect spot. That's when I grabbed the phone and called.
That's when you grabbed the phone and called? Which phone did you call from?
Her office line, the landline, because it's right on the table, right behind where I was. I also tried to sit her up a little bit. I was just trying anything I could think.
Okay. So from the moment that you entered the home until you called 911, how much time do you think elapsed with everything you attempted to do?
I've been thinking about that. It took a little bit of time to get her up and out. I had to pull her and turn her a couple of times. Then she felt cold. You asked how she felt. She felt cold. I grabbed the
Grab the what?
we had when we did the bedding, we took the mattress cover off to wash it, and it was sitting there. And again, I it's thick. I put it under her, put her head, and I wiped her face off again. I started crying.
How much time do you
I don't
think,
think it was, but I know it wasn't 5 minutes.
like,
but-
from the time you entered the home until you called 911, the total elapsed time from the time you walk upstairs, discover her, from the moment you walk in until you call 911?
5 or 6 minutes.
5 to 6 minutes?
It probably seems that long, but it could have been less than that. But I can't imagine it being any longer than that.
Okay. And you said you called from her work phone to get paramedics?
The landline depends on the same.
Okay. So where was the mattress cover before you put it on the floor?
Behind the couch,
Behind
next to the couch. We had taken all the bedding off and just piled it up. We weren't sure what we were going to do with that because we didn't think it was. We had a small washing machine. I didn't know. I wasn't quite sure how we were going to.
So was the mattress cover off because it had blood on it already from the sex? You're nodding.
We did everything. We took everything. She likes to take everything off. We had dogs, and there were some nose little bugs, and she was worried that they were getting into and everything. So we
Stripped it.
We just stripped it down.
So the mattress cover was on the floor behind the couch?
Between the bed and the couch.
Okay.
It was the closest thing.
What do you do with Shanti? Where is she when you're putting that mattress cover on the floor beside the bed?
I don't move her and then put it there and then move her back. I put that, I think, closer to the bed, and I pulled her up onto it. And
Where was she?
she was in the middle of the living room in front of the, with her head kind of at the foot of the bed.
Middle of the living room with her head at the foot of the bed?
So if the bed is here, and there's a kind of a gap between this and the couch. We're here, and I think her head is here. And I take the thing, I put it down, spread it out, and I put her on
Okay, help me out because I'm trying to figure out if you're by her closet. Are you by your closet? Are you by
her
her
desk,
son's bed?
between the bed and the desk and the TV. That space. Kind of
Do you
space.
draw well? No? Do you think you can do that for me? Okay.
So there's two spots.
Can
When
you
I
kind
first
of,
bring her out,
yeah, can you kind of draw the route you took?
so if this is the couch,
Mhm.
Jackson's bunk bed. It's back here.
Just write Jackson's bunk bed.
Jackson's bunk bed's back here.
No idea what you mean by that. Okay.
So bunk bed's back here. This is
What is this?
so this is
Sandra, that's funny.
section coming up here. And the bed is here. Come back this way. I think the bed probably comes out a little bit more than the couch.
Where's the bathroom?
Bathroom's right here. This area is the legs of the ladder come down. This is the clearest path. And again, I thought I was trying to get her. When I first walked out, I thought I was going to lay her on the couch, and then it didn't. At some point between pulling her from here, trying to get her at this point, and lifting her on the couch, I didn't think it was going to happen. So I pulled her to about here. I think her head is here. Her legs are going this way.
So where's the television? The
I'll be back now.
Right here.
Okay, so that's
And then her desk just comes out and just kind of meets up with the bed like that.
okay. So if you would just do the right bed. That's the bed.
So I'm here because this is the biggest open area. This is the
So
tight
do you
space.
come from the bathroom down this section?
Yes. And my idea is to put her here, and at some point when I get over to this point, put her on the couch. I feel like now first I'm just trying to get her out of the tub, and then I feel like I have to do CPR or I have to do something. So that's when I think I want to lay her down on the floor. And so I have her hands. So I pull her. I have her hands and I'm pulling her this way.
Are you carrying her?
I can't carry her.
Okay, so what,
I tried to lift her out of the tub, and so I ended up using her arms to pull her this way, and then out, and then turned, and then came here to
does she
here.
face up or down when you're having to do this?
She's face up to get her out of the bathroom door, because that's how I grab her. I turn her and I pull her this way, but I can't keep going, so I grab her arms, and she goes the other way, and I pull her with her face. Her face is down, but she's moving better because of the way her arms are. Her arms I'm able to grab onto better. I'm losing her arms the other way.
So when she's,
Now I'm backing up.
so when you're first get her out of the tub and going to the bathroom,
Mm-hmm.
you've got her kind of like this.
Yes.
Can you show me, if you don't mind, where you're holding her?
I'm either, and I can't remember exactly, because I think just to get her out, the way her arms were down, I had to grab higher
Okay.
up on her arms.
Okay.
But when I got her out of the tub and onto the floor, I pulled her. I had enough space, and I wasn't reaching over a tub trying to pull her, the weight of the water and her all out. And that's when I turn and I grab her the other. She's kind of on her back and side at that point, and I grab her and I turn her the other way. She's face down, but I can hold onto her arms better, and I can move her quickly. And that's when, because it's easier, I try to get her to the spot.
So she's face down, and in your hand, is it fair to say you're dragging her? Or,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're dragging her by her. Is it here? Is it here? Is it here?
Once we're out, that's here, because that's the easiest.
Okay.
Because it's
So when
just
she's
this
face
way I
down,
can
it's
hold.
wrists. It's wrists, both wrists.
Yeah.
Okay. So when she's face down, you're dragging her by her wrists, and you
I
drag.
couldn't get it when she was laying in the tub. Think about her wrists are down here, but I'm trying to move the bulk of her body, which is all up here. So grabbing her wrist is just going to pull her to the end of the tub.
Right.
So I had to get more like under her armpits to lift her and pull her up out. And I don't know if I grabbed her arms or if I put my hands under her armpits and pulled them that way. I don't know for sure.
Okay.
But I just know that pulling her hands didn't work there. But it was a lot easier once I got her out to move her that way.
Okay. So when she had to have been drugged from the bathroom exit down the carpet to the couch, and then where do you stop dragging her initially?
Initially, and I don't think the scale is perfect here, but initially her head is in this area. It's not the size of her head. That's just
Right.
roughly in that area.
Okay.
And then next it was here, because I thought I was going to put her on the bed, but that didn't make sense. So I took this and set this here and then pulled her onto
And where was that item? So the mattress cover's here. You pull it over here, and then you move.
I'm able to literally just grab it and pull it. It's that
close.
I'm right. This seems bigger, but
Right.
keep in mind how small the space is.
Okay. So then, is she face down when she's here or face up?
She's face up, and that's when I start just that's when I really look at her. That's where I'm thinking I'm going to have to do CPR, so I'm trying to get her in a space where I can do that. And that's when I started to go through the pulse, neck, chest,
Here or
airway.
when she's moved? Here in front of the couch.
And when that didn't seem to work, I couldn't get her airway to do anything. And the first couple of presses here just seemed stiff and rigid. And that's when it's sinking in, slowly sinking in how stiff she is. And I'm getting just how cold she is. I'm getting frightened. That's when I grab that. I put it here. I pull her. I also got the towel, which was in the tub, and wiped her.
There was a towel in the tub?
Yes.
It's soaking wet?
Yes.
Okay. And it was in with her when you found her? Or?
I think it was on the edge of the tub, so half of it was soaking wet and the other half was out.
Okay.
So I grabbed it, and I used the water to.
I agree, Sandra.
This was bleeding badly.
I agree.
What's going on?
It's just too much detail.
I didn't know what I should be doing. That's when I got the mattress cover setter there, put her down, and just that's when I got a call.
Can you indicate for me TV, desk, bed, Shanti, couch? Is that accurate?
Yeah, what's missing are those two tables that nest here. One's just an inch taller than the other one, so they slide under.
Okay.
So it's probably something like tall one, baby one's probably partially under that one.
Okay.
And there's a walkway. This is the chase end of the
So she's
sectional.
into the sectional. Okay. So you just bring couch,
Mhm.
Right, so
Sure.
I make sure I understand.
Sure.
Tables,
Mhm.
there's like, okay. TV,
So TV and a time set. This is the beginning of the desk, and I think actually closer to the same size. So there's a long section of desk with a drawer here.
okay, so that's our desk,
Her, she has two monitors. One monitor's here.
Okay.
Her MacBook and other monitor here, and then she has an iMac that's
Okay.
here.
those are both for her work.
Yeah.
Okay, this is nightstand bed.
So this one goes. This is a glass IKEA table with metal legs,
Mhm.
and it goes right up to. There's an inset here. This is wrong. There's a little inset here. This is the nightstand.
Okay,
And the headboard in the bed. And there's another nightstand here.
okay, so this is bed, nightstand.
Mm-hmm. And a closet over here.
And then, is this your closet here? Or her son's?
Yeah, we share. We share them. We have a little bit of each. This is mostly mine, and that's mostly hers and Jackson's.
Hers and Jackson's, she and Jackson share one?
Mhm.
Okay, are any of your things in the garage?
Mhm.
Like clothing wise?
Absolutely, yeah. Stuff that yeah.
Okay.
So
All right, if you just finish running bed, nightstand, and then really, and then Shanti was here and then here. So first she's
she's
here.
here. And she's here. And I moved her a couple of times because I guess I kept thinking that, you know, I was trying to revive her. I was trying to wake her up. I was trying to sink in that she was. It didn't completely sink in that she was.
When you were out doing your work in the exterior of the home, did you possess any garden tools to do that?
In the exterior.
Were you in possession of anything besides the pull brush to move the bougainvillea? Did you have any other tools you were working with?
Yeah, I had a hedge clipper has a wooden handle.
A hedge clipper? Where is that now?
I believe that it's on the top of the glass shelf in one eye, with it's probably next to scissors and there's a heavier duty clipper, hand clipper that I usually keep together. That's what I use to trim stuff. I
Were you using any of those items?
was using the hedge clipper, the bigger one, yesterday and today. I don't think I had anything else.
Were you trimming any hedges?
Just the branches off the bougainvillea.
Okay.
The ones that I couldn't push back up.
Okay, so you think you used the hedge clipper today? What about the scissors?
I don't think so.
Okay. Did you possess a knife while you were working outside at all?
No, we do have one that we use, and one that I used on Sunday to cut and remove a plant, cut it at the root.
What does it look like?
It's gray, like a two-tone spongy handle with a serrated blade.
And where is that?
It got so that one goes back and forth between the kitchen sometimes and being used for the garden. So it was washed with some of the dishes from yesterday. I think it's sitting on the. It was brought in. It's probably sitting with the near the frying pans and the cooktop for that. Oh God, let's see if I can.
Do you have a knife with an orange handle?
We have a small chef knife that has an orange handle, and I think I was using that on Sunday as well.
To do what?
I think that one was there's a little side yard underneath the water heater by the gas meter that goes around the house. I can't remember exactly what it was. I think there was a bromeliad that I was cutting. I moved two bromeliads from that area, one to the front the driveway and one to the one to the sidewalk area in the front yard. And I remember using that, but I cut a cabbage palm out, and that wasn't strong enough. So I remember using the other one. That's probably why I was sitting. I think probably got rinsed off and cleaned.
Sitting where?
It had been, it's probably why it had gotten washed. And that's probably why it was brought back into the house. Normally it would be with my hedge clipper, my scissors, my little clipper. I usually keep those 4 things together.
So the small chef knife that you're talking about that you were using outside is where now?
I don't recall. It's possible it was left off adjacent to the driveway next to the orange pot of bamboo, which is where I was working with it. I do seem to remember seeing it there. But I honestly don't know.
Is there anything unique about the blade? Is there anything unique about the blade on that knife?
The orange handled one?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Anything different or odd about the blade or its color?
Maybe like an iridescent quality, like gasoline and water. Is that what you mean?
Okay. Iridescent color. Good, good. Like gasoline and water when it makes that purple color?
Like a color burst. It has that. It has that. It's always
It does have that? Okay.
Yes. That's the one. That is the one that I was using.
And that's the one you think is possibly adjacent to the driveway?
Yes, because that's where I was using it, and I also remember seeing it there after I was using it.
And what day was that?
I remember seeing it there yesterday.
Monday?
Mhm.
And that's where you remember leaving it?
That's the last place I saw it. I might have.
Hi,
seen it
Josie.
on-
Sorry, I missed you.
I also remember seeing it, thinking that's a really poor place to leave a sharp knife, and thinking I should pick it up and set it someplace, but I'm not sure if I did that or not. I don't remember seeing it today, but when we walked.
Obviously
out that
too
way, I
bad
remember
now.
seeing it. So you have to sort of be looking at that in that direction.
Okay, what do you feel as though,
Yeah.
Shanti, what might have cost her her life? What do you think happened? What do you
Thanks,
think was
Josie.
the cause of death?
It does. It does.
I think that she did at some point, and I don't know if it was at the point that she went back upstairs around 9:15, or if she went back upstairs and did something else, and then decided to take a shower. But I think at some point she decided, I'm going to take a shower, and she stepped in and turned the water on, like she always does, to let it heat up. And that's the point that I think something went wrong. Either she slipped, or she fell, or she blacked out, or something caused her to collapse. And either one foot in the tub reaching to turn it on, the other foot slipping outside, or vice versa. It could have been awkward. It is kind of an awkward position.
Couldn't she turn the tub on without stepping into it?
Depends on how close she gets to it. She usually pulls a stool out from underneath the full shelf system that we have there, and sits on that in front of the mirror, does her makeup. There's also a waste basket there, and there's also a shower curtain there. So is it possible? Yes, it is possible.
That she could turn the water on without stepping into it?
Sure.
Okay. Or was the shower curtain closed when you got there or open?
Excuse me. It was open.
Okay. Over to the right or to the left?
Left.
To the left. Okay.
But she also has a razor and her dermabrasion products and shampoos and hair colors and all of that stuff on that shelf. It's on the other side of the top.
Which means
That's another reason to reach, I guess, to reach in or to step in.
because those items are
She may have either wanted one or wanted to use something while she was in the shower, or wanted to grab the little sponge that she has that's usually down below.
So you think she stepped in to turn the water on or to reach for something, or turn the water on, I would assume, since it was on. So you think she stepped in to turn the water on, slipped?
I'm not sure if she stepped in or not. But either way, it's an awkward position if you just had surgery in your abdomen and you're not at full strength and you've been feeling nauseous and you just had the heaviest period of your life for the last 7 or 8 days.
Mhm.
Am I leaving anything out? I guess those are the things that make me feel like she hasn't been as sure-footed or as quite as coordinated as she would normally be.
So you think when she slipped, what would have happened to her physically? When she slipped, how would the injuries have been caused?
She would have had to have struck her head.
What?
If she was outside the tub, on the edge of the tub or the tile wall or the tub spout.
What would have caused this significant laceration that you described on her cheek?
I don't know.
What do you think would have caused the significant injuries and to her eye?
I don't know.
The one that you said was pretty swollen and shut.
It would have to have been falling directly on it without breaking her fall.
Falling directly on it without breaking her fall. When was the last time the two of you argued?
Very briefly on Saturday, right before we left to go to Max and Dottie's.
Okay, and what was that about?
We had a very minor disagreement on what time we were leaving and if I was ready to go
Okay.
at the right time.
Was Jackson home at that time?
He was there for the whole time.
Okay. Has Jackson ever thought you guys argued about the renovation and the timetable of getting that finished? Would he feel that you guys have argued about that foundation, about
Surely.
the time it's taking to get it done?
Surely, and not so much the time, but just the choices. So choosing to take a hiatus or not, making a decision on a feature. So we're both, we both have things that we've done, changing the scope, significantly, going from a much simpler, smaller renovation to gutting the whole house and opening it up.
Whose idea was it to gut the whole house and open it up?
We were presented with it as a concern on the part of the contractors on the amount of deterioration of the structure, and our whole goal was to maximize the upstairs floor space. So the upstairs floor was very wavy, and the point of contention probably was, do we tear all of that out and put in new structure and trusses so we have a perfectly flat floor and then a perfectly flat ceiling, or do we try to move those floor trusses that are there around and cut them and join them to the new structure? That's what we were going to do, and that's when we hired Keith. That's one of the reasons why we hired him, is that he was a strong believer in keeping as much of the part of the house as possible. But it just turned out to not be feasible. It wasn't really a good suggestion. It caused a lot of re-engineering and redesign on the part of our designer and engineers. And at the same point, we're all in agreement that it was the only way to get the end product that we want and to be able to talk about the stairs that we're talking about.
So who was the engineer?
We were working with Patrick Ciazza.
How do you spell it?
Ciazza.
He's the civil engineer?
He's a designer who has an engineer in his shop, and his role is creating structural buildable plans that are submittable to the city.
Okay.
And if we need an engineer, he has an engineer to do that. But he also does the two-dimensional floor planning. And his idea is the idea that we ultimately ended up doing, but we didn't take a straight path there because Keith wanted to do something slightly different, and then our builder wanted to do it differently.
And who's the builder?
Steve Morris.
Steve Morris? What's the name of his business?
What?
What's the name of his business?
L and S.
Hi, James.
Precision. And I don't, I think that stands
Hope you're
for
well.
Steve. It might be precision carpentry.
Welcome.
Precision. But that's the name.
Okay, so if Jackson felt like you two argued about the house routinely, is that accurate or not?
I don't think most of the time that we're arguing about it. I can understand that might be his perception, but I don't think it's an argument if we're both.
Sup, James?
on the same page
Hey,
and
James.
disagreement and upset reasonably and justifiably upset that it's taking longer. Shanti and I aren't fighting about it. We're both upset about the same thing.
Does she feel as though you don't listen to her?
No, I don't think so. She knows obviously.
That if you would do it her way, things would go
No.
smoothly? No. So you say you last argued on Saturday about you getting ready to go to Max's house and when you were going to leave, etc. Has any fight ever turned physical between the two of you?
No.
Okay. Has she ever hurt you, hit you, struck you, threw anything at you?
No.
No. Have you ever harmed her physically?
No.
Choked her?
No.
Strangled her?
No.
No. Have you
Welcome,
ever
James.
strangled her or choked her during sex just for heightened orgasm? Some couples do that.
Hi,
Absolutely.
James. Welcome.
Okay.
Where you from, James? Where you from?
Was there
Good to
ever
see you.
anything around her neck that you noticed during you removing her from the tub or attempting CPR? Was there anything around her neck at all?
No.
Okay.
No necklace. No. No nothing.
Nothing. Okay. Did you ever, if in your assessment of her or attempt to help, have your hand on her neck at all?
Sure. Underneath, behind her,
Behind her
Right.
head?
like that.
To
And
do the
then-
head tilt chin lift?
Sure. And then also to feel for the pulse.
Mr. Jameson.
Did you ever have your hand on her neck where you would have had to have squeezed it for any reason?
Possibly when I was trying to pull her out of the tub,
Tell me what happened.
as I was trying to turn her over, I might have put my hand under her arm or on the side of her head to try to turn her like that.
She would have been, as we know now, deceased at that point.
Yes.
So prior to her being deceased, do you have any reason to have your hand around or hands around her throat?
No, absolutely not.
That did not happen.
Absolutely not.
Okay. What do you think caused, or what do you think the injury is to her eye, the discoloration in this one?
I don't know. I don't know. I thought that she struck that side of her face because it seemed that she had the cut here and that was underneath the eye. It seemed like whatever it was, however she fell or whatever she hit, that probably happened at the same time.
The cut in the eye injury? Yeah. Do you think there's any sort of significant injury that to her eye itself or to the bones around her eye at all?
I don't have any reason to think so.
Okay. Were you ever able to see the whites of her eyes on either eye?
This eye was the left eye was closed, as I said.
Okay.
And I believe that the other eye was closed too.
You believe her right eye was closed too?
Yeah.
Did you have some questions? Mark?
Just some clarity on a couple of things.
I'm gonna let her go back and then we'll go
I'm
on.
so sorry. I'm trying to
okay.
focus, and I feel like I'm ignoring you.
Oh, no. So she was asking you about whose idea it was to rip the floor out, and you kind
Yeah.
of ended up talking about the contractor.
It's
So,
too long, James, to tell
were
you,
both
man.
in agreement with having to
He's
take it out, or
he's accused of murdering his wife. Basically, this is his interview, but I mean, there's another few hours of this, so this is what it's about. He's accused of killing his wife, basically.
was it more like one person's idea than the other?
It was the contractor's idea, and it was the designer's idea originally. And we didn't want, neither one of us wanted to have to do it. Both of us wanted to keep it. And that's probably why we hired Keith, is he really, as I said, was such a strong advocate for keeping as much as getting the result that we wanted and keeping as much of the structure, his words, to not further compromise the structure by taking more and more of it out. It's not, I don't think it's fair to say that either one of us thought you could get the result that we wanted and not do that. And I don't think it's fair to say that either one of us are happy about that. Both of us were upset, but we also both wanted that endpoint. Both wanted that result.
And who contacted Keith? Or how did you come in contact with him?
So Keith had just gotten an award for doing a house at the end of our street that's close to Orange. It's not the last one. I think it's the second to the last house on Orange, on the lake. Very fine
Yes.
house. But the first time I heard his name was a friend of ours named, an acquaintance of ours who lives a couple doors down. Her name is Kenzie Arnold. Kenzie might be short for Mackenzie, I'm not sure. And he did their house as a flip. We were there once, 2.5 or 3 years ago, and we just had the conversation of, Keith did our house, you should call him. That was the first time I'd heard his name.
Was she happy about hiring Keith?
Very, very. She thought that he had done a great job for the value of what he
But in
did.
the end, after you hired him and went through that process with him, you ended up having to,
You're talking about Kenzie, or you're talking about Shanti? I'm sorry.
after you hired Keith, right? You hired Keith and Keith wanted to keep the house as much of its integrity
Sure. She
there.
became so as
Oh, good.
as Keith's plan.
We start on the
The
wood Monday.
reality of
Come and join
Keith's
us
plan,
then.
which was, there's no way we can keep this and have the flat floors and flat ceilings that she really, really required. I mean, that was just part of this very modern internal design that she was looking for. There's nothing, there was no other way to do it. And we had been told a couple of times, and we had to be told again. Our last option was to either take that down and completely redo it, or spend more time just to try to keep these certain boards. And there was no cost savings to it. There was no benefit to it. It was wrong. And we just had to eat it. We just had to accept it.
And when you say eat it, are you talking like financially eat it?
Not so much, just the time that we had spent pursuing that goal. We went down that path one more time. Got to that point where Steve had said originally, let's try to do that, redraw the plans so that it's with that. And then when his people got there and got on the ground, there's no way it's going to work. You don't have enough
So another setback.
time to take to do that. Yes and no. They also came up with a better solution, which just turned out to be the solution that we weren't ready for when we heard it the first time. But yeah, I mean, I really don't feel like we were at odds, because there wasn't another way. We did talk several times about buying another house, buying the house next door that was for sale. And we had certainly looked at lots of other houses in the neighborhood as alternatives. But then when we really got down to it, we didn't want to spend the money for 9 months to 6 months of time. It just wasn't worth it. And that would be the rental. And we hadn't done anything close. We'd really actually want to live in instead of this house. So we kept pursuing our dream house.
You mentioned that there was a towel in the bath that was soaking wet next to her. Do you remember the color of the towel?
So it's bright orange or like golden
Okay.
yellow.
And where's that towel now?
It was under her neck or by her head. I was wiping her face with it.
And you said that the park that you went to with the dogs was Park of America. That's the one right there by the big 408 tall building,
By the tall building was a government.
Okay.
Exactly.
right down the street from OPD. Yeah,
From what?
all of our facility is right back there.
Oh, I didn't realize. I have, now that you say that, I have seen the signs, but I didn't
Oh, yeah.
realize.
Okay. And yesterday. Yesterday it was raining. Where did you go with that? What did you say you were doing yesterday? Wasn't it pouring rain?
So it started
Here,
pouring. We were watching
right.
TV at
Oh,
night,
right.
and it started
That's right. You said it was
pouring.
pouring. Okay.
We had cut grass. We had put some fertilizer.
And you left your phone on top of your Dell computer?
Correct.
And
Or
that's,
or very close to it, yeah.
okay,
On that table somewhere is my assumption.
and downstairs by the dogs.
Correct.
Okay, cool. This place.
Okay. When you first entered the house to go upstairs, was that door closed?
Yes.
Was it locked?
No.
Is that unusual?
No. We almost never lock the door unless we're both going to be gone.
Okay.
Even then we have to be gone for a period of time before we do that.
Before you lock that door to the residence?
Yeah.
When you go to sleep at night, is it locked?
To the main house or to the back?
To the residence that you entered, the garage apartment that you entered to go?
We know
up?
we almost
Yeah.
just behind that gate. We almost,
So James, he had to give his clothes in the bag. So he's basically got like a pajama set on, like a not pajama set, but like one of those thin things. So he's probably cold in there. So that's why he's got a blanket. No foreign DNA found. Correct. You're correct.
almost never. The only door that is usually approached by anybody from the front is that door just a little past the dumpster.
Okay.
So we almost always keep that locked unless we're working and we know people are coming in.
The door past the dumpster, that's where the
There's-
UPS or postal service dropped that package?
I didn't know there was a package there, but normally there's our mailbox is right there.
Yeah, the
And
paper
there's
stick. That's the
two
one.
things. Sometimes they'll flip it over the fence. If it's not a regular carrier and they can't get to the door, they'll flip it over the fence on the front sidewalk. Most of the time it would be on that step in front of that door.
Yeah, on the step in front of that door.
Correct. Yeah.
You did not observe anyone showing up with that package
I did not.
while you were out working?
I did not.
The blood in the bathroom you mentioned was in the tub.
Yeah.
Where else in the bathroom did you notice blood?
On the edge of the tub,
Which edge?
by the shelf,
Is-
and I pushed it looked like there was some on that rug, not a lot, but some on, there's normally a rug that's in front of the tub itself, and I pushed that back towards the shelf when I grabbed her.
Was there any blood on the tile wall?
I don't know. I didn't see anything. But I didn't spend any time really looking at it.
Okay. Did you notice blood anywhere else in the bathroom?
Did not.
Okay.
I did not. I was only enough for her.
Since she was bleeding when you removed her from the tub and you're dragging her face down, is there blood on the carpet in anywhere? Any areas that you're thinking?
I know there's blood, and that's first thought where I wiped her face because it kept coming off, and I think there was blood on the back, on the side.
You're
somewhere.
pointing to what, the right side of your head?
I'm looking down at her, so it would have been her left side, or it would have been the same side that had her, the same side where the eye and the other cut were. So yeah, I don't know.
So her left?
Correct.
So you're saying there's blood?
Okay. Let's leave it there for now. Let's take a break. Let's take a 40-minute break. Yeah, I'm gonna email us on here, and we come back. So hopefully you can all rush to get your dinner, and then we'll get back to it. There's still I'll estimate here now. Oh. So it's about hang on. There's about half an hour there. About 3.25 hours God. Explain deep rugs into the state hasn't proved how he beat her, and not yet, no. That's but no worries. I'll say come back in about 40 minutes. Did they take the lunch break? Yeah, they're on lunch break already. I don't have anything, but it would be helpful if they had something to show. Yes. Um, so yeah, they're on break, don't worry. And also I'm keeping an eye on them anyway. So yeah, so it's about another 3 hours odd left on this. So see you all in about 40 minutes. I'll leave the stream going. Jonathan, Jonathan, Jonathan. Yes, who's back, John? I've been waiting here for ages. I haven't been ready for ages. We'll start it at past. I need to take this out. Where's it go? Where's it gone? Should it be gone? This is it, and it's gone. Fine. We are back again. Guess who's back? Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? The alternate corner's back. So, Jonathan, welcome, as always, to you, my friend. If you haven't done so, please like and subscribe. Please be like Matheau Moore and join the channel. Become a taco or a blue wench. It's up to you. What do you want to be known as, taco or blue wench? Decisions? Decisions. Right. Give it 4 more minutes and then we'll get going again with this because there's like about 3 hours on 1.25 speed left on this one. Vote's still not back yet, but we'll catch up with Cole when we have to, so it's all good. Since you've been gone. Oh, 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 my lasagna was class. It was absolutely class. I'm full to the brim now. I'm just doing bar a breathe this afternoon. Now this. Oh, lovely jubbly. Lovely jubbly. So yeah, and remember, please like and subscribe. Press that notification button. Just, you know what I mean, number one host, number one mod. I'm just everything. Number one chatter in chat. It's Jonathan, that is. Jonathan's probably the number one chatter. I think, Jonathan, you're universally loved by everyone in chat. So when I first met you, I was like, oh, this guy's a troll. He must be a troll. No, no, just a legend. Maybe 2 more minutes, then we'll start. And people can just, I think some people are out for lunch anyway, but they can catch up at another time. You know, I need to get going. We've got probably 20 minutes of this, then he's interviewed by somebody else then. Oh. Yep, 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 yep. Right, most people like me till I talk about hitting cats. Then you get a bunch of people with socks or flowers. Lol. Jonathan, no one can get mad at you, sir. How old are you, Jonathan? Because when you said your son, stepson was 33, I was like, what? So how old are you? Do you know what I mean? So I thought you were like, mid-30s. Do you know what I mean? So you might actually be younger. I don't know. The cast carry that people get, and it makes them. Ah, okay. Mice that get it will run right up to cats. Okay. See, intelligence. Our IQ levels go way up in Jonathan in the chat. We learn something new every day. I have no idea if any of that's true, but I've got no reason not to believe it. So Right, it's 1:30. Let's get it on. Well, Jonathan, put your age in chat so everyone knows how old you are, and then you're what? So early 30s or younger, like younger than 33. I'm not gonna ask what your wife's age is. That's none of my business. But your age, I always thought you were like 32. Okay, I need a lawyer. This is where I need a lawyer, please. Thank you. Oh, you can't see it. Damn. Sorry, guys, you can't even hear it. We'll just take it back a second. I was playing it. I was playing the whole thing. Share screen. I was playing the whole bloody M-I-M. I was playing the thing. I was literally playing this. I was going, yeah, the lawyer needs to, and I just saw that none of you could hear it or see it. So here you go.
And where, like, her hair is missing, or what do you mean?
No, I just mean from off of her scalp. Just
Okay. Is there
Welcome
hair,
back, Emma.
is there hair in the
Where's all
tub?
I
I
did
don't
notice
watch
a
it.
couple pieces or a couple clumps
Where?
floating in the water when I pulled her
I
out.
know, Chris, what a pleb. What a pleb I am.
That's significant amount, or no? Like it's been removed from her head, like pulled out of her head?
She normally when you get in the shower after she's had a shower, there's a clump of I don't know exactly how much, but enough to affix itself to the drain and require after two or
Where's the
three
unicorn?
times to pull it out. We've had to clean the drain. I probably cleaned the
No,
drain
I've done
once
nothing.
and the tub 2 or 3 times since we.
But
did
this
it.
woman's about to tell him,
Okay.
She sheds. She seems.
yeah, you come clear now. What a pleb.
Her injuries to me, David, seem
Yo,
um, really significant. More significant than from a soft tissue fall. More significant than from me tripping and falling and hitting my head and being knocked unconscious.
okay.
Not only are they
Oh,
more
yeah.
significant than a fall, but they're inconsistent with a fall.
Okay, well, that's okay. I'll get my lawyer. Thank you.
Shanti did not fall and get those injuries.
Okay.
Without question. Okay. They're much more significant than that. And it's inconsistent with her injuries, hitting and striking anything. That is just inaccurate. Okay. Her injuries are very severe. Okay. So the trouble I'm having with your story is you're there. Well, first of all, you're not really sharing the same residence. You're kind of living downstairs. She's living upstairs with her son. But her son's not there. So even when her son's not there, you're still not sleeping together. You're not in the same residence. So
during
spending-
during the day.
spending
I
a
mean,
lot
just
of time apart, it seems, a little bit. But then conveniently you're away for a while and you come back and you find her like this. And you've had some pretty answers for just about everything we've talked about. Consistent, elaborate, detailed answers for everything we've talked about. The issue I'm having with is I absolutely think that she was deceased before you left to go to the park. And I think whatever happened to her happened before you went to the park. Okay. Do you know how long it takes someone to get stiff?
Two.
Okay, I do. Do you know how long it takes for blood to pool when you die?
no, I don't.
I do. We're also very well trained in what injuries look like perimortem, mortem, and postmortem.
Sure.
Okay. So her body's not lying to us,
Of course not.
and neither are her injuries. Okay. So I think that you've told us a significant amount of information. You've been very cooperative, but I also think that you've left some stuff out. And I think you've left some stuff out that is maybe something got out of hand. Maybe you didn't mean for it to happen. Maybe you got upset. Maybe
Lawyer,
there's something that
Lawyer.
happened between the two of you before you left that house.
lawyer.
She was deceased or on her way to being deceased before you left that house. And she
You should be
incidentally
raging.
deceased while you were gone. And when you came back and found her, it's pretty evident that she was deceased.
Yeah.
Cold, stiff,
Yeah.
significant swelling,
Yeah.
and a lot of bloating.
Agreed.
Okay. So whatever happened between 7 and 9:30
Stop.
to
Yeah,
9:45
right now.
is where I need you to be significantly more honest. Now, if there's an explanation, I want to hear it.
I told you everything.
But you've left out something, David, because this woman has significant injuries. Okay, this is not from a fall. So I need you to explain to me and to Detective McClellan what happened this morning before you left to take the dogs.
It was exactly as I stated. It wasn't. I haven't left one thing out of.
Okay. Did you two argue?
No, absolutely not.
Did you fight?
Absolutely not.
Did you harm Shanti in any way?
Absolutely not.
Did you choke her?
Absolutely not.
Did you strangle her?
Without question, no.
Did you beat her?
No,
Did you hit her with anything?
absolutely not.
Okay. Do you have injuries
I do not.
anywhere? Did they photograph you, I assume?
They did.
Okay. Do you know if they photographed your chest or with or without clothes or both?
They photographed with clothes.
Do you have any injuries that, in my mind, as an investigator, what I would consider someone fighting for their life?
No,
Someone trying to harm you to save their own life?
absolutely not.
Would you mind showing me your chest and back?
Sure.
I don't need to see anything else, just your
Sure.
chest, back, and arms.
Sure.
I mean, they photographed it.
That's plenty. Don't go any
Sorry,
further.
I'm sorry.
Don't go any further. I don't know if you have pants on or not. Okay. You just pull it back for me.
Okay.
And you can take them all the way off your shoulders.
I mean, they've taken photos of this.
Were you scratched in this process? Were you scratched at all?
No, not today.
Not today. Has she scratched you in the past?
She has never scratched me.
She's never scratched you. What do you mean not today?
Scratched in the process. I mean
In the
today.
process of anything that happened between the two of you, were you scratched?
Absolutely not.
Okay. She hasn't scratched you in the past. That's what you're saying. She's
Correct.
never scratched you. I don't know what
Correct.
you meant by that. Okay. So I'm just gonna walk around.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, flipping heck.
Can you lean forward for me?
Sure.
What am I seeing on your sores?
So I have some type of food allergy. We're not exactly sure what
It's a food allergy. Wow.
it is, but I do have allergic reactions that are kind of
Are these
ulcerative
are
rupture.
bites? Not, I mean, from like an insect or an animal or,
So the large one is just an ulcer. It's like a rupture. It has a
Here? Okay.
that one.
Uh-huh.
And it's been there for a couple of weeks.
Okay. And what's
Um,
that from?
That is from some type of detoxification or allergic reaction. We're not entirely sure. It was swollen beyond that.
I
It's just
mean,
been
no
slowly
idiot, I
healing.
know.
Okay. Guys, can you just lay your arm like flat?
They just want to see his.
And lean forward for me so I can get some light. Thank you.
It wouldn't surprise me if these women are like, look, let's just get him naked. Let's have a look. Let's have a gander. Pour in the bank.
Okay. Did anyone touch you here today?
No,
Grab you?
no.
Here in this area, did she grab your arm?
No.
What
Can you
the
just put your
fuck
feet
are they
up
doing?
Just a bit, just like come this way, yeah.
Sure, sure, sure.
There's just too much shadow. And then just drop your arm for me. Thank you.
So is that.
And drop your head just a tad. Okay. All right, you can relax on your head. Okay, and then just hold your arms straight out in front of you. Perfect. I know this is probably someone's already done this, but I hadn't. So,
I do have some scrapes and bites and some.
do you have any sort of skin disorder, or just the allergy?
Mainly the allergies, but it is ant season, and I do have some bites
Okay.
from that.
Not,
And then,
they're not flea bites, are they?
I don't know.
Pick up your
I
teeth.
actually don't know. But I do have some scratches from the bromeliads and from the bougainvillea.
Okay.
I do trim them myself.
All right, and then just up.
Oh my god.
Okay, and then your neck is.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Go ahead and.
It's ridiculous. What the fuck is he doing?
I can assure you there's nothing about the house or
They asked to see it
anything.
for whatever reason. I have no idea
The
why he's
consciousness
doing
that
that. He's
something
accused.
So
They've accused him of basically lying and said they want to see his top. So stupid, unbelievable. So he should have. Oh,
minor.
what's he
Yeah.
doing?
Do we get irritated with each other? Are we both busy? Of course. We sometimes take things over each other's
And
shoulders.
sometimes people who have never, ever, ever harmed a fly, and have been arrested, and have any problems, just snap. Things happen. Things happen, especially between couples. It's not, doesn't make you a bad guy. It doesn't make you an animal. It doesn't make you a monster. It just makes you human. These things sometimes happen. Where people, things get out of control, and people get physical with
Yeah,
each other.
I
Someone
wish.
addresses them, calls them a name, does something, and you just lose it.
Mm.
And it's not like you had any intention in it. Maybe you lost your mind, you got out of control.
We like I really went into all of the things, all of the adversity that we had gone through, just to let you know that we really had reached between the surgery and we got to the point where we looked at it as we were extremely happy that we had taken that break to stop and look at what we were doing. And we actually both felt like we were getting a better result.
What break are you talking about? What break are you talking about?
When she had her surgery, a week after that, we basically ran out of things for them to do. We had kind of reached the point where we needed to take 2 or 3 weeks, regroup, replan, because they didn't have full days at that point. And so we got the plan back together and we had more of the work lined up for them. Keith was part of that, and being on the show was a huge part of that. We did feel like up until we got that final assurance that we had stopped and we weren't sure if the network was going to come back. But does that look to a child like his parents aren't getting along? Of course it does.
Because he's young.
Well, because we're upset and we want things to be different than they are. But we came to a point where we were so relieved that we actually felt like we had made the right decision and the result that we were getting. And we would not have had that result otherwise. And the idea that we were at odds with each other about the direction of the renovation is just simply
We're just not getting along about the timetable and the significance of how long this is taking you guys. I mean, I can't imagine how stressful it must have been. You know, not living in the home you want to live in, and it's taken 2+ years, 3 years.
But as I said, we didn't really take the main house offline until a year and a half ago. We had all of that space at our disposal. It was a joint decision to go to that depth. We weren't happy that we felt like it wasn't at our control, and we did want to do it. We did want to get everything that we still wanted to do for the budget, but every time we scaled back, we got more and more of what we wanted.
Mhm.
I'm sick to death about what happened, but nothing happened today because of there was no animosity between us whatsoever.
Are you saying that you did not harm her?
I am.
So my interpretation of the schedule for the morning is she plans on, you think, going to the dentist. You plan on telling her you're going to go to the park with the dogs. So that tells me that neither of you expected anyone to be at the home. She was going to be going to the dentist. You were going to go with the dogs. So that tells me no one expected anyone to come there for any reason. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
So, is she having any sort of beef with anyone else that you're aware of? Any problems?
No,
Okay. Anyone that would want to do her harm?
no.
Okay. So my suggestion to you that there could be a plausible explanation for this, or whatever happened between the two of you. You're saying still nothing happened between the two.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Would you mind, just for me to be able to say David is a perfect gentleman and is in the clear and did not harm his wife, would you mind taking a polygraph and proving that to us?
Absolutely.
Okay. Would that be a possibility?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Would you like a break for a little bit and then we can organize that? Do you need to use the restroom?
How long does it take?
We happen to have a polygraph examiner in the room.
Okay, good. How long? So not long is what you're saying.
No. Do you want a break though? Just like the restroom, eat.
Maybe I should.
I'll get you another water.
Sure.
The boss is over here on that. I don't know, but
Gotcha.
she'll fill me in.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I'll feel better. And
Yeah.
I think a weight will be lifted off of you. As
Thank
part
you.
of
I'll
any
feel better.
suspicion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And you understand why we ask those questions, David?
I do, and I hope you appreciate there's a complete openness. I have no defense
I don't think that you, I mean, I think you're trying to do everything you can to help.
to the degree that I was happy to go through the issues that we've had. I was happy to lay those out there. It's not no relationship.
Stop talking.
Where's your wedding ring?
Pardon me?
Where's your wedding ring?
Mine?
Mhm.
It's right here.
And why is it on that hand? I'm curious.
After we both scaled back, we both lost a significant amount of weight, and in the pool, it will slip off of this.
In the pool, it slips off your finger?
I mean, completely off the finger. Yeah,
Mm.
It's barely on this one.
Wow.
So
you
either I
switched it?
need to resize, or I need to
Gain weight.
gain a couple pounds back to get to where I was when I originally
I'm just
got it.
curious.
But,
I didn't know if that was your wedding ring or not because it was on
it
your
is.
hand.
It is. It is. I never take it
It's
off.
just loose. Okay. And what does she wear?
She has the wedding band that we
She has a wedding band on her left hand.
correct
Does she have any other jewelry on that you remember?
earrings,
It's
She had
Arthur.
earrings? What do they look like?
diamonds, sparkly, small studs.
Small studs. Does she wear a necklace?
Not very often. Not since the surgery. She's been wearing almost nothing other than her ring. We did get she lost a diamond shipped out of her ring. We got replaced 5-6 weeks ago, something like that.
So today she had on her wedding ring. Is it a diamond and a band? Is it two rings? Or
Correct.
Two. Okay. So she's got two rings on her left hand. She's got her stud diamond earrings and any other jewelry.
I don't think so.
Okay. Where is her purse in the home?
It's the white and black striped to large bag. It's on the entertainment center towards the stairs. So it's the first thing you see.
Okay.
Up knee level. First shelf.
I'm going to take you. Do you have questions before we break?
You mentioned that she separated and divorced James due to an affair, right? Was that affair with you?
No, it was before we. It was well before we met, and it was while they were still together, living in It's not Alouette, but it's
Okay.
close to Alouette County.
Did
Tuluma.
Did she ever tell you anything more about that affair?
She did. She came completely clean about it. She just felt like she wasn't
She said who it was with.
valued at home, and it was a colleague, somebody that she
She worked
worked
with?
with in Houston.
In Houston.
Correct.
So it was while she was traveling.
Correct.
Do you have a,
Did you get a name?
It's also Jim. And it would take me a second, but I can.
Is
I
that
will
someone
be-
who lived in Texas, or they were traveling together?
He lived in Texas. He worked for the company that she was consulting for
Okay.
there, so they were not co-workers, but they were working together.
He worked for a company she was consulting with.
she still communicate with him at all?
I think they're on Facebook together, but I don't think it's anything more than happy anniversary or, it's just the cordial stuff.
Was it a long-standing
I don't think so.
affair or?
I don't think so. She said not. She said it was just a few times on the road. But she felt like it was, that the marriage was that bad. She felt like it was, she really felt like he was making her life hellish. When you had her up there, kind of, she felt.
Would you suspect that there was anything going on with her now?
No,
And what about with you?
no,
Do you have any girlfriends or are you still unmatched?
no, definitely not.
Did she ever explain anything to you about anything physical happening between her and her child's father?
Her and her what?
Child's father. Jackson's father.
Yeah,
Like what?
like when she was pregnant, he slammed her arm in the truck door and dragged her a bit. I don't know if it's an exaggeration or not. Seems like it was more just, more just of a concern.
Did she report it?
I doubt it.
Or
She didn't. I mean, she didn't say that she did it. She would have used it.
She
Probably
seemed like
later.
she seemed like she had the type of personality that would stand for that from somebody. I mean, what kind of personality did Shanti have? She kind of mild-mannered or strong-willed or somewhere in the
Well, no,
middle?
I think that's how she made the decision to. I think that's when she made the decision that she did want to get divorced, but that she wanted to get, as I said, she was terrified of being stuck up there. She was at the end of their tenure up there, while they were losing their house. She says they were both using a lot of drugs. She says they were both drinking excessively. She never wanted to have it. I mean, it's deep. She never wanted to have a child with him. And when they did, when she did get pregnant, she would obviously never give it up, but she didn't want to be stuck up there with no job opportunities and being that far from a regional airport. She just didn't want to do it. So that was her, but I think that she said it's, the cold, part of it that was what really turned her to look someplace else, is that he was cold and ignored her.
What kind of drugs was she doing?
So Shanti did have according to her, not since we've been together, but she had a very significant cocaine habit. And they lived in South Florida. They lived in, I'm going to say Margate. I'm not super familiar with that, but it's not that far from Fort Lauderdale. Anyway, she was working a ton, and I don't know how that intertwined, but basically she just helped her work more and do more and be more productive. But that just tuned her out of her relationship, and then he tuned out. And I mean,
How many times have you seen her do cocaine?
never seen her do cocaine.
Any other drugs? Pills?
Yeah, she does a lot of natural stuff. She does a lot of what's it called, Garcinia. She and I both take caffeine pills instead of drinking coffee. They're not in any kind of excess.
Was the Garcinia how she lost the weight, or was it from the surgery?
The surgery, she was just holding. She's taking Garcinia for years, so her weight was.
What is her size, height, and weight?
I think she's just under 5'8", 5'7" and a half or so. And I think she went from 150 plus to probably, so she was 155 to 150 before, something like that. She's probably 135, maybe low 140s right now. I'm not sure where.
So she lost about 10 to 15?
Yeah.
And how long of a period of time?
Yeah.
The first
Basically,
month
yeah.
of the after the appendectomy was the not eating, not drinking any wine, no empty calories at all. So I would say most of it was probably in that
March.
in that time frame.
Okay.
But she's been she has been saying clothes just don't fit. She's lost that. She's lost a size or two.
Okay. Did she have any injuries prior to you finding her today in the last several days? Any abrasions, any cuts, bruises, anything at all that you remember prior to this incident?
I've had obviously had the worst day of my life. I'm trying to think of no, I can't.
Nothing. She was perfectly fine.
I mean, her stomach was killing her every day of the week, almost all day long.
As far as injuries,
no,
nothing. Nothing? Okay. All right. Well, you have anything else? All right. We're going to take a break. I'm going to head directly to the restroom and we'll bring you back. I'm going to get you another water and then you've got more crackers here. And I don't know if there's a trash can in here, but we can help you get rid of some of this stuff.
Okay. Bear with me. I am what I am. So here we are. Merry Christmas. Dee 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 dee. Here he is. So he's going to take the polygraph now.
Hi. You doing okay?
Yeah, just
Did you sleep a little?
I did.
I know you've got to be exhausted. Or at least mentally.
The
Wow. Detective Collins just wanted to go over
Yeah.
some of the points. I know she had more of an opportunity to ask questions than she did, so we wanted to just clear up some things.
Erin Hart, windows on the bus. Lick, lick, lick,
Yeah, so let's,
lick, 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 lick.
219.
This guy is on the bus with Erin, licking that window, the small yellow bus. Erin, if you're there, small bus, Erin. Lick, 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 lick. This guy, what's he doing? Do you know what I mean? Lick, 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 all day long.
a couple of points I just want you to go back over with me, okay? So when you decided to go upstairs today to find out what time you guys were going to pick up, or you or her were going to go pick up her son, when you first heard the water running, where were you? Do you remember?
First thing we always do is just a habit. We open the door. If I don't hear her talking,
Yeah, but not we, today though. Specifically today, what did you hear?
so I said hello. I didn't hear anything. I got to the landing, which is
Yes,
fairly close to
yes.
the bathroom before I start coming up the other way.
3 to
And
go.
I could hear water running at that point.
Okay, and when you got to the landing, there was a chair that was in the middle of the landing. Why was that chair in the middle of the landing?
We use the chair to open the window, and the blinds have two sets of blinds have a string on them.
Right.
And then the blinds are all the way down. The string is too high for Shanti to grab it. I don't think I can grab it without being on something, so we just left it there.
So it's like literally in the middle of the landing. Like, so you walk around it, like it's not against the wall, it's not out of the way. Was literally when the officers got there in the middle of the landing.
Normally I would put it up against the window. So we would have the back of it against the window.
Okay.
Did you notice it?
I did, but it's been like that since. I don't know if Sam moved it on Thursday or if somebody else moved it Friday or Saturday, but it's been like that for a couple of days.
So literally just every time you go down the stairs, like you have to make a point to walk around the chair to get down the stairs. Nobody would move it to the side? That just doesn't seem
So,
like it.
so normally if the stairs are, I understand, I totally understand what you're saying. If this is, if you're coming down, normally we cut between it like that. I don't know why it was moved over further. Normally we carry the tray up, we carry dinner up on a tray. I carried it up last night and I didn't have to lift it up above it to get past it. I just hadn't moved it back yet.
So
Yeah.
when was the window opened where somebody would have had to move the chair? So the chair's in the middle so that you can reach the cord, or you move it off to the side to reach
It's
the cord?
normally in the back or on the side.
Okay. And that's where it was when later on, but when the
Oh.
officers first got there, it was like literally, they said in the middle of the landing, like they had to move it to get up the stairs.
Maybe, Jonathan.
I don't think I've never had to walk like on that side of it to get around it. I've always walked in front of it and then past it. I've never had the chair in a position where it has to go that far.
Okay. So you don't recall it being in that position
Well, it's-
today?
We'd have to say the middle. I'd have to see a picture of what you mean. It normally, like I say, it's either closer to the wall under the window, or it's closer to the wall where the vent, the return vent for the air conditioner is. I do remember putting my shoes that were wet last night on in front of that vent, and then also on, I think on top of those little apothecary shelves. I think I had my shoes sitting because they got wet. I'm sorry, I'm exhausted. But I, like I say, normally it's over. It's close to the first wall or close to the second wall. I personally never put it in the middle.
Okay. And how'd your shoes get wet last night?
I did what?
Your shoes get wet last night. You said they got wet last night and that's why you had to put them up against the,
I did. I went out, not during the first downpour, not during the second downpour, but somewhere in between there. I just went out to see if everything was closed up. All the windows were closed up in the house. It started raining again, and it was wet everywhere. So I took the garbage out probably 9:30, 10 o'clock. It was pretty late, and it was in between one of the downpours.
okay. So to check the
But
windows,
I have walked outside.
to check the windows to see if they're closed, can't you go in the house to see if they're closed? I mean, do you have to go outside?
The house is dark on the inside, so it is difficult. Maybe it's easier to see.
It's
the
dark outside
but-
too at 9:30 at night in a rainstorm.
Right, but we have a lot of stuff outside. We have a washer and dryer that are outside. I'm sorry, I'm not being.
Oh, no, and I'm just trying to understand,
have-
like,
we have a
to me,
lot.
if it's pouring rain, I'm not gonna go outside to
It
look at the
wasn't,
windows.
But it wasn't. It had, like I said, it was in between those downpours, so
Oh.
the ground was extremely wet. It did start to rain while I was out again, but I did do a perimeter around the house to make sure that nothing, whether it's the lawnmower.
Oh, that's
or
nice.
a car window, or it's a house window, or
Okay.
whatever else. It's just what I do. There's a cover. We have a plastic cover that goes over the washer, and plastic cover that goes over the dryer when it's raining.
Okay, and what kind of shoes were those?
Blue Asics with silver stripe down the side.
Okay, and those are against the air vent?
Those are up on the apothecary.
What are the shoes you said that you
Those
leaned
were
against?
Those are RBXs. Those are a darker.
Which are the
RBXs.
shoes that were wet that you wore outside?
The Saucony's, or the I'm sorry, the Asics were the ones that were wet. But I also worn the other ones out, and they were sitting on the lanai when it started to rain. So they also got wet, but I didn't wear them last night.
So the black sneakers that are leaning up against the air vent return on the landing next to where the chair was, why were those shoes there?
They were sitting on the lanai while it was raining on the edge of it. I had taken them off while I was outside earlier in the day. They were undercover, but it rained and it was windy and they were damp. And so I just set them up there to dry because it doesn't dry out down in the garage.
Okay. So as you were coming up the landing right there, you could hear the water on and you called out to her.
I had already called out like I always do. I didn't hear anything. I heard the water on, and usually if she's in the bathroom and the water's on, she can't hear me.
Okay.
You can't hear somebody.
Hiya, Kim. Welcome, Kim. Because he's in the paper uniform. So it's, one of those thin. He's basically naked. We give it a paper uniform because they took his clothes. That's why he's got a blanket on as well. Because obviously, I imagine the room is cold and stuff like that as well. And it is something like midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, or 2 o'clock in the morning, something. Linears. Yeah. I mean, I would in paper thin uniform. Oof. Nice to see you, Kimmy. Even though you got Johnny Depp as your profile. Um. So where's this gone now?
But even when you're up there and the water's on, normally.
So that didn't seem unusual to you.
Well, like I said earlier, it did seem unusual for that time.
Who else is cold?
Because normally that's not when I see her in the shower.
His wife, you mean?
So you get upstairs, you come around the stairwell, up the stairs and then into the living space. And what do you see?
I don't see anything unusual until I get.
Was her computer on? It looked like she'd just been working. Was the computer screens
Yeah,
on?
his wife, yeah.
The iMac wasn't on the screensaver, might have been on the other one, but it wasn't open to anything.
But I mean, do you remember seeing a screensaver on, or do you not know at all, or do you think they were? Do you remember seeing them be black and thinking, "Gee, she wasn't working"?
The iMac was definitely black.
Okay.
And oftentimes she does use both, so that made me think she wasn't working. But if she's not at her desk, and one of the computers isn't on, so not just asleep, but with a spreadsheet or an email or something, yeah, that tells me she's not working. TV wasn't on. It wasn't usual.
Okay. So you go into the bathroom. You hear the water running, and describe for me, because I'm trying to write and listen at the same time, and I just want to make sure I understand it right. And I know you've said it a couple of times. I'm sorry to make you say it again. I know it's difficult for you, but I just want to make sure that I have a clear picture of this. You walk into the bathroom, and what's the first part of her that you can see? Her back and the back of her legs, or the back of her legs?
She's facing the other way, so I'm seeing the back of her legs, her behind, her back, and the back of her head.
And how much of that is all of it in the tub? Is she? I mean, describe for me, if you could, is it from her waist up that's in the tub? Is it, because what I thought I heard?
Just a little bit of her. I don't. So if she's laying on her side like that, her right leg is on this side, and that's kind of going that way, and her left leg is this direction, but kind of up and maybe hanging a little bit over the edge of the tub.
So her right leg's then got to be completely in the tub.
Just not underwater. It didn't look like to me, because she's laying on her side. So this. Let me just make sure I'm saying it correctly. So her lower side is her left. That's down, but at the knee it's bent, and it's coming up at an angle in this direction. Her right is the top leg. It's a little bit further out of the water, but it's going back towards the corner of the tub.
It's a standard size tub, right? Which is normally like what, a six foot tub, or I don't think they're that big.
That's a 6. It might be a 50. I'm only aware of that because we've been shopping around.
Yeah, like it doesn't.
60. I don't think
it's not a big tub.
I don't think it's.
And she's how tall?
It's not 72.
She's 5'7".
Correct.
So
if you don't fit in, so that's it would be impossible to fit completely flat, completely straight.
Right.
Anything over 5 foot, because I don't think it's more. I'm guessing, but I would say plus or minus. It's around 60.
So you reach to get her, correct? And when you reached to get her, you said the water was full, right? Almost overflowing, but not.
Closer to the top of the what's called the overflow drain,
right?
But not the top edge or the top lip of the tub. And it was actually it looked like it was a little bit below that. And I don't know if it was after I moved her and took some of her just displacement of that powder or splashed the water on the floor. But yeah, that was about right.
So when you first reached to help her, what part of her are you touching?
Her right shoulder, which is the one that's standing furthest up out of the water. Her left side is down, her back is towards me.
Okay.
I'm trying to see what's going on.
And you're doing this with both hands, so she's, so like if,
Not at first, but I couldn't, but without using both hands, I would.
so this is the edge of the, if this is the tub, and this is the edge of the tub, and this is the back wall, and this is a person, kind of like this,
And obviously it's all out of proportion, but
Right.
more like, you know, more like her torso all in.
but this is her, say this is her whole
Mhm,
body.
mhm,
This is her whole body.
mhm.
And she's,
And this is it, her head is in the kind of this corner.
okay,
And-
wall.
toward the wall.
Yeah, yeah, the closed corner, right, between the two tile walls.
Got it. And the faucet's here.
Yeah.
And the water's on.
Yeah.
And so you, now if I'm you, going this way, yes?
Yeah.
So if the water is at that level of the overflow drain, you're reaching into the water, or describe that for me?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I grabbed the top first to kind of pull her towards me.
Sure.
But I couldn't lift her. Like, once I mean, with it, this is all happening so quickly.
I understand.
Split seconds. So certainly that's the first, that's the last like coherent like thing that I had to really think about it. After that, I just see her and I'm just trying to pull her out of there.
Okay, when you say trying, you're trying, but
I couldn't
you
lift her.
couldn't.
I couldn't. I tried.
So how did you get her out? If you couldn't lift her,
I had to pull her, and I believe that one hand was underneath probably her right, her armpit, basically. So
Okay.
I'm pushing one hand under there, and the other hand is going from the other side. And I don't know if it was under her neck or if it was all the way under her arm. Once I got her a little bit closer to me, because she's over on the other side.
Okay.
So once I got her a little bit closer, then I tried to get underneath both and lift her up and out to get her out of the water.
you tried to, but you couldn't lift her. So did you just pull her out of the tub?
Yes,
Okay.
I had to. It was the only
So, and as you
way
did that,
to
I
lift her.
imagine that water and everything comes splashing out of the tub.
Mhm.
Yeah, right? I mean, if it's that high. Okay, so now she's on the floor in the bathroom and facing away from you with her feet towards the door. Or did you completely flip her over?
So I didn't let go of her at
Okay.
that point. I pulled her towards me, and so part of her body came up out of the tub, and her legs are still in it.
Okay,
And then as I turn, I'm taking her head this direction, and her feet come out. But when I got out to the edge of, or just into the other room, there's a bordered carpet, changes color. I set her head down because I was losing my grip, and I couldn't keep carrying her that way. So I sort of stepped out of the bathroom around her, and I reached down and I got underneath and I pulled again. And this time, so
you got down how?
I got underneath her, and her head is down, and I started pulling her between the banister and the couch to get her to the open.
Okay, and she's face up at this point, or she's face down.
At that point, she's face down because she must have been on, when I pulled her out, she wasn't laying flat. And when I went to grab her again, I don't know if it's because of where her arms were or where I was, but I grabbed her from the other direction and pulled her, and her face was down. And I got all the way like that to the middle of what I would call the living space where I said we stopped. Where we do the-
Don't blame Chris.
All right,
I can't quite.
Chris, I don't blame you. I mean, it's quite tedious now, isn't it? So, thank you for being here, Chris, as always, from the start. Yeah, hopefully there's not much longer to go with this tonight. Tomorrow we got Matt Moore, remember? So hopefully see for Matt Moore, and then we got this on Thursday then. So hopefully see you tomorrow, Chris. Have a good evening. Oh no, thank you for being here. Thank you, Chris. Take care.
I can't tell you exactly why it was easier to sort of get a hold, but I also remember it just being strict. She was flat, and
would you agree that it seems like it would be easier to if you have to drag somebody, to drag them face up, because you can put your arms underneath them and you can pull to drag them, as opposed to somebody face down because their arms are going to want to go forward,
Say, Chris.
trying to.
I think it's because she wasn't flat. She was at an angle, and it was hard to do it. It was hard to hold her up that
Does
way.
it seem like that would don't you think though that would be the opposite of that? Would you agree? Like you think if you're going to drag somebody, it'd be easier to drag them when they're on their back?
If you had a perfect choice, maybe, but I don't know.
Well,
that
I'm
I
not
had-
saying
I
that you
don't know- I
did.
don't know that I had that
Yeah,
choice.
I'm not saying that you did.
Otherwise, it wouldn't seem unreasonable.
Um,
And that is how I moved her.
okay. So when you
After
got over to the couch area and then you stopped and you took the mattress pad.
Not right away. I just tried to adjust her neck. I just tried to open. My assumption was I was just making an assumption she was full of water, that if any positive thing could happen or if there's any way to revive
So no.
her at all. I wasn't thinking, I realized it was
No.
unhealthy, and at the same time I was trying to do something. And so, like I said before, I definitely tried to adjust her neck. I definitely grabbed her. And I think one of the other reasons why I probably came out of the bathroom like that is I ended up grabbing her by the hips to pull her the rest of the way, because it wasn't easy to get under her arms. But when I had her, when she was laying on the floor in the living room, I remember turning her on her side, and I remember lifting her at kind of like when someone when someone loses their breath. Have you ever had your breath knocked out of you?
Yeah.
Where you lift them kind of under the waist to try to put their head back.
Did you say before when we talked about moving her by her hips? I don't remember that either, all that detail. So when then you get her over there and you think that she's full of water, what prompted you to put her on top of the mattress pad?
It was cold, and
Oh, mate, stop it. You make it worse for
trying
yourself.
to get something under that I could put under her body to tilt her neck back, or her to get some kind of angle.
Well, think about what you've told us for a minute. You're an intelligent guy, right? I mean, you obviously had a really good career at 3M, right? And you do real estate and sales and now home renovations. You're a bright guy. If somebody was telling this to you, wouldn't you, as an intelligent person, think that something's not right? Something's not adding up here. Because from what you were saying and what we've seen, it's two different things. So we just need to fill in the blanks. And I just need you to help us fill in the blanks. Okay? I know you loved and cared for Shanti, correct? You
Yeah.
said, actually, I think that
No idea.
one of the first things I think you said was, I've never been more in love. We had such a good weekend. Right?
Absolutely, yeah.
And let me ask you about that. You've never been more in love. Like what made you feel that way? What was so great about this weekend that
We hadn't, since the construction started in January, and then the appendicitis in mid-February, a time when either she wasn't extremely stressed and busy with work and uncomfortable with the surgery, and despite the delays and everything else, also having the project, which was the most important thing after her company, on track. All of those things, starting with the text on Sunday and the design of the stairway that
yeah, but to say I've never been more in love.
it just seemed like almost all the
Started.
obstacles had been removed and everything was aligned. It just seemed like we were both agreed on the project. We're both happy with where things were going. We
Okay.
had a great time. We had Jackson. We had some personal time for the first time. And I did have to think about what you said earlier. I certainly had my hands. I always, that's our normal. This would be my personal. I'm not joking in any way, but I do always have my hands on her shoulder, here and here. That's
From
it.
behind or in the front?
I'm behind her, and I would have my hands
On her shoulders?
Yeah.
In what circumstance?
intercourse.
Intercourse?
You had asked if there was some time during a position where I'd have my hands on her body, and
On her throat specifically.
okay, and I'm saying not throat, but you also just said any reason why you would have your hands, and I'm sorry, but I certainly did have my hands here,
And you're saying from
here.
behind?
And on top, yeah.
So your Saturday and Sunday, you would have been touching the tops of her shoulders during intercourse. Okay. Would your hands have any indication? And what I meant when I asked you that, David, is sometimes couples will play that game where it heightens an orgasm if you preclude someone from breathing for just a moment right before orgasm. It's like the choking game that they call it, where it heightens an orgasm if you choke one another. Do you ever do that?
We've never done it. And
Okay.
we did see an episode of Californication or something like that.
You saw an episode on Californication?
That I know what you're talking about. I don't know what it's called, but it's never been part of our repertoire or anything that we've ever needed to experiment with. No.
Okay, so that was not something that occurred.
Correct.
Okay, all right, you can go ahead.
So I just want to point out some things to you that I think are unusual. There's so many, I really don't know where to begin, to be perfectly honest with you. I think that I find that the living arrangement, I find to be completely unusual for you to be primarily living downstairs.
I'm not primarily living downstairs.
Well,
What I
sleeping.
said is that I sleep down there, but I don't go down until we're done with dinner. We're done watching TV or doing what we've done for the evening.
Okay, but
I do sleep down there probably.
okay,
80 or
just
90%
hear
of
me
the
out.
time. Okay.
So you don't go upstairs during the day while she's working. You leave her alone, and then
Not entirely. I do go up there.
Okay.
But I don't work up there while she's on the phone because it's distracting. It's her office.
okay, and I understand that. But so you're not with her during the day upstairs. You go up there, have dinner, and watch TV, and then you go back down to the garage. Where the,
Only after we've said goodnight and everybody else. is
okay,
gone
but
to
you're a
sleep.
married couple. Married couple. I mean, and her son isn't there every night.
And when he's not there, once in a while, but not every night, with her surgery, she was sleeping in a very kind of,
I
unique
understand that.
position.
I know
and
you explained all those. But I want to explain to you
It's not
what.
a permanent thing, is what I'm saying. We lived at Briarcliff, and when we lived
So
with her parents,
that's
she and I shared a
unusual.
bed.
I think the chain of events today I find to be unusual as far as primarily with what you've said and the contradictions in what you've said as far as the water was trickling to then explaining that the water it can't trickle. It's either all the way on or it's all the way off. There's no adjustment in the speed of the water coming out of the faucet. That was a direct contradiction that you made in your statement. The different versions of how she was in the tub. There's been 3 or 4 different accounts of how she was found, to how she was moved from the tub through the bathroom into the living room or the primary living area. There's been several different versions of that from what I take from listening to you earlier.
I've added more detail, but I don't think that anything, and I'm not trying to, I'm obviously not in a position.
Dude, just stop speaking.
I thought every time you described what I saw, it was the same.
And then the primary thing is the fact that the injuries that this woman, sustained, that I saw on her, absolutely 100%, in my opinion, not possible from a slip and a fall in a bathtub.
You got to explain that, David.
You've said a lot. Can I have a chance to?
Yeah, absolutely. This is not a one-way conversation.
Okay.
Oh, of course not. Say
Mm.
more stuff, David.
Let's just start. Let's just start.
Starting with the injuries, because that's our biggest concern is how,
Too.
how do you explain this woman's head being swollen, her eyes being black and swollen, lacerations on her face where the blood has dried this way. Yet she's in a tub supposedly full with water.
He's done.
Clumps of hair missing from the back of her head.
Missing?
Okay.
I don't have any explanations.
I-
This is what I found.
Look, you clearly have no history. Looked you up in every system that I could find. I don't think by any means that whatever happened today was intentional, was planned, what was part of your character.
Yeah,
or
I
who
think
you
so as
are,
well.
by any means.
I agree,
But I
Sandra.
know, and you know, that something happened there today that caused this. Because it didn't happen from a slip and fall in the bathtub. It didn't happen that way, and you know that. And here's the thing. We have to have some kind of understanding from you. You're the only one that can help us understand what happened. Only you, because it was just you and her that was there today. You have to help us.
And that's why I've tried to answer every question.
But here's the thing is
I love
every
it.
time you say tried, it means you failed. And you failed right now at helping us understand that.
I've told you everything.
You're
that I
missing
know.
parts, though. You're missing parts. Come on.
I would tell you, I have never, ever, and,
What?
and would never, ever hurt her.
I don't think you hurt her on purpose. David, I don't.
I would never hurt her.
This is so annoying to listen to.
It's one of two things today. It was on purpose or it was an accident. You pick. But one of the two things happened. She didn't do this to herself, and there was nobody else there. What are we supposed to think? What you're saying doesn't make sense.
I'm saying I don't know what happened to
So
her.
when you pulled her out of the tub, you agreed with me that the water came out of the tub. There's not a spot of water on the floor, David. The carpet isn't wet. The carpet isn't wet from where she was pulled out of the bathtub, sopping wet, all the way around to the front of the couch. The carpet's not wet. There's no blood on the carpet. Average person would think if you pull somebody who has been in a tub with long brown hair, who's bleeding in a, what did you call it, rose-colored water in the tub, and you pull her out, water's going to come splashing out on the floor. It's going to splash onto the toilet, onto the vanity, onto everything in there. The little brown rug that was pushed off to the side is going to be wet. It's not, because that's not what happened. The evidence does not match what you're saying. And I understand that whatever happened today, like I said, was not planned, was not on purpose. Whatever happened, I'm certain was an accident. And that's why none of these details are matching up with what actually was there. So please help us to understand, because if you maintain what you're saying right now, do you understand that it just looks like you just don't care? You just have no remorse, no concern for what happened to your wife. If it was, it's one of, like I said, it's one of two things. She didn't slip and fall. That's out of the picture. It's not a possibility.
What happened?
I don't know. You need to tell us what happened. Did you guys get into an argument? Was she pissed about the house?
No.
Was she, did she catch you with another woman? Did
Absolutely
she have a boyfriend? Did
not. No.
the stress of the house? I mean, David, I don't know. I wasn't there. I wasn't there to hear that conversation. Okay? I wasn't there. And that's why I need your help. you've got to help us understand what happened. Because it's not slip and fall. You didn't pull her out of the bathtub like you said you did, because there's no water on the floor. There's no splashing of water anywhere in the bathroom. The inside of the tub is dry, completely dry. The tub doesn't dry that fast. It was warm in that apartment. It's not going to dry that fast. There's no water on the floor. There's no water on the carpet, nothing. The only place where there's anything wet is underneath that mattress, the mattress pad, and she's damp. She's not even wet. Her clothes weren't even wet. So you didn't pull her out of the tub at 2:50 or 3 o'clock or whatever time. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. You know that. We know that. But what we don't know is the rest of what you know. And you have to help us understand that. What happened to her today? And I understand whatever happened clearly happened earlier today. And I get it. I mean, I'm sure it freaked you out. I'm sure it was very stressful, whatever it was. And you got to figure it out and wrap your head around it. And how am I going to handle this? What am I going to do? Oh my God, it's an accident. But maintaining this, I mean, and that's not everything. That's just some of the stuff I can lay out for you. That's just not matching up. Okay. Do you remember? It's a pretty big case in Orange County. Do you remember Casey Anthony? Okay. Regardless on what you think about whether she had anything to do with that little baby's dying or not. Okay. What we do know is that everything that she said was proven to be a lie. From going to work at Universal, from all of the different things. So where she was, the nanny, the blah, 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 all the stuff, right? Mm-hmm. Long time, unfortunately, too long later on, they find that poor little baby in the woods, right? The mother clearly, the day she makes the phone call, says, I smell a rotting body or whatever she said in the trunk of the car. If Casey Anthony had come forward immediately, or even when the mother first picked up on what was wrong with the car and said, I screwed up. I wanted to go party. I left the kid in the car. The heat killed the kid. Okay. We can forgive people for accidents.
Oh my God.
Nearly anything. But what we can't forgive is when somebody maintains that lie.
Oh my
That
God.
coldness. We can't forgive them for that.
Jesus Christ, man.
And if Casey had come forward and said, you know what, it was an accident, she probably never would have been tried, or I don't know, whatever would have happened with it is Orange County's case, thank goodness. But
no, she still would have.
we would have looked at her and viewed her a lot differently than we
No.
ever do now.
Mm-hmm.
No.
I want you to remember that, because this is going to be, it is already, the evidence is not aligning with what you're telling us. And I don't want you to think that I think any differently of you, or she does, or anybody else would think any differently of you if you come forward and you talk to us now about what really happened there today. Because she deserves to have the truth be told. And if it was an accident, if you guys were having sex, if it was rough sex, and if, you know, she passed out and then you freaked out, oh my God, let me try and revive her by putting her in the tub, you know, whatever. I mean, people do things. I mean, I don't know you at that level to know what's going through your head on whatever you want to try and help her. But what we do know is what was said is not what happened, because it's just not possible. So you got to help us. Can you do that?
I've told you everything.
Don't go down that path.
You just can't believe now.
It's not going to work out.
The
She did not get pulled out of that bathtub at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah,
You're missing
I mean,
an entire hour in your timeline.
Hmm?
You're missing an entire hour in your timeline. From when you say you found her to when you called 911.
I went upstairs 5 or 6 minutes before I called 911. I didn't know what time it was when I called them.
I know,
I
but
know
we
you
do.
do. I know you do. I know you
You're
do, but I
missing,
have,
you're missing almost an entire hour. From the time you say you found it, to the time you called us.
I mean, to witness it,
I don't
wow.
I don't think there's a way that I could be.
I looked it up. I mean, I know what you told us. We both had it in our notes. We both looked at what time you told us and we looked it up. What time we got the call. You're missing almost an entire hour.
It, I tried to tell you everything that
Yeah,
I did from the
Jonathan.
time that I came home until the time that I went up there. I didn't look at my watch before I went out.
At the time you called the police, one of you should have already been on the way to get her son. So you're missing a significant amount of time.
What time was it?
I'll discuss that with you at a later time, but it is almost an entire hour.
Hang on.
Go to get him.
I'll discuss that with you at a later time. They'll be like, okay, well, I'll discuss everything with you at a later time with my lawyer.
Until 4:30.
That's what you mean. That's what you said.
Pardon?
That's what you said. Right. That's how I know what time you go to get it.
Correct.
You're missing a significant amount of time.
No, don't think so.
David, you're going to get one shot at telling the truth. And you're really, really making this difficult on us. And it's not going to go well for you. You're going to get one shot to tell the truth. And it's right now. Okay? It's right now. You've got to tell us what happened between the two of you. This is not looking good for you. Her injuries are way too severe.
I don't have any explanation for her, the severity of her injuries. I don't have any explanation, and that is also the part of this that frightens me the most. I don't have an explanation for it. I can dig. There's nothing
Only
I
five.
can do to explain that without making something up, which is not the right thing to do.
For you to
I'm gonna
see
get
the
coffee.
significance of her injuries up close and personal like you did and come up with this cockamamie theory that she fell and hit her head is just baffling to me that you thought we would believe
I'll
it.
be back now.
It's just
I don't know.
baffling
I don't know what
that
happened.
you had a significant amount of time to come up with something, but to think that we would buy that she slipped and fell in the tub and hit her head, and you saw how significant those injuries were. You saw it up close and personal. You saw the swelling on her face. You described how the severity of her eye, the cuts to her face. To think that we would think that she slipped and hit her head and had a significant eye injury like she does. Both eyes.
Both eyes?
Both eyes. Do you know how those injuries occur to the eyes like that? No. You strangled her. And that's what the medical examiner is going to tell us. Because I've already spoken to the investigator. Crime scene folks, investigators were already there. I just got the phone with the medical examiner investigator.
David, detective, something you should know. There's nobody better at domestic violence than this detective right here. She knows what she's talking about. She's seen enough of it in her 20 years that you need to say what happened today. What did she do that made you so mad? Nothing. You just strangled her for no reason?
You're not a cold-blooded killer, David. That didn't happen. You're not a cold-blooded killer. You're not a cold-blooded killer.
She didn't do anything.
You guys are practically newlyweds. Okay? Something pissed you off. Something she said, something she did. Maybe you guys were breaking up, but you haven't been married long enough to sleep in separate beds. Something's going on between the two of you.
We're not sleeping in separate beds.
You're sleeping in
because
separate parts of the house. You're sleeping in different buildings.
Yeah. You're not even on the, I mean, there's a giant couch.
I'm sleeping downstairs, and I have slept there.
But that's
have
not what
done
you've
that.
said. But you've said that you sleep downstairs. You go down there when the TV is off. You let her spend more time with her son.
She goes to, they're asleep. What I said is when they go to sleep and the lights go off, I spend the entire evening. I make make dinner with them.
I understand that. You're sleeping in different parts of the house.
Once we go to sleep, we don't.
The
nothing
bed's
is
big enough
happening.
for the both of you.
Pardon me?
The bed's big enough for the both of you.
That has never been, that is not, the size of the bed has never been the issue. The issue is that she wakes up frequently. Sleep apnea causes her to wake up over.
Why don't you
over
put another
and
bed
over
in that
and
room
over.
then?
We already have two, and we have a large couch, so there's plenty of space there, but I do sleep better without listening to her snore. It's pretty much that simple. And she sleeps better without me moving around. So unless it's a weekend or a night when Jackson's not there, we don't even think about it. This has been working for us really
So
well.
when was the last time you slept in bed with her?
The weekend previous when Jackson was with his dad on Saturday night.
What was different about that night?
We enjoyed sleeping together. We did it too. We did it for all the reasons that anyone else does it, to enjoy being close to each other.
When was the time before that?
Probably before the surgery, but for a long time during the surgery, I was sleeping on the couch upstairs.
So
when
prior
Jackson
to her
wasn't there.
surgery, so I know the whole surgery thing took a big chunk of time there, but before the surgery, how often?
Every other weekend when Jackson wasn't there.
That's got to put a
Or
strain
no.
on a relationship. You are a newlywed couple and you're only sleeping in the same bed together every other weekend.
That didn't mean that we couldn't have sex more often than that just because we weren't sleeping.
No, I know, because I mean, you don't work outside of the home right now doing the construction and she's there. So, I mean, and it's not about the sex, it's just about relationship of being,
We couldn't, we wouldn't agree on. And we said it over and over. And that's why when we got the chance, we did do it. And for a while with the appendectomy, she was going back and forth from bed to the couch. Before that, when we got this couch up there in January, I did sleep up there a couple of times, but we weren't pushing it. We had the house coming online. We had a master bedroom that we were designing, and that was part of what was sustaining us.
But even when you moved into the new portion of the home, you weren't intending to share a bed?
Of course we were.
You were, but
That's what I'm saying, is when we moved
why would it be any different once you moved into the house? She's still gonna snore.
we could have a separate bedroom, and she had said she would either try the CPAP or she's tried a number of different retainers that open to keep your,
but David, why would you do it then when the house is done and not now?
because it interrupted her sleep. Like I said before, it's not an
I
inconsistency.
know, but if you're gonna do it in the future, when the bedroom's done, it's gonna interrupt your sleep then. Didn't that upset you? I mean, if my husband wouldn't do it now for me, but he says, oh, I'm gonna do it in the future,
I didn't think about it that much.
come on. Really?
Because
That seems very unusual to me. You are a newlywed couple and it doesn't bother you that your wife is not willing to do what she needs to do so you can sleep in the same bed.
it didn't allow her to sleep. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't seem like we're picking. It just doesn't seem like the things that you were saying are inconsistent. I think that I've explained extremely well. She didn't
No.
sleep. She did, but you said we could, if she would do it, that we could both sleep well in the bed. And what I had said earlier, and what she told me, is that she couldn't sleep with it, that she didn't sleep well.
No, I know,
that her
but
sleep was that important, and I agreed.
she's gonna do it in the future, which means she's not gonna sleep in the future. So either way, she's not gonna sleep.
I think it's an adjustment and a transition that she didn't feel like she could make right now because she couldn't afford the time that it would take.
And that didn't bother you.
Not that she didn't do it right now, that we were going to do it in the future. That was fine.
But she's sleeping in the only part of the residence that's semi-comfortable. You're sleeping in the garage with the dogs.
Oh,
And are you sleeping on a bed or on a couch?
On the couch that's in there.
Okay. And she didn't tell you to sleep
No.
on there? So you had an option.
Yeah, she wanted me to sleep over there, so she's like,
I showed them picture. Huh?
Both get a good night's sleep.
So
And
you,
that's why we did start sleeping on the couch.
No, I could attest to that.
She was doing it after the surgery. I was doing it before the surgery. We didn't get that couch until January. The couch that we had before that wasn't as comfortable, but we did start doing it once we got the new couch.
you were sleeping upstairs or down?
I was sleeping upstairs more often, so one night during the week, and definitely on the Saturday night when we didn't have Jackson.
So the couch upstairs is new?
I think he is.
He
He is at the start.
in January.
He was, I
Like,
believe.
It's used?
That's a nice couch.
He must be before they
Did you and
interrogated
Patrick
him,
have life
John.
insurance?
We both did.
You both did? Who's it through?
We purchased them through Patrick McCarty, who represents,
You spell
I think-
McCarty?
yeah, MCARTY.
And he works for who?
AXA Investments.
Is he local?
He is local.
They've have to done the Miranda rights, you see, John, before, you know, because otherwise this is not relevant. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, I thought they did at the right start. Yeah, they do. Also, would the jury see this and go, "Oh my God, what's this about?" I knew what you meant, Sandra. It's all good. Are the jury going to look at this and go, "What the is this about?" How's my audio, by the way? Is it too loud? My mic audio, by the way, or is it okay? Because I'm conscious that I can't adjust it. I can't feel sorry for him. Most people who do not know their rights, I find it hard to feel sorry for. Who do not know their rights, I find it hard. Yeah, but then you put it. Okay, hang on. It's back on. It's back on. It's back on, everyone. Beware. Oh my God, today's even worse than yesterday. Maybe you need to put the tick. Yeah, I've done it. I'm sorry, Sarah P. I don't like this. This means my life is hell. It's been worse, so it's not too bad. I don't like when you say that, Jonathan. It means it's too loud. No worries. I thank you for telling me. So now everyone's aware. So it's fine. Hey, you know you can rant in our chat. It's not a problem. You can rant in this chat whatever you want. It's all good. All right.
And
Is his number in your phone?
yes,
Did you get?
I got mine in November
Of what year?
last year,
2017?
Mhm.
And when did you all get married?
in February 2017.
2017. When you say I got mine, you mean on yourself?
Yeah.
How much?
Mm,
$1 million? And when did Shanti get hers?
She's had hers for quite a while. I don't know when she got it.
Before
She
the
had it
marriage?
before I met her. She had it during her first marriage.
And what is her policy with?
Same.
Which is? Which is? How much?
I think hers is 250.
I thought you said same. I missed it.
I thought you said who is it through, and I meant it's through the same person.
Through Patrick McCarty?
Correct.
Did she have you call him because she already had a policy with him?
He's her advisor, and so as long as we've been together, he's been trying to get more business from me.
So you have $1 million on yourself?
Correct.
And how much was her policy worth?
I think it was worth 250.
250,000. And she's had hers since she was married to her ex?
They got those together. She kept hers on Jim.
She what?
She has a policy on Jim,
On Jim?
so she owns that policy. So
How much is that worth?
I don't know.
Who's the beneficiary on her policy?
I am
You are, not her son?
correct.
When, since she had the policy while she was married to Jim, when did she change the beneficiary to you?
Sometime after we got married,
Do you know when?
I could trace it back, but we went down together. We went down to his office together to change it.
After you were married?
I believe so.
So
Because her name,
sometime between,
because her name, I believe she had changed her name at that point. So I think it was sometime between when we got married in February and I think some of her names
Terry.
came through maybe 6 weeks or 8 weeks after that. Driver's license and that kind of thing.
so when did you go down and meet with Patrick in order to change the beneficiary, the two of you?
I don't know exactly. I'm saying it was, if I had to guess, I would say it was around 2 months after. So it would be April.
Of last year?
Mhm.
So it was several months before you got a policy through him.
Correct.
6 or 7 months before you got the policy for $1 million. Who's the beneficiary on yours?
She is.
Any other policies? Or just those two?
Just those.
Any through any other companies? No. The glaring issues, obviously, Detective McCollum's pointed out to you, and I don't know if she has any more points to make with you, but it's pretty evident to me that Shanti's been murdered. Been doing this a really long time, David. This woman was strangled, possibly beaten. She's been murdered. And strangulation, as she indicated, in a domestic setting, strangulation with a woman is extremely personal. Women get strangled by people that they're married to or dating. It's very personal. It's very angry. Sometimes it happens because people black out, because they get so angry, they get blinded by their anger, and they black out and they just don't recall what happens. It's very common. And I've had several people tell me, yes, I put my hands around the throat and then I blacked out. I honestly don't know when I woke up, she was on the floor. People get that angry. You know, it is also very common when you come out of that blackout and you see someone on the floor, that you try and revive them, that you drag them into the tub and try and wake them up. That I would totally understand. It's happened many, many times in my career. Okay, this woman was strangled and possibly beaten. She has significant injuries. Okay, Shanti's been murdered. This is not an accident. This is not a slip and fall. All her injuries tell us that. Okay. There is no one home but you. And this did not happen in the afternoon. Okay. She was barely damp. You did not pull her out of that tub at 3 o'clock. And honestly, I got to tell you, you said many, many times that you couldn't lift her. She's 135 pounds. You're 6'2", almost 200. You could have picked her up out of the water, threw her over your back, rushed into the living room, laid her down, and started calling 911 and CPR. An hour went by before that occurred. Okay, there's no question in my mind you could have very easily, at 6'2", 190, grabbed her out of the tub, threw her over your shoulder, and ran into the other room. You're able-bodied, you're a man, and you're quite a big guy, especially for someone who's 5'7.5", $135. I could have picked her up, even at dead weight.
You should remind them.
50 pounds. Okay, very easily. And the other significance to that is even if she was a little heavy, when people see a car roll on someone they love, they pick up the car. When you see a house burning and your loved one's inside, you don't think. You run into a burning house. Why? Adrenaline. So even if you couldn't lift her, even if she was 278, your adrenaline would have kicked in the moment you saw someone you love in distress, and you would have very easily whipped her out of that tub. Adrenaline does that for us. Would have been very easy for you, even if she was heavy, and she's not. Okay? Nothing that you've told us today happened. There's slivers of truth in every lie, and you've told us some significant slivers. There's sporadic truth in a lot of what you said tonight. Sporadic truth. We've
agree with Sandra.
Most of it, complete fucking bullshit. Complete bullshit. And I don't think you're a bad guy. I don't think you're a cold-blooded killer. But I do think you killed your wife. And I don't think you meant to do it. And I don't have a problem telling the state attorney's office you didn't mean to do it. I don't have a problem telling the state attorney's office that you didn't plan this, that you didn't do it to get $250,000 so you could finish the house and live there with someone else. Okay? I mean, there's first-degree murder, David. There's second-degree murder. There's manslaughter. Okay? If you want me to go out and leave this room and prove that you stood to gain $250,000 so you could finish the house the way you wanted to, so you could move someone else in that you care about more, if you want me to go out and prove first-degree murder, that's an option. I don't think that's what happened. I don't think you premeditated this. I don't think you planned this. I think some shit went bad and you fucked up. That's what I think. And I don't have a problem telling the state attorney officer. Okay? I think you made a mistake. I think you screwed up bad and you made a mistake and you tried to figure it out and cover it up. And her wrapped in that thing that she was laying on, that mattress pad, there was no need for that. You had her on the floor, on the carpet, in front of the TV. Anything you needed to do to her could have happened. Right then and there. There was no reason to move her again. No reason to wrap her in anything unless you planned to dispose of the body. Unless for a brief, fleeting moment you thought about wrapping her up and getting her out and taking her someplace else. And then you realize you just couldn't do it. You're not that guy. You're not a cold-blooded killer. It's not like you go around killing women. Okay? It's not like you're a serial killer. Maybe for a brief moment you thought about it. But there was no reason to move her. There's no significant change between where she's in front of the couch and where she is next to the bed. The surface is the same. It's just as hard. You're going to do CPR, you can do it in one place as easily as you can do it in the other. There's no reason to grab the mattress pad. There's no reason to put her on it. There's just no reason for it. And you've tried to explain it away and away and away, and it makes zero sense. You've made some significant errors in whatever plan that you decided to tell us that you've been making up all day. It's not jiving. We're not buying it for 1 minute. You got to tell us the truth, David. This is not looking good for you. And if you want me to go out and prove first-degree murder, I'll make you a cold-blooded killer. It's not a problem. I'll prove you withstood that you were going to finish the house with a 250 thing. Okay, it'll make you look terrible, and you'll end up with nothing, and you'll face the first-degree murder charge. That's not what happened. I don't think.
She's basically saying, if you don't confess, then I'm going to pin it on you no matter what. I'm going to walk out of this room and I'm going to pin the whole thing on you and prove to the whole world you were the killer. Jesus. Don't care if you're innocent. You're going down. But make it easy for yourself. You're going down whatever happens, because I'll make sure of it. But make it easy for yourself. Make it sound like second degree or manslaughter. Wow.
You did that. I don't think you're that guy. I've sat toe-to-toe with a lot of murderers who killed their wives and couldn't have given a shit. That's not David. David cared about this woman, probably loved her. She's a beautiful lady. Beautiful lady. But we talked to her ex-husband. She's also a bitch. At least that's what he
I'm not
described.
sure.
He told us how she can be. He told us how she can get.
What did you say?
He told us. He told us how she'd be. He lived with her. He called her a bitch. More than once. Smart, ingenious.
Hey, Sandra, there's nothing that you've written today that I disagreed with. It's absolutely my take on it is how disgusting it is. And this is, Brandon Dacey or Brendan Dacey, isn't it? Stephen Avery's nephew. No wonder he confessed. If someone like this was going, I'm going to pin it on you. I know you've done it. I'm going to pin it on you. It's up to you now whether you go for first degree, second degree manslaughter. You tell me, you're done for. You're done for. So it's up to you. So no wonder people confess. Because if you've been threatened saying, I'm pinning this on you, there's no one else, just you, son. So it's up to you. You can imagine some people sleep deprived, bit thick, whatever, just going, oh my God, well, I don't want first degree, I don't want second degree, I must comply, I'll go for manslaughter or something. Jesus, this is awful to listen to.
Genius, financial whiz, but she can be nasty.
No, I think so as well, but
We get it. These things happen. Okay? You wouldn't be the
yeah,
first, nor will you be the last.
same,
But sticking to
same.
this line that you've given us today is going to make you look like a fool. The truth is going to be the only thing that minimizes
Yeah.
what happens. It's got to match up, Dave. It has to. It has to be consistent with what we know. And that's how we're going to know the truth when we hear it, because it's going to match.
I've never seen it like this before, though. He's looking at her now. I haven't seen it. I've not seen it yet, Jonathan. I agree, Sandra. Yes, Dunia.
It's okay. It will be okay. We can't help you until you help us. We wouldn't spend this much time with somebody that we thought was just a cold-blooded killer and that didn't give a shit. I understand how difficult it has to be for you to come forward after making such a mistake. I get it. But you know in your heart what happened. And you know the right thing to do is. What happened today, David?
Just a shout out. 8 o'clock Mountain Time tonight. Sally is doing an interview with Matt Moore, with Matthew, to discuss his Dateline interview. So just so you all know, that's 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock Mountain Time, 8 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Pacific, 10 o'clock Eastern Time, 9 o'clock Central Time. I think it's going to be a rumble, so keep an eye out on Sally's Twitter for a link.
I promise you you'll feel better. All this pressure on you. And that's because you care. It's because it's not part of who you are. You didn't plan it. You didn't intend this. This was put upon you, and now you have to figure out a way to deal with it.
Yeah, she is trying to get hold of his cock, probably.
What did she say? What did she do today? What started the argument? Was it about the
It's
house?
horrible.
About her kid? What was she mad at? What was she bitching about? Money, finances, getting the house done, dogs. And who knows? Women get pissed off at everything. Let it out, dude. I promise you feel better. You deserve to feel better. She's cheating on you?
Thank you. No, you're good. I appreciate it.
We do, David, because we just, we've been around for so long, we just know, we can tell how people truly are, and this is not your heart. I mean, this is not who you are, and I know you hate what happened. I know you hate it, and I know you wish you could take it back. And I know you hope that you wake up and this is a nightmare. And I know you, but until we hear the truth and some sort of remorse, I'm just not convinced that this wasn't planned. I think I'm reading you pretty good. I don't think that's who you are. I don't think you've been planning this for weeks on end. Okay? So I don't think your intention was, financial. I hope that's not who you are. I hope that you're not some guy that just goes around and takes advantage of women for financial gain. Okay? I mean, I know there's some mean people on Match.com, but I hope that when we dig into your past, we're not going to find that you're going around taking advantage of women around the country. Okay? I don't think that's you. Okay? That's not like Scott Peterson, who killed Lacey Peterson, who's got 4 or 5 different girlfriends in 4 different states. Okay? I don't think that's who David is. I think David made a mistake.
Oh my God, this is
And I
sickening
don't
to
think
watch.
David needs to pay as severely as someone like Scott Peterson. I think David needs to tell the truth. David's going to feel better about that, and then we're going to deal with what that truth is.
Stop.
We're going to be able to figure it out together. Okay? We can figure it out together, but I got to know the truth, Dave. We'll figure out the next steps.
He's going to confess, isn't he?
Just get it off your chest.
Don't tell me he's going to confess. Says so strongly about him doing it. I would probably care how. Yeah, maybe Jonathan. I don't think he confesses. I don't know. Why? I hope you're right, Joe. I have no idea. No idea, Joe. I I don't actually know. Stop rubbing his leg, love. That's creepy that she's rubbing his leg. Imagine if a man did that to a woman. Jesus. She said not guilty but reason of insanity. Oh, okay. It's interesting. Make myself bigger so you can all see me a bit more. Hello. Just don't do it, man. Shh. If he does not confess, they're gonna be pissed. Hi, Hannah. No worries. You can't read much tomorrow, Hannah. We got Matt Moore tomorrow. Oh yeah, you can in the morning. This is just we got about probably another hour and a bit left on this one. This is his interrogation. I made beans with salt pork. Ooh, nice. Pinto. They might put their hand on a woman's leg. Yeah, they wouldn't rub it like she's doing. She's been rubbing it. Tactic rubbing his leg used along with the right person. Yes.
Sure you do, because every time you close your eyes, you're thinking about telling us the truth. And every time you close your eyes, you're seeing this happen. You're never going to be able to close your eyes and not see this happen.
Oh, nice. Nice, Jonathan.
The only way that goes away is if you're honest. It's going to haunt you.
Yeah, I'm annoyed. I cringe at this, to be quite honest with you. Is this not
What we
justice?
have right now is what the evidence tells us, what Shanti tells us, and a whole lot of bullshit from you, and that's not going to work. Okay?
Oh,
Her body doesn't lie. People do. Unfortunately for us, deceivers do not lie. And you're going to keep reliving this over and over and over again, and it's never going to get off your conscience until you clear your conscience. David, it was a mistake, not an accident. Just explain that for us. You didn't know your own strength. You didn't mean to do it.
yeah, Emma, that's right.
You know we know. And you know we're going to prove it. I just don't want to make you out to be some cold-blooded killer because I don't think you are. And that's the one thing that we can be in control of here, okay? We can be in control of the narrative. We can be in control of, this is first-degree murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter. What is this? Is this an accident? What is this? We can be in control of that, okay? Her injuries are her injuries. They are what they are, okay? I can write that as first-degree murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, a mistake, an accident, you blacked out. I can write it however it is, okay? I don't like to make shit up. I like the truth. And that's all anybody wants in a situation like this is the truth. And that's what her dad deserves. That's what her son deserves. That's what her grandmother deserves.
So, Jonathan, my mic goes into my laptop, right? Volume control is based on StreamYard. The court and this interrogation is in a tab. So whatever the tab volume is what my mic volume is. It's coming out of my laptop, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense, but that makes sense to me. So that's why I don't. I think I'm on Windows 10. I think. Don't actually know. I'm a boomer.
Her friends. I
Sooner.
just want the truth. And you're close to her family. I'm sure you're close to her friends. I mean, what do we want these people thinking about you?
What do you want your mom to think about you? You might even want you to maintain this lie.
Because God forbid we paint you out to be some sort of monster. I mean, that's not fair.
And she's going to sit through that?
And she knows that's not her boy. I don't think that's fair to you. I don't think what happened to Shanti is fair either, but I don't think it's fair to you to make you some sort of cold-blooded killer and monster who's out greedy for money. I don't think that's who you are. But those are your choices. You either made a mistake or you're a monster. Who didn't really care for this woman, who didn't love her, who married her because maybe she had potential to make really good money or had some money, or maybe for the life insurance. Who knows? I mean, that's what people are going to think, unless we are able to say the truth. But it's one or the other, Dave. You either made a mistake or you're a cold-blooded killer. Which one are you?
How's that, Jonathan? Is that better?
Was it a mistake? Was it an accident?
You have solved it, Jonathan. Let's go, John. Let's go, John. Yeah, you taught me something. I didn't know this.
What if we start from the top again? The top of today.
Right. Let me just try and figure it out as well.
You get up, you take the dogs out, right? Where'd you sleep last night?
Downstairs.
Okay. And you got up, was it light out? When you got up? Did you have to pull the trash to the curb?
Did that before.
Okay. And so you're kind of milling around downstairs. She comes down at what time? You think?
I think it was before 7:30. I think it was after 15 or so.
Okay. She normally come down first to have a cigarette. It's like that. Usually the first thing she does in the morning. Okay. So she came down to smoke. What did you guys talk about?
All right, hang on.
She normally come down to have cigarettes.
So, I would love to hear the behavior panel announcing her interrogation technique. Yes. You're pretty close to the interrogation audio now. Fine. I can't hear you from downstairs now. But can you hear the can you hear the interrogation though? I don't. It starts to about yes. I took it down, Hannah, because she said she was fine. Then she came back in and said, put it back up. I'm in a bad mood. Not nothing to do with me, with work. So I can't win.
She didn't feel good. She didn't feel like going to the dentist. And she was thinking she didn't have to jump on a call or do anything right away. And she just wanted to enjoy the little more sleep or just doing whatever.
I just say, not my fault. Not my fault with Sarah P today. Nothing to do with me. Just to say. Sarah said she was doing good today. She was. She was. Then went downhill again. Yes. They progressed. Yes. You see?
But,
Not me.
she said she was just to do things upstairs. She always does. You know, a typical conversation.
Okay. How many cigarettes did she smoke?
It's part of
I'm sorry.
one or less.
Okay. So take us from that point and tell us the truth.
There you are. Hannah? Yes, RP. StreamYard's the worst.
Just
Are you religious? Motherfucker. So StreamYard's the worst, right? The only good thing about StreamYard is when you get guests in and also the chat. OBS is by far better. By far better in everything else. Because you can do your mic audio. It's button up and down. Here, I have no idea what I'm doing. John has taught me how to do something now. I don't even know what I'm doing. I know, but work progressed. You were, yes, you were that loud that I could hear you from downstairs over my hubby watching TV down there. Look, job and co-workers only a yes today. Don't say that's RP, you let him off the hook. No! But I'm grateful to have a job, yes. It's less buggy as far as I'm aware. OBS is brilliant, except for you can't get a chat. Well, I can't get the chat to the screen or don't know how to. And I can't get, like you saw with Lady Low, I couldn't figure out how to get her on. I should do a break, Emma. Yes, as you should. I'm good to you today.
right. Or have you been?
I'm not mad at them. Don't you? I'm not mad at them. She's not mad at me. If she's mad at co-workers, that means she's not mad at me. So I like them. I like her co-workers. Jonathan.
So she goes back upstairs. And what are you doing? Any tension at that time? Anything? Okay. So just we'll stop asking. Just start from the beginning. We'll give you a clean slate. Give you a clean slate. Just tell us the truth from that point on.
Remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and they mostly here members anyway.
What I would do. Discuss that. And realize that I'm open to you. I'm just gonna say we're both tired. And we're both sitting together. Late. Discuss the truth, feelings, talk. And then see. Before we reach in what I always do, usually we've heard from them. Just to get a feel for what her day is going to be like.
I'm not sure what I've done.
I should check with her to see if that, like I said before, what we can coordinate on. And a busy week, that might be all she had the time to talk about until she's done.
She knew he was gay and I was busting. Maybe.
We don't have a landscaper.
I can't do character voice.
I do everything with the art, everything for done anything. It's just getting the dogs out and we need to talk about the courtyard. That's what we're going to fill out. As the day we can put big pieces of whatever out. We had some junk back there we wanted to get rid of. And I guess that was actual eagle and then walk. It's an exercise. I do have a sciatica conditions, not all the time, but when I do overdo it, it does slow me down. So usually walking is good for that. And relaxing is good for that. And that was very much the gist of it until I left. The only thing that changed when she came down is she just sounded more positive about going to the dentist. She had been on the fence. She just seemed more positive. She told me to have a good one. And, so that's an impact.
You just say that was the last time you talked to her?
You didn't actually take a walk, though, did you? Yes or no?
Yes.
When you took the walk, was Shanti alive?
Yes.
Was she alive when you went to take the dogs to the park?
I don't know. From everything that I'm hearing about this.
Well, before we said anything, you told us you felt like she was deceased before you left.
I didn't say that I knew. Just that I thought she might have been.
You felt like she was deceased before you took the dogs to the park. What would make you feel that way?
Because she didn't go to the dentist.
So someone doesn't go to the dentist and you think they're dead?
No.
She told you she might not go. The normal thinking would be she changed her mind.
Or just that something changed or something happened.
Something did happen, and you knew something happened. That's why you felt it. You didn't feel it because you're psychic. You felt it because you know. Because you knew.
Oh, Jesus.
Before you left for the dogs, you knew she was deceased.
No, I said that tonight. But looking back on it now, with what we know,
You
that's
said
how I
that
felt.
before we knew anything. You said that before we told you anything. It's one of the first things you said when we walked in.
That's not interesting. Because what I didn't say that I knew in the morning.
No, you said
But I
you
said
felt like it.
You know, I feel like I know. After I knew she passed away.
No, I didn't think so either.
I guess
What would make you feel like she was deceased before you left?
It just
What would make you say that?
I didn't have that feeling before I left.
No, what would make you say that to us?
I didn't say that to you. I said looking back on it. I didn't say that I felt like that.
I'm not saying you did. I'm saying what would make you feel as though she was deceased? Why did you feel that way?
because I thought the shower has nothing to do with it. And it's just
No worries, Dunia. That's fine.
getting ready. I get the feeling that's what she was going to do.
I'm concerned she wasn't okay when I left.
It's not what I said.
It's not what you said?
She wrote it down.
Oh, no.
I didn't say it. The context to me is not what I meant or what I said. I'm concerned that
Now I'm
now.
concerned
now. I'm sorry, I don't.
She
this
wasn't
is-
okay.
when I left.
I would have to agree with you. I don't think she was okay when you left. Because when we got there, she should have been soaking wet. Her clothing should have been soaking wet. Her hair should have been soaking wet. The floor should have been soaking wet. The bathtub should have been soaking wet.
David, you're a smart guy.
This isn't
Don't-
rocket
Don't
science.
look like you're puzzled, but you're a smart guy. And you know now.
You panicked.
And you panic. Exactly, I'm sorry. And
The floor was wet.
no, it wasn't. No, it was not.
The bathroom floor is not wet. The tub's not wet.
I know that you didn't plan this because none of this makes sense. If you had planned this and this had been intentional, this all would have made much more sense and it would have been a lot more difficult for somebody to figure out. But it's so obvious. And that's why I know that it wasn't intentional on your part. And you're not a good liar. You're terrible at it. Terrible. Because none of this makes sense. Because it's not in your nature to be like that. You weren't raised like that. I'm certain that your mother instilled good values in you and did not raise you to lie and to make stuff up. That's why you're terrible at it. It's not a bad thing. And because you know you want to do the right thing. For you and for her. It almost sounds to me like she treated you like you were the help. That's what it sounds like to me. I got to do the yard. I got to take care of the pool. I got to do the work on the house. I got to clean the pool twice a day. I got to take care of the dogs. And I'm sleeping in the garage. So it sounds like what the ex said about her being a strong bitch.
What she say goes.
Yeah.
You're so mild mannered that you don't want to stir the pot. You stand up to her when it's necessary, but you pick your battles. But I think you just want it to be right and good. You don't like to fight. I don't know if she called you a name or if she belittled you in some way or made you feel less than a man. But my guess is she wasn't treating you very well. There's only so much anyone can take before they snap. Maybe you felt like she got what was coming to her.
You will?
Maybe you felt like she got what was coming to her.
What was it today? What was she upset about today?
Her too. And going to the dentist. Or not going to the dentist. And how it was going to make her stomach feel.
Is she constantly complaining about her health or about one thing or the other? Is she kind of always sick or is it kind of all about her all the time? Woe is me. Everything's about me. Take care of me. Come sit with me. Come smoke with me.
Stay in the bathroom with
Stay in
me.
the bathroom with me. We all know women like that. It's all about them and what you can do for them and what have you done for me lately.
And where, and I found it interesting when you mentioned that she could have more time with her son. A husband should come first. and then a child. Was that a suggestion of hers? Did she comment that she needed more time with her son? I mean, did she put you after him?
No, again, the comment was pretty clear. It was picking him up early so he could be at our home.
That's not the comment she's referring to.
No.
It was the one that you said you were sleeping downstairs, so when Jackson was there, she could have more one-on-one time with him.
More personal time with him. I mean, was there ever a conflict because of her son?
Yeah, I don't remember saying that it was in any way in relationship vis-a-vis me or having.
It was one of the things you mentioned, and one of the reasons you
I
were
did
sleeping
mention it, but what
downstairs.
I'm saying is I do not believe that it was in any way having less time with me. It just seems like these are all things that are made to stretch and prod into something that's not there.
Just asking. You made the comment that you sleep downstairs in the garage, so that one of the reasons is so that she could have more personal time with her son. If you're going down there,
We're all asleep. Okay, so I made it very clear that's when we're all going to bed.
right, but you also made the comment very clear that so she could have more personal time with her son.
I said on the half nights that he is there, because as a parent and as a child, when you only have partial custody, it's completely normal and completely natural, I think, to feel like you don't get enough time with your mom when you can only be with her 3.5 nights a week. Every child's going to feel that way. Every child is going to feel
Nobody
that way.
said that any different.
Well,
What does that have to do with you?
I don't think it had anything to do with me. That's my point, is I don't think it had one thing to do with me. But I wasn't leaving her up there alone, and I wasn't leaving her. I don't think we were depriving our relationship because they slept in the same room and woke up in the same room. I don't think that changed. I really don't think that changed anything. But they did have a nighttime routine. As far as what time and exactly.
D, I can promise you, you will not get better quality interview than right here. I promise you. 100%. This is a lot better than Law and Crime. So if you put your volume right up, you'll hear it. Honestly, I'm not even kidding you. I think this is the only stream that can actually pick up some audio. But welcome to you, first time ever here. So welcome to you if you're still here, that is.
What he was going to do the next day, and as a step parent, you're not as involved.
He's also whispering, which doesn't help.
One of those specific decisions as the biological parent, and you.
Does his stepmother at his dad's house sleep in the same room with his dad? Or does she sleep somewhere else? Because I think to an 8-year-old kid, that's got to be very bizarre. My mom married this guy, but he doesn't sleep in the
It's
same
not.
room. I think it's very
All
nice.
the time. You're making a global universal statement on something that isn't.
Well, there's
And
more.
I think he understands that we do things sometimes. In fact, sometimes he would. Sometimes he would want to have a night where we stayed up.
D, welcome to the stream. This is what you get in my streams. Lol, we need the D too. Jonathan. I love you, Jonathan. I'm glad you understand, but welcome to the channel. I know this is your first time here. I wasn't a go back. It's frustrating though, isn't it? The quality is so bad. But we've watched the whole thing. And lots of people have stopped. Why is he being? Yeah, lots of people have stopped streaming because of it. But I have got a bone to pick with you because I'm known as D as well. Sometimes known as Big D. So no, not that way though. My name's Dylan, so it's confusing now. But we got 2 Ds, so it's fine. Anyway, welcome D. Welcome to the channel. Hopefully you've liked and subscribed. And where you from? Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where you from? UK, US. And this is nearly finished anyways, guys.
Watching
So
movies and
Small
We were
bursts of love.
together. We hadn't done that since the house. We had done that for about a year and a half since the house.
We don't know
had
why is he
switched, so
doing-
we were talking about doing it more. I just don't want to. I just don't want to paint those things to be any. You're right. That's not who I am. I would never. I would never look at something that's so understandable and so benign and think something.
Then what happened? But you're also not investigating someone's murder, and we are.
Desiree.
I granted,
Okay.
granted, but
Okay. And
I don't
so-
think we need to
Double
exaggerate
Ds.
any of the points that I made clearly
and
or
listen,
say they're discrepancies.
And had you walked in and told the truth several hours ago, we'd be done by now. We haven't heard it. Okay, so forgive us for grasping at straws and maybe trying to
I
choose,
do. I do.
and
not.
maybe trying to choose things that
There's quite a few people from the south here, so welcome anyway. We're glad that you're here. I hope that you'll find that we're better than Law and Crime, so welcome.
mean nothing. And I think we're kind of grasping at straws because we're not hearing it, Dave. I mean, you can walk in, this could take 15 minutes, and you just got to say, I screwed up, I made a mistake, and this is what happened. But we have not heard that from you in a very long time. And that's why we keep going over it and over your past statements and over everything you told us, because there's sliver of truth in every lie you've said tonight, sliver of truth in all of it. So maybe we're hitting on that, making it a big deal, and it's not a big deal. But we're missing something.
Maybe it was extremely stressful to walk in and see your wife in that condition. And if I miscalculated marginally the amount of water that was there, she was certainly wet. She was certainly.
I don't know why you would have been shocked seeing that when you knew she was deceased before you left.
I didn't say I knew she was deceased before I left. I didn't say that until tonight, looking back on it, that I thought it was more likely she had gotten in the shower before I took the dogs than after. That's all I said.
Okay, look at.
So I was still
Dave,
surprised.
she didn't stick her foot in the shower and slip. That didn't happen.
If she did, she would have fell backwards.
And you didn't find her at 3 o'clock. It didn't happen.
I don't know that.
You don't know that? Common sense would tell you if you pull a woman soaking wet out of a tub at 3 o'clock and call the police within 6 minutes, then everything will be soaking wet when the police arrive within 3 minutes of that. That's common sense.
So how did everything dry out?
That's our question. Because
It
she
happened-
wasn't pulled out at 3 o'clock. It didn't happen.
There's a science behind evaporation, and that science is not matching
It's not
The-
magic.
3
Okay.
o'clock.
I can take a
Science.
shower at 6:30 in the morning and at 10 o'clock at night, my towel's still wet. The shower even stays wet. I mean, it's just common sense.
The water was definitely filled up to where you said, but not at 3 o'clock.
That's the sliver of truth. There's blood in the water. There's another sliver of truth. I know you think you thought of everything, but you didn't.
I don't think I thought of everything. I've told you over and over. I don't know.
You do know. You have to stop saying you don't know, because you do know. You do. David. You do know. You know exactly what happened, because it was only you and her there. There was nobody else there. Nobody.
I don't know what happened when I wasn't there.
No,
There
I'm sure.
There had to have been close to well over an hour in the morning that I wasn't there, and well over 2 hours in the afternoon that I
Right,
wasn't there.
that's very possible that you left the residence. However, when you were there, whatever happened to her happened when you were there. It didn't happen when you were gone. It happened when you were there. And I wouldn't expect you to know what happened when you were gone. Nothing happened when you were gone.
She was already deceased.
Talk around in circles. Trust me. The evidence in her body speak for itself. And your story is BS.
Bullshit.
You better figure it out before it goes too far.
Hi, Sylvia.
Because I'm telling you right now, nobody is going to believe that.
Rizzo.
Nobody. If you maintain that, you're going to look like a fool.
Oh.
Picture telling that story with your mother sitting there listening to that. Try it.
Stop,
As it's picked
Sylvia.
apart by it's everything you told us is picked apart by everyone who testifies.
And we haven't even hit on everything.
We're holding some of it back, waiting to hear the truth.
Desiree, I don't think you know what you've just done. I do not think that you've realised what you've just said there now. Jonathan is now in love with you, and he's about to go through all of his gun collections and everything with you now, and to go through everything about from Trump all the way through to I don't know what else he's going to say, but you're going to love Jonathan. Oh, jeez.
People can be sympathetic when they hear people be honest and remorseful. They can be empathetic to a situation that gets out of hand. But when people lie for hours on end and say, I know nothing about nothing, I don't know how she got that way. I thought she tripped and fell. I wasn't home. I was here. I was there. Conveniently, you're not there. It's complete hogwash.
Thanks for subscribing, Dee.
And
Thank
we haven't
you.
even got the medical examiner's findings from the strangulation and all the things that go along with that. It's science. It's not guessing. It's medical science.
Plus everything we've done at your home tonight. We're still there.
It's gravy, isn't it? That's the South.
So what time did it happen? Was it before you took the dogs or when you came back? Let's start with that. What time did this argument ensue? I'm gonna go with, from the story that you told us, I'm going somewhere around 11:30. 11:30, 12:30-ish. If you went for the walk around Lake Lucerne, Lake Davis,
Which we'll be able to prove.
if you did that and came back, 10:35,
See, she-
10:45 would be real close. Both cars were there, so I figured she decided not to go to the dentist. Told her I was going to take the dogs to the park earlier to play frisbee. We took dogs for a short walk, measured something to do with the stairs, looking to see how much room was left, and then took the dogs.
And you
to the
may have
park
done that, but I don't think you did it at that moment.
11:45.
I just live or truth.
Ooh,
Maybe you measured the stairs, but not in that moment.
everyone was fucked, 100%. That's true, Emma. We have got. I hope you join us again, Dee. Just a reminder to Dee and to everyone else, we're doing the Matt Moore trial. If you don't know the Matt Moore trial, he was a defendant accused of murdering his wife August of last year, and he was found not guilty. And he joins us every single Wednesday to go through the trial, and it'll be at 11 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock Central. So please come and join us. And that's 4 o'clock UK time. We've also got the juror number 8 coming tomorrow, Connie, as well, to join us for an hour to ask questions. So Dee, come and watch it if you haven't seen it before. And then this trial, we'll watch all of it on Thursday then. So yeah, so please come and join us again, Dee. And what did I tell you about Jonathan? Here he is.
You guys normally text each
Yeah.
other during the day at all? Like you go somewhere, shoot her a text, hey, I'm here, do you need anything at Publix? Pick you up lunch?
100%. Agree or disagree, it's fine.
Have a good day. What time are we going to get Jackson?
Yes. Yes, Joe.
Sometimes, but we're so close. She would usually come down. She used to do that in the when she was free.
I find it very odd, we've all been in relationships in this room, that your last communication with her beyond the phone was the day before. The evening of the day before when she tells you that Jim's on his way. I find it very odd that at no time at all on Tuesday that you all communicate via phone. That you're gone on the walk for over an hour, that you're at the park for over an hour and a half, or an hour and 45 minutes, 2 hours. And there's zero communication between the two of you the entire day until you say you found her just after 3. Not a phone call, not a text,
That'll be class, wouldn't it?
nothing.
Prove it. See you later.
My assumption is you don't call or text someone you know isn't going to read it. Can't read it.
It's all gonna show in a pattern. And when the pattern breaks on Tuesday,
It's going to look very, very odd. They
Mhm.
communicate every single day. But on Tuesday, her communication stops on her phone at this time, and oddly, so does his.
David, what we're telling you with all of this is it's all gonna come out in the wash.
Let's go, Emma.
It's all going to come out. We're trying to afford you the opportunity to say what happened.
And
Because we know everything but that right now. We know that something happened between you and her. She's dead. She's murdered, intentionally or otherwise. She's dead. The evidence on her is it is. The evidence in the apartment is what it is. We can't rewind. I know you wish that you could rewind today. Believe me, I've had those days. Probably not to this degree, but I've had those days. But you can't. You have to move forward. And the best course of action for you is to tell the truth. What happened? This BS about 3 o'clock in tubs and it's crap. It's crap. You know it's crap. It's a crappy story. Yeah, you don't know what happened when you were gone. I get it. But you know what happened when you were there. And that's what counts. Don't make it worse on yourself. You have to carry on. You still have your whole life to live. You still have your whole life. Where do you want it to go? How do you want it to proceed? You can't change the facts from today. You can't. The only thing you can do is improve on them, and that's by telling the truth. I know it seems like crazy, like holy shit. If I tell them what happened today, it's not going to be great. Who wants to admit that something happened and somebody died? Nobody wants to do that. I get it. But maintaining this crappy story is going to make it look like you don't give a crap about your dead wife. Think about where you want to be in the future. You still have a future. Now's your opportunity to make it the best it can be.
Do you want to elaborate on that with you? Do you want us to?
You still have a future. You still have a life to live. You're still breathing. You're a young man. You still have the rest of your life to live. I can't tell you what's going to happen to you. I don't know because you're not telling the truth. I can tell you that she's a lead detective in this. And if you maintain this BS, she has one choice to go with.
the narrative I choose to write, based on the facts,
Oh,
Right.
whether it's true or not.
But it's what we have.
You don't want me to surmise what happened, do you? Just based on evidence, testimony? You want me to tell your truth, or do you want to tell your truth? Because if I tell you truth,
enjoy,
it
Joe.
would be first degree, premeditated I'll make you probably look like I am. I don't think that's fair, but you're not leaving me a lot of choice. Okay.
And then what happens?
You face the music.
Which is?
You face the music. You face a jury of your peers. You gotta understand, we're in control of the narrative here. You and I and Detective McClellan are in control of the narrative here. We're gonna know the truth when we hear it. David, we've been doing this a really long time. Okay, we're gonna know the truth when we hear it. It's gonna match what we already know. We've been extremely patient with you.
Oh, welcome, Dee. This isn't my chat. Jesus, it's the best.
You're not going to be able to just BS your way out of this. You're not going to be able to maintain this and think it's going to go away. It is not going to go away. The hardest point for you to deal with is right here and now. Right here and now. This is the pinnacle. From here, you choose. I know it doesn't seem real. I know you probably think, well, why would she be telling me the truth? Why would she be sitting here to try and help me?
Laura Miller.
Because you're not the kind of person that we've both dealt with in the past. You're not that person. I could be home sleeping. I got a kid at home. No, don't be sorry, because this is my job. And I put forth what I think people deserve. And I think you deserve that. And I can't imagine how hard it is to sit there in your chair right now.
No.
But I know you have the ability. I know you're a strong enough man to step up when you made a mistake.
Appreciate the very kind things that you've said.
I'm missing what you're saying because of your suit that you're moving, but I'm missing it. It's really loud, but I missed what you said because you're talking so loud.
I'm sorry, it's bothering me. I appreciate the things that you've said and the genuine consideration and thoughtfulness
I'm alright, Sylvia. I'm alright.
behind it. I don't know what else I can say.
The truth.
I feel like everything that I have said, and I know you don't want to hear this, you told me up a little bit. The things that you call discrepancies still ring true and are, if not perfectly accurate, directionally correct. To everything
If not
like,
perfectly accurate, directionally correct.
you're talking about things like evaporation, right, and how wet something was. If I miscalculated how wet,
Directionally correct? I don't know if I know what that means.
It's just, it doesn't mean anything in this context.
okay. Well, there only seems to be one thing, and I don't have that for you. I don't have the information that you're looking for. I'm so sorry.
You don't have the
I'm not-
truth? David, you killed this woman.
I cooperated so I could give you all the information and all
You
the
cooperated because you thought
all
that
the
your
backstory.
language would overwhelm
No,
us,
not
and you
at
thought
all.
you could pull the wool over our
I
eyes.
don't think there was any effort to do that.
All of this, all these tangents, all this flowery,
The tangents
fancy
were
language,
answers to
all the
questions that you asked.
details.
To
Mm.
questions that you asked. That's
Many,
if I
many. You know
misinterpreted.
how many interviews I've done in 20 years? Hundreds. Hundreds.
Okay.
Okay. I know the truth when I hear it. Hundreds, especially from someone who should be acting one way and is acting another. Okay.
You're just acting what?
You know, you fake cried for about 7 or 8 hours today. Not one tear came out of your eyes. Not one. Not one. Not on scene with the officers, not in this room. You have fake cried over this woman's death since we made contact with you for hours. And every single time you fake cried, you wrote it down. Not one tear came out of your eyes, not one. Nope. Okay? We've been extremely patient with you for a very long time. I'm losing my patience at this point because there's not a lick of remorse for what you did to this woman, not even a little bit. Okay? I'm really starting to believe you wanted her dead, and I'm really starting to believe you planned it, David, because not a lick of remorse, not even a little. You sat there for the last 2 hours and stared at her picture, and you haven't cried, not one tear. You're staring at a woman you're telling us you're in love with, and you've done nothing the whole time but close your eyes, huddle up, and protect your own ass. And that's all you've done. You've not shed one tear on that picture, not one. You claim to love that woman. I would be under the fucking table in a ball if I was in love with that woman and she was dead. I would be inconsolable. I wouldn't even be able to utter the words or talk to detectives for 6 or 7 hours like you have. Okay? You've not shed one tear in that picture. And you've been staring at it since she presented it to you. 2 hours ago. Over 2 hours ago. You are not remorseful for what happened to her. You could give two shits about what happened to Shanti tonight. Okay? I told you she was murdered. Murdered. Someone took her life from her. And there's nothing. You can't even fake it. That's how much you could give a shit. You can't even fake it. I know you think your theatrics and your maybe some drama that you've had in your past was good. It was terrible. The officers on scene didn't believe you, and neither do we. You fucked up. That's the end of it. You screwed up. You made a mistake, whatever it is. I'm starting to believe it wasn't a mistake. I'm starting to believe that David wanted this chick dead for whatever you might gain, for control, creative control of the house, so you can direct the build. I don't know what your motivation would be, but I know you stand to benefit. I know that the show that's going to happen is now yours, that all the decisions that are made are now yours. The 250 grand you tend to inherit, you can build a house of your dreams, maybe never work again. I know there's motivation. Is it the actor motivation? Maybe not. Is it what I'm going to paint you as? Probably. Because there's no more arguments over the house. You have complete creative control. You get the TV show. You get the $250,000.
No, I don't think so. No, they can't.
You get it all.
I don't get anything.
And you get to sleep where you want to
get
sleep.
anything.
You don't have to sleep in the garage with the
Are
dogs.
you kidding? I don't get anything.
You don't have to deal with her son.
How do you not?
The house is in a trust in your name. You never even filled out the notary paperwork to get her name on it. It's in your name. You understand, you get everything. You don't have to put up with her. You don't have to, she doesn't have to, you
As
don't
well,
have to
but,
listen to it anymore. You don't have to sleep in the garage with the dogs anymore.
On a couch.
On a couch. You don't have to deal with it. She's finally out of your life. Just like
well,
you
they
wanted.
have nothing.
Get your Lexus
They've
back.
got nothing, Joe.
Get your car back.
That's it.
You don't have to listen to it. You don't have to listen to her telling you how she's working her ass off and you're not doing shit.
You clean the pool when you want. Not mow the
Yeah, they
grass.
let him go
For 3 years she's been bitching about it. You know what Jackson said?
because they have zero on him. It's all speculation, so they can't hold him. So they have to let him go.
If Dave would just listen to me, that's what his mom says. If Dave would just listen to me, this would get done. He even mimics her when she says your name. And he does it perfectly, just like Shanti did it. If he just listened to me. But you don't listen, apparently. She rules a roost. She's a pain in the ass. She wants it done her way.
She wants flat ceilings and flat floors.
Okay? She probably set the bill back by God knows how many months because she didn't listen to you.
And bitched about having to live in one room for 18 months.
She bitched about it. Her son told her she bitched about it. His father told her she bitched about it. And she blames you. She has blamed you the entire time. And after 2 or 3 years of hearing her bitch, or 2 years or a year and a half, however long you've been in that house, of hearing her complain every effing day about that house, and blaming you, belittling you, forcing you to sleep with the dogs in the garage,
about being in the doghouse.
Treating you like exactly. Treating you like the hired help. Take out the trash, clean the pool. She treats you like a landscaper, like the pool boy. Shouldn't treat you equal. Probably because she's bringing in the money.
Or is it something else?
And when we're done talking to her friends, and going through her phone and talking to her family, and they tell us all about your relationship.
And video.
And we prove your story is full of holes. And we prove when she died. And we prove where you were. Because honestly, after today, I mean, you've had ample opportunity, David, ample opportunity to tell us the truth.
No ideas.
No one's going to accuse us of not giving you ample opportunity to tell the truth. Because you've had it. You've had a lot of it.
So they all agree that strangulation's fine. How she get all the other injuries, I've no idea. No idea. That's what they're disputing now.
So we're just going to prove you're full of shit and solve this case. And I'm glad you think that's funny. I'm glad you think that's funny. Glad you think that's funny. Okay? Because every time you smirk and smile, okay, that's going to be seen as well.
And what do you think? What happened? What happened between you and her today that caused it to end like this? What did she say to you? David, this is your life you're talking about, that you're closing your eyes through.
It's like nearly 5 o'clock in the morning as well.
I don't think you're being disrespectful. I don't care about a level of respect right here. I think you're being ridiculous by closing your eyes when you have to think about what's ahead. It will prove where you were when she died. And when you are found to be at that residence when she died by being murdered, and you were the only person there. Figure it out. He's motherless. Motherless. He's 8.
So he must be sitting there thinking, whatever I say, they're not going to believe me. So what's the point? Yeah. Speculation. Go-karts. Go-karts are forever. There's about 5 minutes left, guys, so not long to go. Oh, 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 it's magic. You know. The silence is deathly. What's going through everyone's heads? I bet you the woman with the glasses is like, oh, can I rub his leg again? Can I rub his leg again? Can I feel something? Oops. Oopsie daisy. Jesus.
Look at him. Look at Jackson, how happy he was. Now think about
Never
what people
believe.
want from him.
So.
You're kind enough to let them spend time together, quality time together.
Think I ever
What
heard
are you
how
gonna
the
tell Jackson?
deaths occur just that they have.
Think it's a monster. The man living with your mom, who took your mom to the courthouse, swore to love and protect, honor.
Yeah, he's not going to get a hard on, is he?
In front of God,
That's for sure.
by his mother.
Keep rubbing, like Aladdin. Keep rubbing it.
Lied his ass off at the soda. For the money. Who I touch
Nothing's
that?
rising.
Jackson knows you guys fight. He knows you argue. He's young, but he's bright.
Jesus.
Are we boring you?
Oh, he's just fucking doing my head in.
Picture, David.
Here she is. Jonathan, behave. Lady Law.
How
What's
do you
happening,
explain
Lady
this?
Law?
What are you going to tell Jackson?
Nothing getting amazing to paint through. Oof. The gilf is here, Jonathan. Yes, John. John is excited now. The gilf. The gilf.
If you're going to
The
sleep,
gilf
I'm going to
is
start
on
praying.
fire. How's the new job going, Lady Law? How have you been enjoying it? Second day on the job. I hope you're behaving. Yeah, I know. I know you do. But you'll get through it. You get used to it. No one likes change. You'll get into it though. I hope your colleagues are nice though. And they'll probably give you a few weeks to get into it, so it's all good. I enjoy watching drunk Sally get sassy. Yeah, apparently Sally got a bikini out. I caught a clip of it. I whoop. Going. Oh, look at that. They're trying to be tough girls. Look at them.
By all means, take a nap while your life's hanging in the balance.
Oh my god. By all means, take a nap whilst your life's hanging in the balance. What a bitch. What a bitch. Right. That's it. Branca knows what he's doing. I haven't watched it. I don't know what John's on about, but if Lady Law is involved, there's nakedness on streams. Couple of bitches. You'd see my slogan: innocent unless proven guilty. Um, nothing like a yes. So right, hang on. Let me get this open now. Then. Do. Present share screen.
Blood on the carpet. Average person would think if you pull somebody who has been in a tub with long brown hair.
Yeah. So this is Law and Crime. We were well ahead of them. I finished it, so I don't think we need to listen to it again. Unless guys want to listen to it again, we can do. Indeed, Jonathan. So this is the low crime stream. Let me close this down a little bit. Need to hide the low crime. Oops.
What happened, I'm certain was an accident. And that's why none of these details are matching up with what actually was there.
So indeed. So hang on. Hold up by two women. Indeed, Jonathan. My idea of 10 and do one-handed handstands was one-handed juggling sandwiches. What to win the other dishes with their feet. You having a laugh? That was difficult. What was difficult? What? What have I done now? What have I done wrong now? Emma, put me in my place. Ed will just hit me. How far ahead of them were you? I don't know. By the looks of it, we're probably hours in front of them. By the looks of it. Where's she at? What's she saying?
House, was she, did she catch you with another woman? Did she have a boyfriend? The stress of the house? David, I don't know. I wasn't there. I wasn't there to hear that conversation.
Oh, yeah. I think we're well ahead of them. Do you know what I mean? So I'll stay on here now. But they took breaks and stuff like that. We're stronger. Personality matters. Yes, I agree. Personality matters. Listening to them do nothing really. Settle for the smoke, but it will certainly do. There we are. I agree. It was hard to listen to that, but and there's no subtitles on this either. So how lucky are you that I go the extra mile for you guys. Oh, excuse me. Jesus, we were well ahead of them. That's for sure. I knew the guilt. I knew the guilt was coming. See, I have my audio now. Cover them up. We don't need it. If you haven't seen it and you want a good quality, rewind. Look at my stream. How's your back, your crack, and your sack? It's my sack that's fucking hurting today. I told you. Were you here this morning when I said I done something to my fucking sack? It's red, like there's a small patch where it's red raw. I put a cream on it. Bloody hell, it's painful every time I move. My back's fine, actually, thank you. It's my sack. My crack's fine as well, but my sack is I don't know what I've done to it. Do you know what I mean? I must be scratching my balls or something in the night. I don't know. but it's bloody painful. So yeah, that's my back's fine, but my sack ain't. But luckily, it's not doing anything. I know I must have scratched it, you see, Emma, or something, because it's red raw, just in one part and sore. So I've got a doctor's appointment next week. I've got to check up anyway, so I thought, well, I'll just show my doctor. Um, show him the balls. I got this doc. I might as well get a checkup anyway. So yeah, no, so my back's fine, but my sack ain't fine. It's painful. But it's been okay today, to be fair. Just itchy. Not itchy, it's not itchy at all. It's sore. So every time I move, I can feel it. But anyway, and also that's not too much information. We've been talking about bloody um period period stuff and blood and do you know what I mean? So you women, shh, you think that's too much information. Well, turn your head and cough. Which head? No, yeah. I don't know what I've done to it. It's a little bit bumpy, so I'll just get it checked out. But hopefully by then, next Friday I'm going, so hopefully by then it'll be fine. But if not, at least I've got an appointment anyway to see them. So yeah, I still don't know. Obviously, because defense, they've got to do a cross on this detective. I don't like this detective. Um, Tune in as the reveals his ball experience. Yeah, I'm just honest. For being ingrown hair, it's red bump. It's not just a one, like I know what you mean. It's around. It's probably about that size area space. But that's yeah, a little bit less, about that size area space, Jonathan. So it might be ingrown. No, I don't think it is. I shave my nuts, but I've not shaved my nuts for a bit. Do you know what I mean? So I don't think it's that though. I don't think it's that. Maybe it is. Anyway, the doctor can see it. I'm putting moisturizer on every day, twice a day, and it seems to be doing a little bit of helping a little bit. So we'll see. Okay, I'm back. I just couldn't watch this anymore. That guy is screwed. Well, yeah, but I think you missed the best bits, Erin Hack. Uh, Erin, tackle. The way he was treated by the end, Jesus, it was bad. I come back. I just thought, stop talking about your balls. So pseudocreme, I put pseudocreme on it on the first day, Sandra, but I got this moisturizer now, where it's for cuts and stuff like that. So my father has blood clots, and he has lots of rashes on his legs because of it. So took a bit of that. So wipe that after a shower in the morning and shower this evening. Bing bang bosh. Hopefully that'll be okay. But honestly, I don't know what it is, but we'll see. You know, I just don't know how it happened. I think I woke up in the middle of the night and I was scratching my balls, but that's the only way I can think of it, of what I did to it, because nothing else I've done to it. So we'll see. We'll see. If in doubt, go to the doctors, isn't it? So I'm in doubt, so I'm going to the doctors next Friday. So my normal doctor, who I love, it's 4 or 5 weeks. I got to wait for him. So there's a new Welsh doctor. Uh, that he's off this week, but he's back next week, and I've got an appointment for next Friday. So I was like, go on, show me your nuts. I remember having to check my nuts because I thought there's something wrong with my penis. So I had to go into the doctor's. Doctor's fine. I had to go to a clinic then. Jesus Christ. One doctor was under training. Got two women there. Just you stood there and he just like, and they just got everything in control. Penis and nuts in their hands, like, just don't care. It's embarrassing, man. It's embarrassing. He got his nuts bit by a saber-toothed tiger. Bed bugs. Maybe bed bugs. Maybe. But it's weird. Like, I'll show you it now. Hang on. It's better if I show it so you can see, look at you all going, whoa, let's see some balls. I'm not gonna show you dirty bitches. Do you know what I mean? Nah. Let's see if we can see a picture of it. Um, du- 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 du. Hang on, here we are. No, no, no. Oh shit, oh no, no, only balls. So, if you're squeamish, look away. That means no one's gonna look away because they want to see some balls. I'm not showing balls, don't worry, you're not seeing any balls. So, it's not like this, but it's like a small patch like that. Do you know what I mean? A little bit bumpy. So when it comes to men, ladies are not. Oh, the ladies like the balls, Jonathan. It's fine. So it's a bit like that. It's a bit pinkish red and a little bit like a bit of white in it. So I don't know. It's not itchy at all. It used to be itchy, I think. So it's not itchy. Bro, I know what it is. Quit using so much body wash. Okay. Or maybe because I do use a fair bit. Because I wash my balls twice a day. So maybe that's what it is. Because I think your balls sweat. Do you know what I mean? So I do. Balls are weird. I mean, I bet we could fit a few balls in that mouth area. Do you know what I mean? My sack gets like, no, it's not picture of my balls. No, like if I use too much body wash and don't wash off. Okay, and if it's bad, it'll crack the skin. Yeah, I think it's cracked it. Is that a picture of your balls? No, it's not a picture of my balls. Jesus, one of these balls. Anyway, so body wash, yeah, dry it, fine. Yeah, I'm still gonna get checked out, do you know what I mean? Because, you gotta, do you know what I mean? So I doubt it, lol. My help will use only use sensitive stain shower. Yeah, I used to, but I've not had this for ages. Yeah, we cracked the case, those poor dry. But why is it only on one patch though? It's not as if it's all over my testicles. It's only in like one small area. Unsub, shut up. Zanek. Lol, Erin. Shut up, Erin. So I'll take it off now. But why is it only like you'd think though, Jonathan, it should be all over your testicles, not just in literally small patch of it. Like literally that patch worth. Okay. Oh, mate, now you say there, my chin now. Oh, fuck. There we are. That was a nice itch. Right, I can take that off. I'll get this on again, but we're not gonna watch it again. Don't worry. Remove. Okay. It's been a few days now. Okay, that's fair. I feel more confident it might be that. To be fair, I need to make sure that's not how it works. You've got to not wash it off properly. That's fine. I'll add it next week. Well, so I'm seeing him at 10:15 Friday morning. So, but I'll give you updates every day. Oh, I'll give you updates every day, just to see. I didn't think it was this painful, though, Jonathan. Do you know what I mean? The drying the skin. Do you know what I mean? Red raw. Anyway, that's enough about my balls. We've spoken about my balls. We've spoken about um, women. It's got some. Oh, it's excruciating. Yeah, it is. Fucking, it's painful. Trust me. I told you so the last time I was so embarrassed because literally they just grab your dick and grab your balls. Like, if you're stood there, it's embarrassing. Do you know what I mean? Especially shrivel as well. So it can be a little bit. Yeah, do you know what? Has Dee disappeared? Oh, I think Desiree? Desiree, are you still here? You probably not. She's probably gone. She was like, "What the fuck is this chat about?" But when I was getting investigated by those two doctors, my Dee definitely disappeared. Let me tell you, it's embarrassing. No, but male doctors are good as well. So yeah, you can check them, and they normally check your balls at the same time as well. So just I do check my balls every couple of weeks. And you should do the same, Jonathan. If you don't do it, check your balls every few weeks. Um, so I don't know. I got a few things I need to talk to the doctor about. So it makes sense anyway. But just have a full blood cancer work back, and it was all fine. It was all fine. So that everything was within the threshold. So that's good. I try to do it once a year. I need to get a prostate check again in a year or so. So I had one nearly 2 years ago now, so I need another one before long, um, to get the old finger up the bum. So, whoops, I know. Might as well get a prostate scope whilst you're at it. Well, that's what I was talking about. They don't give a scope; they just put the finger up there. Do you think? No, mine's not made for kids anyway. All mine are age restricted. No kids can watch it. It's age restricted. Is this for kids? No. Then I can't remember. Have you? Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine. For scope. Oh, that one. Yeah, no, I've not had that. Not had that. Prostate scope. No, not had that, Jonathan. Jesus, no. I just had the finger and the blood test for it. But well, you're okay now. But I had to have it when I was 40. I want to get one on like 42, 43. Another one when I'm 45, and then every year after that, then until they say stop. So, 'cause my father had prostate cancer, so I have to have it on a regular basis. So yeah, this is not the stream. Sorry, Desiree. If you, oh no, she's gone, so it's fine. But I can imagine coming to your first ever stream and we're talking about balls and dicks and prostates, and it's all good though. It's what we're made of, isn't it? It's what we're made of. Um, but Unicorn, we missed Unicorn today. The internet must be bad, so we missed Unicorn today as well. Um, which is a shame. Just remember that's Sally is on doing the Dateline with Matt tonight, so follow her. I think she's doing it on Rumble. Talk with Sally on Rumble. Um, at 10 o'clock Eastern. So look at that. Jonathan will be all over that one. And then obviously Mathew Moore tomorrow. Give him a shout out again. Here he is, Matt Moore, new member, Mathew Moore. He is the first member of the Taco Club. So first member of the Taco Club. So welcome to Matt. That's if people don't know what the Taco Club is. That's the lowest level this channel now. I think it's $2.99 or something. So try to be more inclusive for people. When you have great balls of fire. Well, luckily I don't have great balls of fire. But I do. It is on fire, but I'm using cream, so it's okay. But as I say, it's only one patch, so it's fine. It's fine. We'll see. So yeah, they're still going in the interrogation room. Missed Unicorn, yeah, I know. Matt's tweeted out, good. So yeah, tell people tomorrow Matt Moore is here, and we got Connie as well. Um, Connie's here for the first hour, I say, think. I've not spoken to her, but I think she's here for like an hour or something. So we'll see. But yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. If you're not caught up, then the playlist is there. So just catch up with the playlist. It's in my channel. Just look at it. Go through it. Lou, I know. It's unfortunate. She's around. She's been in streams, but she's not been in here. So knowing Lou, what she's done is, I think she's watched the interrogation separately. Is what I presume she's done. She might join us later. I don't know. Yeah, it's strange. Yeah. Oh yeah, Lou. I know. How do we finish the interrogation before then? Ask no questions, then yeah. I tell no lies. So ask no questions. I tell no lies. You come to my channel, you get a full level of service here. I got the court on, so I know when they finished. So don't you worry. Don't you worry. Um, we'll eventually watch more trial. Yeah, I mean, look, you need to watch it separately in a sense of don't watch it for the trial, watch it for the experience because Matt breaks down everything about the trial. So I'd advise anybody watch the trial. Even just watch half a day or something. You know, before it, and then he'll go through and explain stuff. Then that's what some of you do anyway. So I would encourage people. We do half a day every Wednesday. So look at the trial beforehand. I encourage you to do that. And then when it's on and you got questions, then you can answer the questions as we go along. I know it's a bit more work, but it's well worth doing, in my opinion. So we're doing Zach too, if you're not seen already. I think she's seen. I think she's seen Zach. I think she's seen the Zach one. Fine by me. Yeah, exactly. I don't give away my sources. It's such a simple thing, but I'm not like people work it out for themselves because there will be little people watching here and going, "How did he do that?" And then try and do the same as me next time. So that's why I don't say it. One is gonna have a few more names on it soon. Yeah, I think so. I think so. But I'm fine with that. Do you know what I mean? I'm fine with adding names on it. If anyone's in a bad mood, I can add you on. It's all good. I started this channel with Zach Trell. Yes, you did, Sylvia. Sylvia Rizzo. Fucking now my boards are itching more now. Oh, they stopped playing them. Yeah, you did actually, Sylvia, didn't you? You did. I don't remember how everyone. Emma, how did you get here? I don't remember how you got here. I think you and Unicorn started at the same time, didn't you, Emma? I think you and Unicorn started the same day. What was on then? Why did you two end up here? I don't remember how you ended up here. Jonathan. I think Jonathan. Where did Jonathan come from? I don't remember how Jonathan came here. But I tell you what, he came here and he's a little bit slow at the start, a bit shy at the start, and all of a sudden fucking open up Pandora's box. Yeah, I don't remember how everyone got started on this channel, but I love it. But we do lose a lot of people. That's the only problem. We seem to get people in, and we seem to lose people. So, but the people we lost recently, I don't care. But I mean, let's try and keep people this time. Start with. So yeah, how did you start? Everybody. Hang on, something happening on call. Let me just look. Okay, we're going back to court. Yeah, do you know what? Erin has been here. I wouldn't say you're day one, but you're close to it. Do you know what I mean? You were close to it. That's right. His mum and daddy, yes. I came over when you interviewed Simon. Ah, that's it, Sandra. Yes, yes, that's it, Sandra. Erin, I've not been able to get rid of her. But yeah, you've been around. Well, I mean, more than 4 months. You've been here because you were around before I got. So I started end of March, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you must have been here for about 5, 6 months then. I think you weren't here for the like first month and a half. Then couldn't get rid of you. Tries to pique my interest for many different reasons. Yes, yeah, I saw you um on the extreme. I think you were talking about Zach. I've been used to. Yeah, you got. But so did you, Nico. He came the same day. I'm sure. I'm sure you did. Enjoy watching trials since OJ's trial. Yes, it's been 80 years. Right, let me get this on.
All
Been
right, before
80
we began
years.
publishing his interview yesterday, we discussed neighborhood canvassing
Yes, sir.
and seeking out videos in the neighborhood
Yes, sir.
and seeking
Okay.
out videos along his path of travel in his car to the dog park, the Park of Americas and back.
Yes.
And we discussed somewhat some of the investigative subpoenas, but not all of them, I don't think. Were investigative subpoenas issued for banks where he or she or both held bank accounts,
Yes, sir.
or any of their business entities or trusts,
Yes, sir.
and any joint accounts,
Yes, sir.
and the life insurance policies that were just discussed at the end,
Yes, sir.
as well as State Farm mutual funds?
Yes, sir.
Did you get Shanti Cooper-Tronnes's iCloud data from Apple
Yes.
via subpoena?
Yes, sir. Actually, through a search warrant.
All right. Subpoenas or search warrants or court orders. There's three
Yes,
different
sir.
ways, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is in conjunction with the state attorney's office.
Correct.
Did you interview Mr. Cronus's ex-wife up in Minnesota?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that this investigation went on for months prior to Mr. Cronus, the defendant's arrest?
Yes.
In all of the evidence that was collected and gathered during this investigation, is it approximately 10,000 pages of documents?
At least.
Were you friends then?
You see all.
Emma, were you and Unicorn friends then? As in, did you speak to each other to come on the channel then? How did it happen?
The
I'm intrigued.
exhibits that have been entered into evidence today and this week.
Yes, sir.
Was there anything other than the defendant's statement to you and Detective Sharp that indicated that Shanti Cooper-Tronnes was alive past the steps that were shown to be taken by her phone on her iHealth application the night before at 11:19 p.m.?
Objection, Your Honor, lacks foundation.
You may answer.
There's nothing that indicates any sign of life past Monday night. Her phone call to her son at 8:23 and her phone moving in social media between 11 and 11:30 p.m. Past that, there's no sign of life.
No other questions.
Okay, now the cross. So now we come. There's just two cameras in court today. That guy in the
Afternoon,
back
Detective,
Good afternoon, sir.
and this one.
it's fair to say that a significant part of your work as law enforcement had involved aspects of domestic violence.
The 22 months I was involved with the grant position for the federal government, yes.
Okay, so that was a concentration of domestic violence.
Concentration because the city of Orlando had been designated as a high lethality
Right.
a city
You
for
received a
domestic
grant.
violence.
Sorry to speak over you. You received a grant. It was
The department received a grant. I was placed in the grant to work.
beyond that. You worked for like assault and battery, the division, before going to homicide.
It's all in the same division. We worked domestic violence within assault and battery, but they had accepted the grant, so they wanted one detective on high lethality domestic violence only.
And we heard Detective McClellan's, speaking of your abilities and, such as a bit of a, having extensive experience in domestic violence. Fair to say?
Probably more so than other people at our agency, yes, sir.
Detective McClellan at the time wasn't part of the homicide division, correct?
Correct.
She was hoping to join.
She later did that summer.
So she was working with you, hoping to join, and she did later that summer.
Right, but I had no decision in her coming to homicide. That wouldn't be my call.
When you, let's go to April the 24th, when you first arrived at the scene, fire and EMT had already left.
Yes, sir.
Which officer initially commented on Mr. Tronnes's perceived odd
Sarah's behind. Sorry, Sarah.
emotional response or affect? Was it Marsh or Wilson?
On the phone, Officer Marsh.
So before you even got there and laid eyes on David or the scene, you had been told something about his emotional state.
I couldn't lay eyes on Mr. Tronnes. He had already been transported, but the call made to us by Officer Marsh indicated some concern.
And it was before you did a walk around of the crime scene.
We had just gotten the call.
Ultimately, upon your arrival, David went to the station voluntarily.
Yes.
He didn't drive himself, did he?
No, we asked him to come down, and they drove him at 16:38. He arrived at 16:50, and he went to the restroom and was placed in the room at 16:54, just before 5 p.m.
All right, so around 5 p.m., he's settled into the room that we've been watching for the last close to 6 hours.
Yes, sir.
Initially, the first hour or so, he's placed in a chair that he's not visible on camera,
I don't think he was placed there. I think that's just where he sat.
and no one asked him to move to the chair where the camera could see him.
I don't believe so. They came into the room and started the CSI work. And eventually, I think they did ask him to sit there, or he did on his own. I'm not sure.
All right, well, I mean, we understand the importance of the camera in the room, correct?
Correct.
So somebody's out there monitoring from a screen.
They
supposedly?
can see him. Yes.
Well, they couldn't see him because he was sitting in a chair that wasn't visible, right?
Well, there's more than one angle.
So we
It's-
might have had another angle that we could have
It's
seen. Mr. Strauss.
it's certainly possible. There's supposed to be 2 cameras in every room.
He cooperated with the request of law enforcement.
As a whole, all of us. Is that what you're asking?
Saying upon arrival and dealing with the crime scene technician, whoever went in there to work
He-
with him, and
He
Detective
absolutely volunteered to come down and cooperated with CSI Kane and with Detective Montford. Yes, sir.
Thank you. They photographed his clothed body at that point
Yes, sir.
and his clothing,
After it was removed from him.
or I mean,
Yes.
close-ups of his clothing while it was on his body.
Sure. Yes.
They took buccal swabs of his cheek for DNA,
Yes, sir.
and he complied with that request.
Yes, sir.
Took swabs of his hands,
Yes, sir.
fingernail clippings,
Yes, sir.
and then he sat around and waited for a good while, didn't he?
I think that process took about an hour, and then so about from 5 to 6:15, 6:20, and then we entered the room right around 9:14, 9:15.
All right. So, and during that time, he was mostly alone.
Yes, unless they checked on him. If the room went dark, because there isn't on timer, officer would enter the room or he would wake up. But yeah, he would be alone unless he asked for something, unless they checked on him.
And you didn't go back and count up how many minutes of the time that he sat in that room that Mr. Tronnes looked to be asleep, did you?
I watched the entire thing, all 14 hours more than once. So I couldn't tell you when his head was down if he was actually asleep, but his head was down quite a bit.
You did comment at least once when I think when you came back in for the second portion of the interview that he, at that point, it was what, 2 or 3 in the morning?
It was 2:19 a.m. We had been out of the room for an hour and 50 minutes, just under 2 hours. And yes, I asked him if he had a chance to sleep, and he said yes.
But you commented he's got to be physically or mentally exhausted.
Mentally more so, drained, yeah.
You'd already given a timeline of how long he'd been awake that day.
Since about 6:45 to 7 in the morning.
You were at the scene when Mr. Tronnes first arrived at the police station, isn't that correct?
I was at the scene at that time, yes.
And you had a little bit of a delay in getting to Mr. Tronnes because you had a little bit of a gaffe or a communication error in the way that the notification went to Jackson Cooper's school, caused a complication with James Cooper because without you wanting it and before you knowing it, you had people at your crime scene.
Well, I wouldn't say that was the delay. Obviously, we had to go there. We had to observe and see what we had. We had to call the medical examiner. They had to respond. That was almost until 6. We didn't even leave and get back until 6:40. I still had to write the search warrant so my sergeant could get searchers in the house. That took an hour. So that was until 8. And in that process of doing our job, Mr. Cooper showed up with Jackson at the scene. He had to have his wife come get Jackson, so that took time. But by the time he got to the station, we were just submitting the search warrant. So I submitted the search warrant at 8:04. He's there. He's in the lobby waiting for us. And so we start talking to him at 8:10. As soon as the warrant was signed, we start talking to him. It was like simultaneous.
I like this woman.
And so it only delayed us talking to Mr. Tronnes by maybe an hour.
But voluntarily in this room, he sat there for over 4 hours waiting for you to enter to do your
From
question.
5 to 9:15. Absolutely. Yes, he did.
He had on a paper suit.
Tyvek suit. Yes.
What's that?
There
Rolling
was a
South.
comment by Detective Montfort in the interview,
Oh,
as
there
well as
is.
yourself, about an effort to grab him clothes. Was that done?
Well, I wasn't going to leave the scene, and I'm not going to leave the room to go get him clothes, but ultimately we ended up taking him home, so there wasn't a reason to bring him clothes.
Well, let's back up because
Okay.
your comment was during the first portion of the interview before you returned to 218 East Copeland. Isn't that correct? About getting him clothes?
Before I returned at 5 in the morning,
Yes.
yes, I said we would bring him clothes, but nothing's going to leave that scene till I see it. I hadn't seen it. I'd only been there briefly, but I hadn't had a chance to go back. And once we went back at 5 in the morning, I knew he was coming home.
There was no effort to get him clothes.
No, once we're bringing him home, he can change into whatever he'd like. But he had asked to come home, so I knew we were bringing him home. We just needed to go back to the scene and give us a few minutes to look at it because we hadn't been there all night.
Detective Sprague, you left David Tronnes initially at 12:20 something to go back to 218 East Copeland, did you not?
No. No,
were in-
we did not leave the station. No.
So after you left the room at 12, you didn't go back to the home?
At 12:31, no.
Okay. You just didn't re-enter the room for several hours.
It was an hour and 50 minutes.
She's such a bitch.
He was eating water and crackers.
He was peanut butter crackers. I got him some Belvita wafers and water.
Isn't it true that you briefed the ME investigator Ralph Kalachi prior to doing the interview with Mr. Tronnes?
Tell me what you mean.
You gave him information to assist him to write his report, which he wrote before the end of his shift.
First of all, I didn't know they wrote reports until after this case. This was news to me. I gave him information. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I asked him for his assistance. He came to the scene. He provided those answers and he left. I didn't even know they wrote reports.
Did you tell him that this was a domestic violence assault before even speaking to Mr. Tronnes?
That it was a domestic violence assault? No.
That it involved domestic violence?
No. I told him that the husband was the one who called us and that what his statements were to the 911 through the officers. No, I did not indicate who was responsible for her death. We didn't know.
You were suspicious, though, weren't you?
Of the story of the inconsistencies in the water, yes, of course.
Isn't it true that you developed Mr. Tronnes as a person of interest or suspect from jump? That you didn't believe a word out of his mouth?
That's not true.
You didn't prejudge him for the lack of emotion?
No, I did not prejudge him for the lack of emotion. I would tell you, her ex-husband was just as much of a suspect as he was, but you have to be able to eliminate people, and you have to start with the person who called 911.
Once upon the crime scene and doing your walk around, you became concerned with some of the details you noted at the crime scene, correct?
I became concerned with some of the details I noted in the crime scene. As discussed, no water, no wet, those things,
Yes
yes.
or no, detective?
I became very concerned with inconsistencies, yes.
All right, we'll go through them.
Okay.
Let's start with that. The lack of splashed water on the ground. That was a big one for you.
Okay, I want to be specific, sir. I don't want to say on the ground. We're going to say
On the bathroom floor.
on the bathroom floor, I will agree with, yes.
Okay. But the carpet was wet underneath where Shanti was found, right? On the mattress pad?
Where blood looked like it had been diluted or cleaned up, but nowhere else.
Or the soaking wet yellow towel that Mr. Tronnes described as wiping Shanti with?
Soaking wet yellow towel was under the mattress pad.
Could be responsible for the carpet being wet and the rust, such?
I'm not sure what
If
you
the
mean.
soaking wet towel is laid
Underneath
upon a
the mattress
carpet-
pad?
Yes.
If it was in the tub with her, I would imagine it would be wet. But how it got from the bathtub to where she was without getting water anywhere else is a mystery.
You took note of the state of the body, specifically the rigor, the light rigor,
The rigor and what else?
the minor rigor, the fact that minor rigor had set in. Didn't any investigator explain that to you?
I took note of the rigor the moment I saw her.
Scrapes on her knees,
The abrasions, yes,
the condition of her face.
absolutely.
You noticed a single earring on the nightstand,
A single what?
a single diamond earring on the nightstand.
Yes.
And what was the significance of that?
Looks like she removed it before bed and didn't get a chance to remove the other one
Because you believe that's when the attack occurred.
on the edge of the bed where the blood was found on the side rail. Yes.
So no blood on the headboard, no blood on the sheets, consistent with such a violent attack?
Oh, I think when we found the sheets, there was blood consistent with that attack. That's what we were looking for.
Well, let's talk about that because did you get a look at the sheets after they were examined and
Yes.
tested at the lab?
Well, before they were sent to the lab, yes.
Okay. And of the dozens of stains that were on the top sheet and the bottom sheet, how many of those had Shanti's DNA in it, either as sole or as a contributor?
One or two. Most of them were Mr. Tronnes.
Okay. So one or two tiny little spots of blood on those sheets. And you think that that was the result of a prolonged violent attack that started at 11:30 the night before, based upon a single earring on the nightstand?
Prolonged violent attack that started the night before. Never indicated it started the night before. I don't think it happened after he left. A prolonged violent attack. I think it started on the edge of the bed where the blood dripped down to those slats and then went to the carpet where she stayed for quite some time because it drained through the carpet and the mattress pad in two spots. But it started, I believe, yes, on the edge of that bed. I don't know that that's true, but I think it started there. And I think when she turned to take that earring out, she didn't see it coming because she didn't have any broken fingernails. She
So-
didn't get a chance. I don't think she saw it coming.
And I can appreciate the idea of putting these pieces together, but isn't this a bit of a stretch from basic circumstantial evidence? You have no reason to believe. Was there any blood under the bed, below the slats in the railing?
The blood under the bed was on the edge of those slats where it dripped down from the edge of the side rail.
Was there any bed on the rug under the bed?
Any blood on the rug under the bed? It would have been probably under the slats, and I don't believe there was.
You also noted that Shanti wasn't wearing a wedding ring,
Yes.
and that became a big deal to you.
Well, I didn't know she wore one until I asked him, and he said she did. She had a set on. And so we had to ask every witness about it because I didn't see it, and he said it was there.
All right, so, and you did begin the interview with David while the search was still being conducted at 218 East Copeland, isn't that correct?
The search wasn't being conducted until we told them to start. I called my sergeant or texted my sergeant at like 8:11 and said the search warrant had been signed by the judge, and we were in an interview with Mr. Cooper. So we were unavailable from that point, but we weren't there.
But you were communicating with the folks on scene completing the search, correct?
Once we broke at 219, yes.
having them make certain observations for you with regards to the body, the condition of the clothes?
Mostly when the medical examiner was going to arrive, anything that they found that they thought was pertinent that would help us in the interview.
David did give you some information about the bed with regards to blood, correct?
Yes,
He discussed intercourse with his wife at the end of her menstrual cycle.
yes,
Isn't it true that you found feminine hygiene products used in the trash?
yes.
So, despite being told about bloody sheets during the interview, and despite you suspecting this is where the attack occurred, you execute a search warrant on April the 24th, and you don't collect the sheets.
The which sheets? The sheets that didn't have blood on them? No,
Did you
they were.
collect any sheets?
I don't believe any sheets were collected because they didn't appear to be evidence at the time because there's no blood on them. There was no blood on any of the bedding, even the foam bed. We looked and looked. There was no blood. We couldn't see it.
Did you pull any of the sheets off the shelf that you've got so many photographs of?
I hadn't had a chance to look at his video yet, so it wasn't pertinent. The sheets on the shelf, I didn't notice that how would I know there's supposed to be 2 sets of sheets there
Detective,
until I saw the video a week before? There's one set of sheets. It's in a container. It's on the half shell. Okay. But that's not pertinent to me. I don't even know why
She's
it's
getting
there
annoyed.
or what relevance it is until I see the video in his phone.
What about the balled up sheets in the linen closet next to the Swiffer?
Appeared to be clean. Now we're looking for blood soaked sheets. Like we're seeing a lot of blood. Blood on the floor, blood in the bathroom, blood on her. We're looking for blood soaked sheets and blood soaked clothing. And we're not finding that. Those did not look blood soaked to us at all.
Did you pull them out and look at them?
I did not know.
Did you photograph them?
What
On April the 24th, did you look at them on April the 24th?
they're photographed in the closet. They're photographed in the closet.
Were they
I did
pulled-
not
What's the
hold
point of
them.
that?
By our searchers, I could not tell you that. I don't know.
Weren't you directing the search?
No, my sergeant was. I wasn't there, sir.
Oh my
sergeant was involved.
God.
Did you
You're
explain
the
to
lead.
them your concerns over your perceived odd comments about the
You're the lead
period sex and them
investigator.
having intercourse at the end of her menstrual cycle?
Certainly, I was not able to go into all of that with the searchers on scene. All I said to them was, he's saying there's blood on the bed everywhere. Look on the bed. There's blood on the bed everywhere. And they said they did. They said they did. And then we did a final walkthrough at 5 o'clock in the morning. We didn't see it either. We just didn't take the bed apart, and we probably should have.
You made comment that you thought the bed was made in an unusual manner.
The bed looked really, really, really made in haste.
So there another clue that something might have happened on this bed.
Correct. That's why they took it apart. That's why they took the mattresses off. They took everything off. The slats, both mattresses, both foams, the sheets, they found nothing. The blanket, they found nothing.
Detective, how many search warrants did you execute on that property?
3.
Okay, so on April the 24th, was any effort made to preserve the sheets of the bed?
Effort made to preserve the sheets of the bed. We did not understand where the
Jeez.
blood could have gone. We didn't see it, so no.
Okay, let me stop you there. What about, isn't it true that on April the 24th, that suspected blood was seen on the edge of the slats that were located on the floor under the bed?
I asked those to be collected on April 24th. I
And they
asked
weren't.
both of them.
And they not.
weren't. And when I found that out, we went back.
And so let's stick with search warrant number 1, though, because
Mhm.
we're talking about April the 24th here. So you've got blood on slats that belong to the bed.
That are under the bed on the floor. They weren't connected to the other slats.
They belong to this bed. They're a piece of the bed. There are other slats that make up this bed that are still attached.
Yeah, these had broken away and they were on the floor and they had tinged blood on them. My very first comment to CSI Crosby before we even left to go write the search warrant, that looks like blood to me. Figure out how it got there.
So you already knew that there was blood on the bed.
Under the bed, on those
And
slats.
then you got information from David Tronnes about bloody sheets that
No.
you thought was odd. and
He said there
suspicious.
was blood everywhere because I didn't even ask him on the bed. I said, "Are you trying to tell me there's blood somewhere?" He said, "There's blood everywhere." I said,
No, no,
"Where?"
no.
On the mattress, the bedspread, on the sheets, on the side of the bed. It's everywhere. And I thought, well, that's odd from the end of a menstrual cycle, and she's not even wearing
Didn't look like she was even wearing underclothes.
Going back again, you're at the station interviewing Mr. Tronnes, who's giving you information about bloody sheets,
Yeah.
right?
He
Bloody
said there
sheets
was,
and blood on the bed.
there's blood everywhere.
And he told you that they swapped them out and told you what day they did and how they dealt with both the mattress pad and the sheets. Isn't that true? That they
Yes.
stripped the bed on Monday. They stripped the whole thing.
They left the bloody bed apparently all of Saturday and Sunday and stripped it on Monday after Jackson went to school. That's what he said.
So in seeing the sheets and with the 30-something stains on them, and knowing that there was only a couple of spots that belonged to Shanti, you still are of the opinion that there was a violent attack on that bed because the evidence is supportive of that?
I am of the opinion that something happened on the edge of that bed where everything that she owns or
Oh.
everything that she would take off is on that nightstand. And then we've got blood that has drained down that side rail and been cleaned on the top. Then we've got an L bracket with blood behind it, and then blood drips down underneath it. And it's right in the center, and then it drips down underneath it, and then it hits the tinge on the ends of those slats.
You don't-
Something happened at that event.
You don't know
Something
when that
happened
blood,
there.
you don't
It does
know,
not transfer from her body because she's
don't-
not close enough.
you don't know when that blood was deposited there, do you?
No,
You don't know if it happened at a completely different location
Balls included.
when that
What do you
blood,
mean?
when that blood came to be on that bed, that the bed could have been in the main house.
I think that's a stretch. You've got the slats that are under the bed that look apparent to me fresh, absolutely fresh blood. And that's what I said to CSI Crosby. That is fresh blood.
She's making stuff
Figure
up
out how it
now.
got there. That is fresh blood.
But yet you didn't.
I'm not in charge of the CSIs. When I learned that we didn't have the slats, we went back.
Continue to talk about 424. You're not giving any guidance to these folks of what areas you think are important that should be documented, searched, or
I was,
taken as
I'm
evidence?
not there. I'm not there. I can't be in two places at once.
You're the lead
You walk around the
investigator.
scene, correct? Before
We
you
went back at 5 o'clock in the morning and we walked with the CSIs.
Okay. And at that point, did you have any input that was helpful to them? And did you go back
Yes.
and see if the slats had been
I
collected?
gave them instruction and we went to make the death notification. I told them exactly what we walked it. We went and I told them exactly what I wanted. And then we went outside, we went down to the garage, we walked the property and we went to make the death notification.
It's an 800 square foot apartment, correct?
I don't have any idea.
Yes, Sarah.
Isn't it true that you didn't search the nightstand on April
Yeah.
24th?
I don't know if I searched it or if someone else searched it.
Okay, well, if it was searched, wouldn't there be photographs of it as such?
Not necessarily, no.
Oh my God.
No. But when Barb and I went back, we absolutely went through that because we were looking for her ring.
And when you're talking about it, was that on April the 30th or
Oh,
on May the
no,
24th?
it was April 24th. As soon as he said that the ring was on her finger and I knew it wasn't. That was my sole focus when we went back.
So it's your testimony that you went back and you looked in that nightstand and you searched through that for the ring
I was looking for her ring.
and you located ring boxes.
I ring boxes that were empty and then the reason I keyed in on that tiny costume jewelry is because it looked like a wedding band and it wasn't. It ended up being like pliable.
Detective, CSI was still at the scene with you on 424 when you were doing this?
Correct.
And no one thought it important to your investigation to take photographs of this search?
They took a lot of photographs of that search.
You believe that they took photographs on 424 of the nightstand and specifically those jewelry boxes?
Oh, I don't know if they did that or not. I searched the entire loft for that. That's why we were there for 2 hours. I was looking for the ring. I know Detective Sharp was looking at a lot of the finances. She was looking at a lot of the notepads. I was looking for the ring.
If you're looking for the ring and you find jewelry, you found a diamond stud earring, correct?
We have pictures of the diamond stud earring. Yes.
You open up a drawer right next to the bed of that's the nightstand, correct?
With no jewelry.
There wasn't a ring in that drawer?
This is different. I'm looking for a diamond ring, a diamond wedding ring
Oh
and a
my
diamond
God.
engagement ring. I'm not looking for costume jewelry. That's not what I was looking for.
You found 2 empty boxes though.
Correct.
which had helpful information to your investigation, did it not?
Not to my knowledge on 424. I didn't learn about H&Q till we interviewed Sam. When Samantha told us that that's where the ring was purchased, then I was like, oh, I saw that. I saw that ring box. It was empty. It said H&Q, but I didn't know that till we interviewed Sam. I didn't even know Sam existed.
So you're looking for rings, for a ring, and you find empty ring boxes, but you don't consider them significant enough to photograph them.
They were completely insignificant. I'm looking for her wedding set because he said it's on her finger and I knew it wasn't.
Let's go ahead. The interview, you were asking a lot of questions about his memory of his encounter with Shanti after he entered the apartment that afternoon, right?
Yes.
And at some point, you even stop asking him about his memory and you start asking him to guess about what happened. Isn't that true?
You'd have to be more specific, so I don't know what you mean.
You ask him to guess how she suffered those injuries.
Oh, I asked him what he thought her cause of death was.
And when he started to explain what he thought it was and what he was guessing, or maybe even hoping it was, you started to tear him apart because you didn't like his answer. Isn't that correct?
No, we witnessed it. I didn't tear him apart.
You didn't go from treating him kind to calling him a liar?
Best evidence rule.
On 424, you didn't search the main house.
The main house, meaning the one under construction?
The main house.
No, we did not.
3,500 square feet of construction.
Sir, I didn't even think it was safe to walk in there.
It's an
But-
active construction site.
Active construction site. I wanted photographs of it, so I had Stacy do that on 430, but I wasn't even sure we were supposed to be in there.
Ladders, tools. It was actively under construction, was it not?
I don't know if it was actively under construction. No, I wouldn't say. I mean, it was under construction, but actively, like people showing up every day, we never saw that.
Did you see a ladder in the main house?
On the first day, no.
On the 30th?
On the 30th, yes, we went in.
You didn't process the main house for prints or DNA,
In the construction site?
correct?
No, absolutely not.
You didn't process any of the doors for suspected blood prints or signs of forced entry?
We didn't see blood. No, I didn't have any indication that what happened to Shanti in an upstairs loft had anything to do with the interior of that construction site. There was no indication that would lead us in there.
Are you-
No blood trail. There was no testimony. There was nothing that would lead us in there.
Isn't it true that it's an access point to the garage apartment through the hatch that you can get across to the
Now,
top door?
the door was locked. The upstairs door was locked to the loft.
It's your memory.
I checked it as soon as I went upstairs. That door was locked. I even unlocked it and walked out there.
So if we had testimony that the top door to the outside deck was unlocked, that would be counter to your memory?
I walked upstairs, and the first thing after I checked the lock downstairs is I checked that door. And then before I left in the morning at between 5 and 7, I walked out there on the roof and looked at the gargoyles, walked the entire roof looking for evidence in case anything was thrown out there.
And isn't it true that there is a access point that you can get from the main house to the garage apartment without going up the front
Yes,
steps?
yes, but I did not go in there, but I saw it, yes.
Can that door to the loft be locked from the inside and you pull it shut
From the inside or the outside?
inside?
I unlocked it and walked out there.
Thank you.
I checked the lock. It was locked, and then I unlocked it and walked on the roof.
On 424, the bathtub had a peculiar stain. Is that fair to say?
The bathtub to me looked like it had a blood stain, a diluted blood stain.
Well, when you say, and that's what I'm referring to, when we talk about this rose-colored stain in the tub, when you're looking at the photographs with the enhancements before and after the enhancements, it becomes clear that there's a detection of blood that was pooled and diluted with water and became like almost a coating of the tub surface itself, right? Once it drained.
The ring appeared that that's probably how high the water was.
And it was pretty consistent all the way around the tub, pretty uniform.
Yes,
So the entire white tub was stained with this rose color, right?
yes,
Bathroom's pretty small.
yes.
So if someone is coming in from the apartment into the bathroom door, what you're seeing is the tub in front of you, correct?
Yes,
And the toilet's to your left?
and the vanity,
And
yes.
vanity, right. But if there's an individual who's before you facing away, they're covering up a good bit of this tub if they're in the position that Mr. Tronnes describes to you as being like back to him, back legs to him, and hunched over, correct?
Submerged at an angle, face down, taking up pretty much most of the tub.
And we heard submerged. He says the water was running and a little bit inconsistent, you say, on the speed that the water is running.
From the trickle that he heard to the where he said the dial was, yes.
So what he heard, what he thought he heard versus what he was able to visibly confirm when he went in.
Correct.
And the body was wet.
The what?
Shanti's body was wet.
No.
Her hair was wet.
Damp, maybe.
So, all right, so damp. It
And
wasn't
it was
dry.
full of blood.
It wasn't dry, was
It
it?
was messy. I think the medical examiner said it was damp, and there was some blood in it.
And what about the clothing? That was wet and damp too, wasn't it?
He said her top was damp. I watched him do it. His top, he did it, and I watched him do it. And he said the top was damp, and the shorts were a little more wet. Her skin was not.
So in the vein of a long-haired person laying over into some bit of water and being pulled out of a tub, that if the water is running down their hair, that it would pool on their shirt and perhaps on the shorts.
From her hair?
Or from being in the water. I mean, if part of her body's in the water,
Should she have been soaking wet? In my opinion, yes.
well, let's not talk about completely submerged to the definition of like how much of her body was in there, because he gave some things that you thought were inconsistent with how much water and how much of her was in the water. Isn't that correct?
No, I think he straightened that out. That's why we went over it. I mean, details matter, right? So the truth is in the details. And I think he explained what part of her was out and what part of her was in, what part of her was bent, where her legs were, where he saw blood. I think he explained that fairly well. With which part of her legs were bent and stiff, and everything was stiff and cold.
David described blood on the ledge of the tub and hair in the drain,
Yes.
and that was there.
He said he saw her hair floating, and then he heard the tub draining when he pulled her out. So whether or not he went back to see her hair in the drain, I don't know, but he saw the hair floating. And then when he pulled her out, he heard it draining as he was getting her out of the tub.
Hearing a tub drain is usually when it's just about out of water, right?
I'm not sure. I think you can hear it as soon as you flip the switch.
We discussed that there was not extensive blood on the bed.
We didn't find any blood until we went back and disassembled it.
And other than the blood, which you considered fresh on the slats that weren't collected on the 24th, you found no blood underneath the bed.
Correct.
You found no cleaning products and bloody rags consistent with the cleanup of the crime scene.
Well, it was trash day that morning.
You found no,
I just find her very cocky. She's right, in my opinion. Who gives a fuck? What's the evidence say? Not your opinion, love. And she's like, well, trust it. Stop being a cock. Like, oh, this is the type of person I hate. She's the lead investigator when she feels like it. Half the time, she doesn't even know the evidence. She was like, oh, yeah, I don't know, I wasn't there. I can't be in two places at once. You're the lead investigator for a reason. You should know all these things. You should be asking them these questions. You should know why they didn't photograph these things. You should know why they didn't find any blood somewhere. And then not be so assertive like you are now about, yeah, this is exactly what happened. How do you know that? How are you so sure about one thing but not other things? That doesn't help your case. The hair could have got trapped down the drain. There's lots of possibilities there. This motherfucker is doing my head in. Jesus. She's really pissing me off. So sure when prosecution were asking her, yeah, oh, so sure of everything now? Oh, yeah, well, I wasn't there. I don't know. This is what I hate. Be honest. Be honest. That's all I ask for every witness, whether state or defense. Just be honest. This is a man's life. if you fucked up as a detective, you can be like, well, yeah, maybe I should have done that. Yeah, you're right. Rather than be like so defensive about everything. It just does my head in. I hate it, especially when someone's life is in the balance here. Like, all she cares about is her win and her ego, and that bothers me. That really bothers me. Like, he could be guilty. That's whatever. But be honest, you fucker, bitch. Like,
Towels other than the white towel from the bathroom that had a trace amount of blood on it,
Correct, and the yellow one.
and the yellow one, which had blood on it
Or
as well.
Gold, I'm sorry.
Forgive my color blindness, but
Yeah, I think he said gold. I don't want to misinterpret him.
towels and evidence and such.
Okay.
But there's also photographs on it. You were able to see that the towel was there
Yes,
and that it was wet
yes,
and that it had blood on it.
yes.
Let's talk about your interview. You actually entered the room. It said about 9:17. Is that what you're?
9:15.
9:15. It's your testimony at that point you didn't consider David a suspect.
Did not. I just needed to straighten out the inconsistencies. The officers told us what they had observed, what their thought process was, what they were thinking. And my job is, I'm obviously a lot more trained than them. So my job is to just find out what happened in more detail from him.
All right. And you talked about some of the methods that you used in order to gain his confidence and get him to open up to you. Those were somewhat evident on your.
I think the what I talked about was later, with the minimizing and all of that was later. In the beginning, I'm just going to ask him what happened. I just need to know what happened and follow the evidence.
So you go from asking questions to attempts at manipulating.
Manipulating him to try and get him to say something that isn't true? No, absolutely not. No, I think we challenged him on the evidence that did not support his assertion of what occurred. And, that is what we're supposed to do. That's my job. I have to challenge the evidence that doesn't make sense to his story. And it's his story. So we challenged him.
So in his story, and something you took an amazing amount of exception to, was the fact that he slept in the garage.
I don't think I took an amazing amount of exception to that. Did I find it odd for newlyweds to sleep in a hot garage with the dogs on a couch when there's a perfectly good couch upstairs or the king size bed? We had questions about that. He explained their thinking, and I wear a CPAP, so I'm familiar. I understand what he was saying, but even when Jackson's not there, he's not sleeping with her. So
That's not exactly what he told you, right? He told you that he did sleep with her on Saturday night and into the Sunday.
and before that, it had been some time. So I mean,
Well,
and that's
before that, there had been a period where Shanti was not feeling well. Isn't that true?
well, that was February and March. I mean, that was 6 weeks earlier.
Okay,
so, but
now we're into April.
Right, the end of April, and it had been some time.
So
He's
you've got
sleeping with the dogs in the garage. I thought it was odd.
construction in the main house,
Not inhabitable.
right? But that wasn't the case the entire time they were married, was it?
The entire time they were married, yes. The entire time I lived there, no.
Okay. The entire time that they lived there, for a good portion of time, they lived in the main house.
Yes.
It was only about 16 months that they were living in the garage apartment.
I think it was more like just over 2 years. They kept the kitchen, but they were living back there for over 2 years. They kept the kitchen, I think, until December.
You suspected an unhappy marriage,
Yes.
though
Or a stressful marriage.
the presence of an 8-year-old in an 800 square foot apartment didn't sound like justification maybe for sleeping downstairs sometimes.
Well, Jackson's only there 2 or 3 days a week. I mean,
It's not his biological child.
it's not his biological child. They are in the same room. I'll grant you that, but he's with his dad quite a bit.
So the days that he is there for David to sleep downstairs, that wouldn't be unusual to you.
I think if he would have explained that and said, I'm not comfortable sleeping with his mother in front of him, and when he's here, I'm going to sleep downstairs because I'm not comfortable with that, but that wasn't what he said.
Did you speak to Shanti's college friend?
2 of them.
Anybody tell you that Shanti snored like a trucker and that it bothered David?
Her dad,
Her dad.
her stepdad.
So you became aware of that.
David and Shanti lived with them for 2 years, and he slept with her in the bed the entire 2 years while she snored like a trucker. and Mr. Dow could hear it down at his bedroom. But at the time, didn't bother David because I guess they just met. So he stayed with her those entire 2 years while she snored like a trucker.
And maybe there weren't alternative sleeping arrangements in the parents' house for him.
I don't have any idea.
Okay. So with that, would you be able to confirm for us that Shanti was not CPAP compliant and she didn't wear it?
There was one under the bed, but everyone told us she didn't wear it.
So when push comes to shove, after a married couple is married for a little bit, if one wants sleep, sleeping in a separate room is a real problem for you with regards to the state of a relationship?
I don't think so. If the main house was done and he sleeps in another bedroom, I don't think that much. I don't think that much about it if it's a sleep thing. But being down in the garage, no air conditioning, on a couch with a couple of dogs,
Appendix burst. Appendix burst, first of all. I'm not sure if she had to have other surgeries afterwards. It was a mess, but it was her appendix originally, Emma. Yes, and your appendix.
in the kennel. I just thought it would be very uncomfortable
He
and
did
intentional. And it wasn't his. He wasn't sent down there. He chose.
It was a big property.
What do you mean?
I mean, the yard had a big yard,
He could have slept out by the pool, I guess, in the cabana. It's a huge place.
had an outdoor living space that he took
Beautiful.
advantage of.
That what?
That he take advantage of the outdoor living space throughout the
Could have
evening.
slept there, I guess. Yeah.
Well, I'm not talking about for sleeping. I'm
Oh,
talking
I'm sorry.
about for access to, additional living space.
I thought we were still on the sleeping. Okay, so yeah, beautiful property,
Mhm.
great, beautiful cabana, nice pool area, large property.
But there's no evidence that he spent all of his time away from Jackson and Shanti. He ate meals with them, didn't he?
I guess he saw them for a few hours in the evenings, like when she got done working, when Jackson got home, either until he got picked up by Jim or until they went to bed. They went to bed, I guess, fairly early from what he explained.
Well, they had an 8-year-old that was sharing the room with them, didn't they?
Yes.
So wouldn't that explain an early bedtime for all? And maybe explain why David wanted to be downstairs and out of the room?
Because Shanti and him went to bed early. Is that what you're suggesting?
Because Shanti and Jackson
Went to bed early? Yeah. So if he wants to stay awake, I mean, he didn't say that, but yeah, I guess it's possible.
Okay, thanks.
He doesn't have to say it though.
You were bothered by the fact that Shanti had a job and David didn't.
Bothered by it? No. He explained that he was semi-retired.
Okay, so you,
I mean, he doesn't.
you
He
made
doesn't.
note of it though.
Well, if he doesn't need to work, he doesn't need to work. I mean, that's beneficial to him and the family, I guess.
Didn't you essentially look at him like he was the pool boy?
Did I look at him like as a pool boy, or
Yeah,
did I
didn't you consider
suggest to him that she was treating him that way?
Right,
I
exactly.
didn't look at him as the pool boy, no, sir.
You didn't look at it and suggest that the relationship was so odd and that he was marginalized to taking care of the dogs and the pool and he lived in the garage.
I made a suggestion to him that that might have been how she was treating him, and that he might have been taking exception to how she was treating him. But he didn't say that she was treating him that way.
You took exception to the fact that he spent his days dealing with the construction, the dogs, the pool, and the house, and he didn't have a quote unquote real job.
I've heard of it before, Sarah.
That he didn't have a quote unquote real job.
Right.
I didn't take exception to it. I did point
Sarah, you're like half an hour behind, so don't worry, it's all good.
out that that's what he did. That his job was, I guess, the house. He didn't help with Jackson. That's why she hired a nanny. He didn't do a lot of the stuff that she needed. That's why she had Sam. He handled the exterior of the home every day.
So it's your testimony that he did not have a good relationship with Jackson.
My testimony is that whatever she needed done with Jackson or her business, she hired out. He was there, he was home, but she hired that out.
And so you don't believe that David ever assisted with the care for Jackson at all?
From what I learned from witnesses, he did when she went in the
Your Honor,
hospital.
all's for your say.
Okay.
What?
You took note and you questioned him regarding the home renovation, specifically the time and scope of the project.
Objection, no question pending.
Ask again, sir.
Isn't true that you questioned him regarding the home renovation, specifically the time and scope of the project?
Yeah, absolutely. We asked him all about the renovation, and he offered quite a bit.
You suspected frustration and aggravation and tension in the relationship because of it?
Because of the length of time they were out of the main house, how long it was taking, how many contractors had been let go, and how long they'd been living like that.
So it's fair to say that you suspected that this was their money pit?
Someone did refer to it as that. I can't remember who, but yeah, someone did refer to it as that. I didn't use those words, but someone did.
Now, David did give you an account of his day. Isn't that true?
Yes, we started on, I believe, Friday.
All right. And let's go to the day, though, of the incident. You were able to verify some of the things he told you about prior to the day of
Yes, and obviously she was alive, so yes,
that was a trip to Publix.
yes.
And some of the,
Pizza Hut, Publix.
and what about some of the things that David alluded to with doing yard work around the property? And
Yeah, he owned it, yeah.
locating some tools and stuff when you.
So he and his mother, from their trust, bought it for $608,000. They had transferred it though into equal property by now though. After they got married, a few months after they got married, the house was split like 50-50 basically, in both their names. Yeah, she thought that he had more money than he had. He put in an extra about 400,000. Essentially, he put about a million. He had about a million behind him, not the amount that she thought that he had.
Scanned the bushes and stuff.
Explain what your question is.
You located like knife or tools that were consistent with David's explanation of his
We
chores.
saw the orange-handled iridescent knife in the front plant bed by the driveway, and so I asked. It was just left there, so I asked him about it, and he said that's where he left it.
So you were able to confirm that he was truthful about the
I'm not sure what day he was working on that particular plant bed, but when I asked him why it was there, he said he probably forgot to put it back.
There was no evidence his knife was used in a crime.
Correct. There's nothing on it. It was just laying there. I didn't even know if it belonged to them, but it was theirs, and there was nothing on it. But I asked him about it, what he does during the day.
There was no sharp trauma discovered on Shanti, though.
No. Once we
Yeah.
went to autopsy, I mean, obviously we're interviewing him before we go to autopsy, but
I don't think
we
they've
didn't know
proven
what that facial injury would be once we got there.
beyond a reasonable doubt.
He went for a walk with the dogs after
Yes.
seeing Shanti downstairs smoking a cigarette.
No, he said he went for a walk by himself, and then he came back and walked the dogs long enough for them to use the restroom, then came back, worked around the house for a little bit, then put the dogs in the RAV4 and drove to Park of Americas.
Isn't it true that he told you that he walked the dogs and then he went for a walk by himself around the lakes? And he walked up to Orange, around Lafayette, Cherokee, Davis, and another lake before returning home?
No, he corrected himself. He said he went for a walk alone, and it was Orange to Lucerne, and then Cherokee, Davis, one other one.
You agree the video will speak best for itself?
Correct.
Isn't it true that while he was out walking alone that he bumped into one of the neighbors?
Not to my knowledge.
Jacqueline Spence, didn't see him walking?
I'm sorry?
Jacqueline Spence? Yeah, Jacqueline Spence.
He didn't run into one of the neighbors. That would be incorrect.
Did a neighbor see him walking when she was on her way home from Publix?
Not at the time he said he was walking. He would have already been home. He would have already left and gone to the dog park. She said when she saw him at 11:50 on Miller by the Horsehead House, he was behind her home on Miller, and he would have already told us that he had already loaded the dogs and gone to the dog park. So that was inconsistent.
You were holding him pretty hard to the times that he was giving you. You're recording them as if they're gospel when he was sitting there in an interview room. Isn't that true?
His words are his words. My job is to verify it.
Was the man wearing a watch?
I don't know. I didn't ask Miss Spence if he was
under
wearing
a lot of pressure?
Objection calls for speculation in the mind of another.
I think though, Joe, the problem is that he was when he was arrested, he went to mental institution for just over 2 years. So that's why they put in guilty by insanity, so that essentially the two options would be guilty by insanity or not guilty. So it's pretty standard. I mean, it's not. That's why they did it, because they believe that he's still a little bit insane. So if he was found guilty, that he would then go back to the institution rather than go into prison. So that's why they wanted that added in, not because they believe he's guilty, but because, well, he's been 2 years in this institution, and the institution is probably better for him than going to prison. So that's why it's pretty standard practice to do it. You don't hear it often because judges normally, normally just squash it. But most people try it. But it doesn't necessarily get through. That's all. I thought I'd heard earlier that his attorney had tried to use that as a defense too. Maybe, I don't know. Mental illness may just want it all to end. So please, the question is enough to tip him over. Yeah, possibly. But with regards to not everybody does it, but a lot of people do the insanity route. That's just a backup if they do get found guilty, essentially.
Was there a traumatic experience that happened that day?
In his home?
Yes.
I would say so.
So, and he had been sitting at a police station waiting for you to speak to you for how many hours?
From 5 to 9:15.
When he came back, he told you that he walked around the house and pool and did landscaping for a while, before taking the dogs to the dog park.
He did a few things around the house. He said his walk was at least an hour.
Let's go back to
About an
Jacqueline
hour,
Spence.
hour and 40 minutes, or hour and 20 minutes.
back to Jacqueline Spence, when she did have an encounter with him, she didn't note any blood or injuries or anything like that on David?
Just different clothes. He had light colored clothes on. He had different clothes on when we made contact with him.
And when did you interview Jacqueline Spence?
It would have been Thursday or Friday, the 26th or 27th.
And isn't it true that she was somewhat confused and vague about the days and times that she might have seen him
Not at all.
with dog or without dog?
She didn't remember seeing the dog. She didn't remember seeing a cell phone. She didn't remember him carrying anything. She absolutely knew it was him, and she absolutely knew what day it was. And then I went to Publix to verify she was correct on her timeline.
David told you he then took the dogs to Park of Americas?
Park of Americas on Andes.
And in fact, there are cameras at that park, aren't there?
I went there 3 times. Yes, sir.
But you weren't able to collect any of the footage to corroborate David's timeline.
Unfortunately, the city of Orlando does have access to those cameras. Our video analyst has access to those cameras. He checked immediately. This is one of the first things I did. And they weren't operational. They're very overt cameras, but they weren't operational. So I went back 3 different times, including a week later at the time that he said he was there. And I walked the park 3 separate times to the area where he said he was. And I showed his picture and asked everybody if they saw him. But, I can't say that they were there that day, but I just went around and asked just to try and verify that he was there.
No fault of Mr. Tronnes' that the cameras were not functioning.
No fault of his whatsoever, but they weren't operational.
You found it unbelievable that he left the property for hours on April the 24th.
I found it convenient.
You shouldn't find it convenient, though. It doesn't matter what you
It's
think.
tragic that he wasn't there to protect his wife.
No, I think it became increasingly more irrelevant that he wasn't there because I don't believe that she was alive when he left.
You found it unbelievable that David didn't call or text Shanti during the day.
Unbelievable? No, I just asked. No, I just asked if they had communication, because if they had communication, his cell tower would put him there, and that would verify what he's telling us because I didn't have cameras.
Isn't that true? That was par, that they didn't communicate during the day because Shanti didn't like to be disturbed?
That was what?
That was the norm.
That they didn't text or call each other ever?
Yeah.
It was more than it was over $1 million, Nunia. The house was 608,000, and then he transferred over 400,000 to their joint account, and he still had money in his bank account, so it was over $1 million. I just don't know by how much, but I agree he should have kept on working. But I think what he was doing was going to sell this and start a property business. That was going to be his work.
Yes, because Shanti
I
didn't
agree,
like to be
Sandra.
disturbed during
Prove
the
it.
day, so David
He said she didn't like to be disturbed during the day. Yes, he did say that, but she did text people. She texted other people,
for work, right?
perhaps, or for picking up stuff at the grocery store like Sam did.
Samantha Adams confirmed with you that Shanti didn't like to be disturbed during the day?
I don't know that she said that she didn't like to be disturbed because she's up there doing homework with her son. So Jackson's up there, he's playing video games. They're doing his reading. They're doing his words for the day. I mean, he's up there, so I don't know that would have been disturbing to her, but she did text people during the day. She texted Sam during the day.
Work related or because Sam was the nanny?
Right. I mean, if she needed him to come home and pick up Jackson that day, she could have texted him. But my point is just not the communication being a problem. It's just if you communicate while you're at the dog park, then your phone's going to put you at the dog park at the time that you say that you're there. That was the only reason I asked.
If you used your phone,
If you use your phone. So I didn't just ask about Shanti. I said, did anyone call you? Did you text anyone? Did you get on and check your email? Did you get on social media? Did you do anything at all with your phone? And he said he put it in his cooler and left it there.
you found that convenient as well.
I found it as a dead end. If he tells us he's there and I can't verify it with his cell phone records or with cameras, then how do I verify what his alibi is? And I can't, but it became increasingly not as important as it was in the beginning.
I think, Nunia, because all of his money being invested in the property at that point. So the 608,000 had gone on buying it, then the 400,000 or whatever it was. I think most of that had then gone on the renovation, and I think he spent that money on the renovation rather than her money. So he's pled not guilty, as far as I know. Only for a couple of minutes, Nunia, only for a couple of minutes it is. Did he plead not guilty or guilty? So he wanted a plea, sorry, a plea. He wanted instructions to put in so that the jury could find him guilty or guilty with by reason of insanity. So if they did find him guilty, they could consider that it was insanity related, if you know what I mean. So there was just that additional, because he'd been institutionalized for 2 years. They were trying to say that he could, you know, if he is found guilty, they could go down the insanity. So there'd have to be an extra trial within the trial then to see if he was insane or not. Um, yeah, he paid cash for the house. Yes, it's only just so we catch up on the It's like for an extra 2 minutes, basically.
Pretty quickly, you came to develop him as the only suspect.
No, not pretty quickly at all. We didn't arrest him for 127 days. It was not quick at all.
You're aware that Shanti had a dental issue on April the 24th.
According to him, she bit into a taco and broke her molar.
You confirmed she had a broken tooth,
Yes, with the ME.
and the fact that she had scheduled an emergency appointment with the dentist
Yes,
that she didn't show up
Well
to.
done,
she didn't
Jonathan.
make it to, yeah.
And you also took note that she didn't respond to an 6:58 a.m. non-urgent work text. Isn't that true?
You're characterizing something as non-urgent. I don't know that that was the case. 6:58.
Yeah, just so we
work
catch up.
text would
And
not
then
have mattered to me had
once
Mr.
we
Conley
catch up,
not
it go normal
suggested
again.
that he expected an answer pretty quickly.
Did he tell
That-
you that it wasn't urgent?
I don't recall if he said it was or wasn't urgent, but he became very, very, very concerned that he did not get a response from her within the first few minutes when he called me, because he called me. I didn't know who he even existed. He reached out to me because that text was never read.
When he found out that Shanti was deceased, he felt it important to let you know that he hadn't received a response from a very early text message in the day because it could be pertinent.
Well, that was why he reached out. But prior to knowing she was deceased, he was Googling her because he thought something had happened to her because he never got a response. So he was already worried about her.
His worry aside, I mean, this missed text message is the reason that you set your time of death where you do. Isn't that true?
I didn't set a time of death. I'm looking at her cell phone. He says she comes downstairs 3 times. That phone never takes steps. If she's up working at 4 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock in the morning, as people suggested she is, and that phone never takes steps, or that phone never takes stairs. So that means she didn't pick up her cell phone. This is a businesswoman who works all night, sometimes 4 o'clock in the morning. She doesn't pick up her phone from 11:30 the night before, 11 o'clock the night before, all night long, and all the next day. She never picks up her phone. And she's running a business that people say she answers like this. She's super responsive. That became important when I heard that.
Okay. So we're talking about from 11:30 at night to 6 something in the morning. This is the time frame you're talking about that she was unresponsive and it was alarming and peculiar to you.
It would be until 6:58.
Okay. And a text message pops up on the screen. Is it possible that somebody could pick up a phone, read it, and put it right back down without activating and still have access to the information? On
And
an iPhone?
And the phone not registering movement? I don't
Sure.
know the answer to that. That would have been a question for the previous person who testified.
Okay, so the fact that a step wasn't registered on it, if the phone wouldn't register a step based upon a movement like that, then she could have very well been privy to it. And because of her toothache, she didn't care to deal with it right then.
I don't, so she didn't read it the entire day and didn't respond to her colleague?
No,
Is that what you're suggesting?
No, I'm asking a question and I'd like you to just be responsive to it. The question is, what inference is drawn from the time of the text message if she can pick it up and read it and put it back down without it registering a step on the health app?
I don't know if picking it up and reading it, if she would disable a lock, those aren't questions. I'm not an expert on that. So if she has to put her face on it to
Should
open it to
know.
read it, I don't know that her phone would even allow her to read the text. I don't know that she would have to open up her face. If she opens it with her face or her thumb, then yes, that would register. Absolutely, that's registered in the phone, 100%.
Detective, you're the
So-
lead detective in this case, aren't you?
I need to finish. So if she looked at that text
What a
and decided not to
bitch.
respond to him the entire day, that would be inconsistent with her performance previous to every other day that she owned that business.
No one's saying she didn't respond the entire day.
It was never read, sir.
You don't know that it wasn't read. The phone doesn't show it to be read. Isn't that true?
Same argumentative.
Oh,
Still
she's
on
a
424 in the interviewing room. You find out at some point during the interview that the CSI Tech Kane did not photograph Mr. Tronnes' body without his shirt on, correct?
I asked him. I didn't know if he did or not. That's why I asked him.
Because you didn't communicate with the technician either?
Well, I asked him to clip the nails and get a buckle swab. Yes.
You didn't ask him to take photographs?
Well, of course he was taking photographs. I didn't know that he didn't take photographs without his tank top on.
Would that require a special request normally?
Possibly. Different CSIs do different things.
Okay, so
I think if he did photograph an injury on his hand, I think if he would have seen an injury, maybe he would have photographed it. But I hadn't had a chance to view his body.
you asked Mr. Tronnes to
had an
review the paper
awful
jumpsuit, correct?
To do what?
To remove the paper jumpsuit so you could observe his chest, arms, and back.
I asked him if he was okay with it, if I could view his chest, arms, and back. And then he started to unzip it.
And did he show you his chest, arms, and back?
He absolutely did.
Okay. Did you observe some sores and bug bites and some wounds on his back?
Yes.
Did you photograph them?
No, nothing. There was nothing concerning to me that he had injuries sustained from a fight or any sort of like, cat scratching or nail scratching. There was nothing on his neck, his chest, his arms, nothing that I felt needed to be photographed. I didn't observe anything but his sores and his skin disorder.
And possibly an explanation as to how the little bits of blood end up on sheets in the bed? His blood particularly?
We didn't have the sheets. I didn't know the blood was there.
Okay.
We just met the man.
In hindsight.
In hindsight, what?
Hindsight. In documenting the wounds on his back, wouldn't it help the jury to understand how his blood comes to be deposited like that on a top sheet and a fitted sheet?
It's possible, I guess, if he sleeps in the bed sometimes, yeah.
He told
Evidence that
you.
he slept in the bed?
Yes.
It's tough.
You interviewed him. We watched it for several hours until you take a break sometime around 12:30 a.m. on April the 25th now.
12:31 in the morning, yes.
She knows, times-wise, she knows to the second. But everything else, she's the most frustrating witness I've ever. Well, she's up there anyway. Jesus, she doesn't care. She's just got him as guilty. That's it. Done. If I was a juror, I'd be pissed right now.
You had some administrative duties to take care of, but you did not return back to 218 Copeland.
Correct.
And we talked about Detective McClellan being in training. Were you aware that CSI Crosby's assistant, CSI Taylor, was in training as well?
Yes.
So of the four of you at the crime scene documenting this, 2 people were in training.
Yes. 2 people, I wouldn't say Detective McClellan was in training. She was in our violent crimes unit. But
she homicide.
She wanted to come to homicide, so she asked to attend this. She was working with myself and other detectives when she was available.
She's in the
but
training.
she was in a violent crimes unit. She was not an inexperienced detective, and she had quite a bit of experience.
You leave David alone in the room for another hour and 50 minutes until 2:20 a.m., some 9 hours after he arrives at OPD, mostly alone.
We entered at 2:19, and he would have been alone to sleep, or if he needed to go use the restroom or get anything, he would have asked the officer.
And again, you don't know how much sleep he got.
I don't. I just asked him if he slept, and he said yes.
He said a little.
A little, yeah.
He's still wearing the paper suit.
Correct.
Still just water and crackers.
Correct. What did he ask for? He asked me for peanut butter crackers. That's what I got him.
Sitting in a windowless room.
Yes.
Sitting in a cushionless chair.
Cushionless chair, yes. Yes, we all were. It's not comfortable.
Well, you were in there for a lot less time, weren't you?
About 6 hours, yeah.
So less time.
How many hours was David in that room?
Just shy of 14.
14 hours.
David acknowledged that Shanti was stiff or in rigor upon him first touching her and attempting to remove her from the bathtub. Isn't that true?
He said she was very stiff. He said her leg was bent. It was stiff. Her arm was stiff, and her jaw was stiff when he tried to get CPR.
So for someone who's never come in touch with somebody before, that leads you to believe that there's some form of rigor that's beginning, correct?
What it led me to believe is if you're in the tub and you're in full or partial or full rigor and your leg is bent, then why is your leg not bent when we get there and see her body? And if her arms are down at their sides, then how does he drag her face down with her hands like this? How does he break rigor? Because he couldn't get her mouth open to give her CPR, but he got her arms from her sides down up like this to drag her upside down, which means he had to break rigor. And I don't think that's possible because I have handled many decedents in rigor.
Detective McClellan, David has no medical training.
Detective McClellan or Detective Sprague?
Detective Sprague, excuse me. Pardon me, it's late and I'm tired too.
And I'm missing an appointment, but go ahead.
So what?
So in the world of experience and expertise, he's not an expert and didn't know what rigor was and wasn't able to explain it to you and how it came.
He used the word stiff. We use the word rigor. So like when he's doing the CPR compressions and he says it doesn't rebound, he's saying it's stiff. When he tries CPR, he's saying it's stiff on her jaw. When he says her leg is bent, he's saying she's stiff. When he pulls her out, he's saying she's stiff. But she's in a completely different position when we find her.
To what degree and to what extent, if there was an arm in rigor, wasn't there?
There was an arm like this in rigor,
Okay.
but not like this when he's dragging her upside down. How does that happen?
Well, in the world of, there was a leg slightly in rigor that you observed as well?
No, her knees were raised up in rigor. He says her leg was bent at the knee. How does that get straight when we get to her?
Well, let me ask you, you asked David to demonstrate on you how that happened, correct?
When he was dragging her this direction, I asked him to do it.
Right.
And then he said that he pulled her out because he couldn't do it. So he couldn't do this.
Right.
So because her arm was down at her side. So he had to go under her arm, under her bicep, under her shoulder to pull her out of the tub.
Correct.
Onto the floor with her head toward the door.
Yeah.
But then he has to flip her over.
This would be somewhat dead weight,
That's what he said.
slippery wet.
If she's actually wet. But then he has to break her arm rigor.
Oh.
Like that, hands like this. and then face her down and then drag her into the other room
You
and
keep
then
saying-
skin her knees.
You keep saying broken rigor. Is it possible he was just mistaken as to the extent of the rigor and didn't understand what he was talking about?
If he did this right before we got there,
Wow.
within 4.5, 6 minutes, 6 minutes to call, 4.5 minutes later. So he broke rigor. He straightened her leg and he straightened her arms in the midst of a crisis.
He did not break rigor because the arm was still in rigor. You don't know what he was describing it, how it was bent. You didn't have him describe how the arm was bent. You didn't have him describe how the leg was
I
bent.
absolutely did. And the best evidence is that video.
Great. Thank you. He told you that the water was running at a trickle at first.
If for trickle at first and then halfway.
That he
partial
heard it.
full,
He
partial-
heard it as a trickle, but saw it to be running
Saw it to be running halfway.
and turned it off as
Turned it off.
All right. But the shower was not on.
Hold on.
She's trying to maintain us. She's trying to control herself. She's losing this plot. She's losing the plot. Yeah, she's pissed. I missed an appointment, she said. Look, this guy's fucking go to jail, you fucking selfish cow. Fuck your appointment. Do a better fucking job next time.
Just make sure that we breathe in between so the court reporter can get everyone's words.
He recalled seeing the water with the diluted blood, rose-colored water.
That's how he described it. Yes, sir.
He described the best he could the condition and position he found her in.
I'm sorry?
He described to the
There
best
has
he
been.
could the condition and position he found her in.
He described it in great detail at our request. He did great.
And isn't it true that while you asked for a demonstration, Detective McClellan didn't ask for a demonstration, didn't ask him to show physically with his own body what Shanti was doing, but used this little model on the table?
In the tub. Then when they used the water bottle, they were describing her positioning in the tub.
And that's easy to tell what's going on that table from the camera view?
As far as what happened between him and Detective McClellan,
As far as what he was demonstrating, you believe that that's clearly presented in that video?
I don't understand what you're asking me, sir.
Objection, best evidence.
Same.
Didn't he describe her as prone, draped over the edge of the tub with the head down in the tub at one point?
To an officer?
Yes.
When Officer Wilson asked him if she was clothed, he changed her position from in the tub to out of the tub with just her head in the tub when he asked him if she was clothed. Then her body was not in the tub,
You
just her
weren't-
head was in the tub.
you weren't-
That did change, and they did tell me that.
You weren't present for that conversation.
That's why he wrote a statement.
And wasn't it simply clarifying how much of her was in the tub? And he was eavesdropping on a conversation that David was having with the chaplain.
Eavesdropping? Well, he's supposed to be there. He's an officer, and they called the chaplain for him. But he did hear that, and he noted the inconsistency with her being in the tub clothed, which was perked his interest, and then changing the position from her being in the tub soaking wet to just her head and her torso and not her body. Her body was then outside the tub. They noted that inconsistency to me, and then they stopped asking him questions at that point.
Being partially in the tub would be consistent with her clothes and her hair and the rest just being slightly damp and not soaking wet. Isn't that true?
No, because if her body wasn't in the tub, then how did her shorts get wet? It changed.
Gravity? How about the yellow towel she was laying on?
That wasn't near
About the
her.
mattress pad?
No, the yellow towel was underneath the mattress pad, sir.
And it was pretty wet, wasn't it? And a mattress pad's like a sponge?
I didn't touch the towel because I left and wrote the search warrant.
And you didn't touch Shanti Cooper either, did you?
I did not. I just observed her. I had Ralph Kalachi touch her because it's his jurisdiction, not ours.
So his testimony regarding the condition of her clothes, body, and hair would be more reliable.
What he told me on scene and what he indicated in this trial would be more consistent because he did it.
Okay, and did you read his report?
Yes. Once I realized they actually wrote them on Saturday, the Saturday after this occurred.
David described the difficulty he had removing Shanti from the tub.
Yes.
And given his size and given her size, you found this unbelievable as well.
I felt at him at 6'2", 190, and him being allegedly never been happier in his life and in love, he would have scooped her up like a superhero, but he said he couldn't.
Isn't it true that he told you during the interview that when he pulled her out, that water did not splash onto the floor?
The video would be the best evidence of that, that he got her out of the tub and she landed on the floor. So I think we would surmise that water would be on the floor because he rolled her out of the tub and she landed on the floor, head toward the door. And so water should have been everywhere because she was wet, allegedly.
Did he tell you during the interview that when he pulled her out of the tub, that water did not splash on the floor?
I don't recall that, sir.
You should rely
Of
upon
course
the
you
video
do.
again.
Absolutely.
Of course you do. Oh, Joe, this woman's pissing me off.
Fair to say the second portion of the interview was more aggressive than the first?
Probably the very end.
It's about now 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. You guys are rolling into another hour and a half of interrogation after a long, long day.
Yes, it was from 2:19 until about 4:56.
Ultimately, David wasn't arrested at that point, was he?
No, sir.
But the interview cuts off, I think, with our viewing of it. I think we stopped it somewhere,
3 something
right? That wasn't when the interview ended, though, is it?
No.
How much longer did you speak to him?
till 4:56.
So almost to 5 a.m.
Correct.
So 12 hours, from the time that that he originally came to the station, correct?
I'm sorry, we didn't interview him for 12 hours.
No,
We
he got to
interviewed
the
him for
station.
5 hours and 53 minutes.
I said the time he got to the station, 12 hours from the
Oh, I
time
thought
he
you
got
said
to
the time he
station.
got. Okay, now I'm with you. From the time he got to the station until then would have been 12 hours, and then we brought him home at 7:09.
12 hours in that room, water crackers, unknown amount of sleep.
Correct.
And it was another 2 hours before you actually drove him home from the station.
I didn't drive him home, but had him driven home by Officer McNutt, yes.
Officers drove him home.
Officers drove him home, and we met him outside, and we released the home to him, which is why we didn't take any of the cash.
So we talked about the fact that on April the 24th into the morning hours of April the 25th, he sat at the station and voluntarily complied with the request
Correct.
and left the station a free man at 7 a.m.
Just before 7, about 6:55, they took him out of the room,
You
and they
released the
drove
home
him
to
home,
him?
and then they drove him home
You released the home to him, yes or
in his
no?
front yard, yes.
She's just expounding upon it, trying to dial it back. Sorry, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you. When he was released, there were no restrictions regarding the home or the property inside of it?
Correct.
And isn't it true that David returned to the property and lived there for several days before moving to his mother's residence?
I don't know the answer to that.
Weren't you surveilling the property?
Not until Friday.
And at which point there was another search warrant executed on April the 30th of 2018, correct?
It was submitted Sunday night on the 29th and approved Sunday night, and we executed it on Monday, the 30th.
At that point, the sheets were still there?
Which set of sheets?
All the sheets that you saw originally?
Yes.
But
Shame on you,
it was a
Inspector.
month later, on May the 24th, that you execute this third search warrant.
Correct.
And at this point, you still don't know, you still think you're missing something.
I still think we missed blood on the bed.
You don't know where it started and when it happened,
Where what started?
this attack?
Somewhere between the shower and the side of the bed and the floor. But where the initial blow to her face or head, the side of her head or her cheek or the eyes, I don't know where it first started. But if it started, there should have been blood spatter, I thought, or something that would indicate a starting point because we had drainage, but not a starting point. If it was in the shower, we wouldn't have known because it was diluted. It could have started in the shower, but we didn't know because it was diluted. I still felt we were missing blood on the bed. Just based on listening to his interview, I just felt we were missing blood on the bed.
You processed the shower the first day because you see the blood ring on the base of the tub, correct?
I asked them to use a reagent. Yes,
What about on the wall itself?
they did. Yeah,
Right?
they did.
So at that point, and do you know the difference between cast off blood and blood spatter?
Yes, but once blood spatter is diluted with water, you're not going to know if it's cast off blood or expirated blood from being hit with the nose and the mouth. Once it's diluted with water, the pattern is gone. It no longer tells the same story.
And the stains on the walls of the bathtub?
All diluted.
Isn't it true that when enhanced, that some were darker than others?
14 hours.
I don't know that I can speak to that. That would be more of a CSI question.
When you were
Which-
searching the property, did you locate a poker bag? And I'll go back to, you could say, the 24th of April, the 30th of April, or the 24th of May. Did you locate a poker bag with cash in it inside of Shanti's closet?
No, we didn't learn about the poker bag from Sam until after we released the house on the 30th, and we interviewed her at 4:33 on Monday, the 30th. That's when she mentioned that with the $400 or $500 in cash. We did look for it. I believe Detective McClellan and one of us looked for it on the 24th, just to back up what Sam was saying. We had no idea what she
Sandra.
was talking about. I don't know what a poker bag looks like, and we didn't find it.
Did you get a description from her or any assistance?
So
from her to
true.
find it?
No, I'm just her description that she gave us.
You never
but we-
followed up with her.
No, we looked for it. We just couldn't find it.
So
We
it's
just
missing.
looked in the closet for something that had something that you could put money in, but we never found it. But she didn't say it was absolutely there. She said that was a routine when she made deposits from Shanti's business, that she might ask her to get a cash advance or cash from the deposit, and that she would put it there. But she only saw her do it once, so she didn't know that was something she did all the time.
What about clothing upstairs? There's how many closets?
2.
Men's clothes in one of the closets?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So evidence that David kept his property up there and released up there to get
Oh,
dressed and stuff.
there was a ton in the garage as well. I mean, on there is you get stuff in both places.
This is the laundry room too, right?
What is?
The garage area?
No, it is not. The laundry dryer, the washer was in the driveway, and the dryer was in the back.
What point did you test the washer dryer for the presence of blood?
I asked the CSIs to do that, I believe, on the 30th.
Did they find any?
No, and that was something that happened in another case of mine, so I asked them to swab it because it had been fruitful in another case after something had been laundered.
In fact, there was a fourth search warrant executed some 4 months later at a different location, wasn't there?
Are you talking about at his mother's house?
Correct.
That would have been on August 29th, the day he was arrested.
All right. So 4 months after the 520, or I'm sorry, 4 months after the 424
4 months later.
incident. Thank you. And David was living at that house at this point?
Appeared to be, yes.
And you know that because you found some personal belongings of his in one of the bedrooms,
Yeah, a lot of his personal belongings, yes.
including Shanti's ring.
Yes.
Was the ring reported stolen?
No,
There was no insurance claim placed on this ring.
I don't know that they had insurance on the ring.
David had assets, didn't he?
What do you mean?
He wasn't cash poor, was he?
No,
What was the value of the ring?
about 15,000, 11 to 15,000.
How much cash did David
Yes,
have on
no,
hand?
yeah.
Him
Yes.
specifically, or I know the combined income or the combined assets
Let's
was
start with
about,
him. How about him specifically?
I don't recall, about maybe 130, 150,000.
That's all you believe that David had?
I don't recall. I know she had 300,000 or 400,000, but combined is what I remember, and it was about 798,000.
And what about the value of the home?
He paid 607.5, I believe.
What about retirement policies and such?
I don't know.
You made a big deal about the location of this ring because you felt that you've been searching for it for 127 days, even though it hadn't been reported missing.
It was pried off her cold, dead hand. Yes, I was very concerned about it.
Says who?
She was wearing it the day before. She wore it every day.
Says who?
The evidence in my case.
And these people that you spoke with, they were present with Shanti at her wake-up routine and her bedtime routine and her shower routine?
I
Oh,
was
sorry,
sure she
John.
never took it off. And even he
Sorry,
said it was on her
Jonathan.
hands. He told us it was on her hand.
You thought it was on her hands? That's what he said to you?
No, he told us it was on her hand.
Interruption. Retrace approach.
Yeah, it's getting a bit ridiculous now. Also, the witness needs to be told, shut the fuck up and answer the questions. Yeah, Jonathan, sorry to hear that, man. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
You didn't detect any injury to her ring finger to suggest that a ring was pried off her finger?
No,
After a body passes, it typically bloats.
I didn't notice bloating in her hands and her toes at all. No.
You made a big deal about locating a passport in the bag with the ring and some cash. Isn't that true?
With the ring, the cash was in a Ray-Ban sunglasses case, and his passport was there, but I don't think it was in the suitcase with the ring. No,
Isn't it true that the passport expired in 2007?
I don't know if it did or didn't. His, I mean,
Look at it.
we took a photograph of it, but I don't know that I paid attention to when it expired.
Of course you didn't. Of course, if it was in date, you'd know.
There were rolls of cash in that sunglasses
How
bag.
much cash?
I don't know.
I mean, not a pile of cash that you're expecting. Any airline tickets? Any airline tickets located with cash and passport?
No, and it was really irrelevant. He has money at his disposal, so
So this wasn't suggestion of sign of flight or anything of the kind.
he had 4 months to flee. He didn't flee.
At
Well,
least
you're
she's
still
been
trying to
honest
figure
there.
out where it happened and why it happened. By this time, you were pretty fixed on who you believe committed the offense.
I followed the evidence. It's not my job to make up something fit that doesn't fit. You follow the evidence. I teach homicide investigation, sir. You follow the evidence. You eliminate people along the way. I could never eliminate him, and all of the evidence led to him.
You were able to confirm what David explained to you about the life insurance policies?
It was 350,000. He thought it was 250. Hers was 350,000.
And wasn't his actually $1.5 million and not $1 million?
I thought it was $1 million, but it could be $1.5 million.
But you were able to confirm that he had cash and assets.
Both of them did, yes.
He didn't sell the ring and he didn't destroy it.
Correct.
Photographs and looking at David's hands and bodies, they didn't show any signs of being involved in a prolonged violent attack, did they?
No, she didn't have any defensive wounds, and he didn't have any injuries.
What about swelling or bruising on his hands and knuckles consistent with punching somebody?
Not that we saw. Not that day. No.
You didn't locate any bloody clothes belonging to David?
No.
Yeah.
You didn't find blood in the washer. We already talked about that.
Correct.
And you didn't locate a weapon.
I don't know that one was used.
I don't like her.
Talk about the neighborhood and canvassing the area and speaking to the neighbors and family and friends. Did you learn of any issues with homeless people in the Delaney Park neighborhood?
Specifically, what?
Vagrancy, loitering, and hanging out around the neighborhood?
Vagrancy, loitering, and hanging out. No, most people said that it was a very safe neighborhood, very pleasant place to live, and they didn't have any issues with homeless people.
Did you have a contact with a homeless person that you were directed to that resembled Woody Harrelson?
I was directed to Mr. David Rogers, that everyone said looked like Ed Harris or Woody Harrelson. That
And
was
why did
was
they ask you to speak to him?
it was mentioned to Billy Lane. Billy Lane was telling the neighbors, asking the neighbors about him, so I found him.
Because there was a homeless person that hung out in the neighborhood a lot.
No, it was
I
one
don't know.
person a few streets to the south that mentioned it to Billy Lane, that they had seen him, and he mentioned it to everyone else in the neighborhood who called me.
And you were able to locate the man?
I did find. Well, I didn't find him. The Midnight Patrol officers found him, but it took a while.
And what did they do to eliminate him as a suspect?
They called me and I interviewed him at like 2 something in the morning.
And talk to me about that interview. How'd that go?
Spec-
What did you
specifically?
do to verify? what he
Legend.
told you?
Oh, I asked him about himself, how long he'd been in Orlando, if he has any issues with going to jail for any reason, if he has any contacts with law enforcement, is he a thief, has he ever been arrested for anything violent? And then I walked through the streets. I showed him a map, asked him what streets he normally hangs out on, sleeps on, where his routine is. And then I showed him a picture of the front of the house where the dumpster was. Asked him if he'd ever seen that dumpster, that huge blue dumpster in front of that house. He
Back
said
to
no.
normal
He
speed.
thought that he had walked on Copeland, and then he
See,
corrected himself
normal.
and said, no, I've never walked on Copeland. I only walk on Miller and Orange. Verified his whereabouts. I asked him,
You said he was able to verify his whereabouts?
no, is where he hangs out, like where he sleeps, where he eats. It's between Orange and Miller, he said.
This is self-reporting.
This is him. I'm interviewing him. So then I showed him a picture of both Shanti and Mr. Cooper-Tronnes. Said he didn't recognize either one of them. I asked him if he ever had any reason to ever be at that home where the blue dumpster was. He said no. I asked him if there was any indication that his prints or DNA would be at that house or inside that residence or on her body. And he said absolutely not. Then I asked him if he killed her. And he said no.
That was the end of the inquiry.
Yes. Yeah. And there was nothing found in the home that was foreign to anyone.
Okay. What about the location to ORMC? Isn't it true that there's significant mental health services provided within a short walk from that home at 218 East Copeland?
I can't answer significant mental health services. The neighbors did tell us on occasion they would see people walking back and forth that might have been released from the hospital, doctors that would walk back and forth that parked in their neighborhood, nurses that walked back and forth that parked in their neighborhood because they didn't want to park in the garage. But yes, that there would be people walking through, but no one that caused them concern.
Let's talk about the construction site. You know that the project has been going on for some time.
Almost really since they moved in, yeah.
Tell me about the list that you put together of all the contractors that have been on site.
From that was provided to me, I believe, from Keith Ory.
And isn't it true that Keith Ory wasn't involved in the project until recently?
No, he got involved in 2017.
Okay. And tell me about the list. Who did you contact off that list?
I don't recall how many people I contacted off the list. I know they were all Keith Ory's subs. He pretty much knew where they were because he pulled them off of the project in February. So he told us, they were his subs. He gave us the list. He kind of knew where they were because they were his subs, but they had not been at that property since probably Valentine's Day, right around Valentine's Day. So obviously we asked if they had any issues with the contractors, and there wasn't anything that.
Were you aware of any fee dispute?
Just between him and Keith Ory and Mr. Cooper-Tronnes.
And what about the show going on to zombie house flipping? Were you aware of that?
I was aware that they were approved for the show.
Were you aware that it caused a delay in the project and everyone had to take a couple months time out?
No, that was a voluntary delay. Mr. Ory asked them if they wanted the opportunity. They had to stop construction in February in order to be on the show so they could show something being demolished. And the only thing left to be
Forest
demolished
theory.
was the second level. So they had to stop.
Was the house still yes, to a trust, but the trust name was him and his wife, or his ex-wife now, so still in a sort of trust for financial reasons, but it would have been in his name and her name.
In order to be on the show so they could demolish that second floor.
And this was forced upon them. I'm saying that this was like the quid pro quo. If you wanted to be on our show, there was going to be a timeout and a couple of month delay.
They asked them, and they agreed that the trade outs might be worth being on the show.
To find out if there was frustrated anybody who had been planning or relying upon that work for February and March.
Sometimes I
Say
don't
that
think
again?
he's human.
Did you touch base with the contractors and find out if any of them were put off by the delay because they expected and needed this income in
Mm.
February and March?
If that had been said to me, then I probably would have caused some concern, but there appeared to be no issues whatsoever. They moved the subs from that project to another.
We talked about the fact that you, can I have one moment, please, Judge?
Breathe into the mic.
You ask the, and I'm sorry, Jen, I don't want to refer to him as Woody Harrelson. I just don't have my notes in front of me. What was
It's David Rogers.
David Rogers. Did you ask David Rogers if he has a cell phone?
I don't recall if I did or didn't.
So you don't know.
Oh, actually, I think I did. I don't think he has one.
What about the construction workers? Did you get their cell phone numbers?
The contractors? The subs?
Contractors or the subcontractors?
If they were provided to us from Keith Ory, then I had them. I don't recall.
Did you check any of their phone records or do any, geo fence warrants?
The geofence around the house seems like we had a geofence. I don't recall if I submitted that. There was no evidence there. The getting just kind of random people's phone records is illegal, so I absolutely did not do that.
We talked about how you stopped the interview at 4:55, but Mr. Tronnes sat there for another 2 hours.
Yeah, 4:56 is when we exited the room, and then they got him at 6:55, and we took him home. Or Officer McNutt took him home at 7:09 a.m.
Never made any admissions.
As to harming her?
Right.
Correct.
And he left 7 a.m. A free man?
Yes, sir.
One moment.
Say, right.
Yes, ma'am.
Here we go. Oh, yeah, it's a big deal, though, isn't it? 40.
Is it important to know as many facts as possible before you interview a suspect?
It would be nice. Yes. It's very important.
All right. And so walking through the scene prior to speaking to Mr. Tronnes was important?
Absolutely.
And the defendant, Mr. Tronnes, was the 911 caller, was he not?
Yes.
So are there reasons why there is a delay before interviewing the defendant?
Yes, you have to learn as much as you can learn before you walk into an interview cold.
During your cross-examination, you were asked if you were suspicious of the defendant. You did not arrest him that morning on April 25th after interviewing him, did you?
No, I did not.
Did you believe that there were inconsistencies with his statement and what the physical evidence at that point had been leading to you?
Absolutely. We had significant concerns.
Despite that, you let him walk away for 127 days. Is that
Yes. Yes.
And in fact, when a private investigator, Billy Lane, had been suggesting homeless person theory, did you follow up on that?
Yes.
And you described that during cross. We're not going to go through that again, but is that accurate?
Yes.
And you mentioned you go where the evidence leads you during cross-examination.
Yes.
There was no DNA found other than the defendant's, the decedent's, and Jackson Cooper, the child's DNA in that home, correct?
Correct.
There were no latent fingerprints lifted anywhere except for the defendant's and the decedent's?
Correct.
Now, you'd mentioned the bed railing on the side of the bed towards where Shanti Cooper-Tronnes, the decedent, was located.
Yes, sir.
It was in his mother and his name originally. And now it's in his name and his wife, deceased wife's name. Now, yeah, she's still alive. Well, she was at the time anyway. I'm not sure if she's still alive now,
Your Honor, in a
but she
moment,
was.
can I publish from States 10? Ten, 1-0. Showing you image 39 on States 10. Is this the area of the wooden part of the bed frame that you testified to on cross-examination as being showing signs of being wiped down above the metal L bracket?
Yes, sir.
And what we see here was ultimately swabbed and sent to the FDLE, dripping below the metal L bracket.
Yes, sir.
And you were asked about whether or not the blood went down to the carpet in that area. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the amount of carpet and carpet padding that was removed from the residence?
Yes, sir.
And whether or not that extended to underneath the bed frame?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'm gonna object. This is the approach.
Oh. Let's see what this is about then. Um. Trying to find this thing here.
Turning now to BO for identification, 59 in evidence.
Transfer the house to a trust. It's the same trust. They just moved his mother's name and added his wife instead. She's passed. Okay, she was still alive when they did it, but she's passed now. It was in trust before now. Yes, it was in trust. It was in trust. It was in trust
59
for his
found.
mother and him. Then, when they got married, his wife replaced the mother, but she was still alive because she had her home. Remember, they spoke about the home, her home, the trailer.
Permission to publish from 59 in evidence, BO identification.
You may.
So what you said, his mum is still alive. Is it the money came
In
from the
image
trust?
11
No,
on
yeah.
this exhibit, you were present for this luminescing with the chemicals of
So it came from the trust, guys. So when they first bought it, 608,000, it came from the trust. Um, so and it was in his mother's name and his name. So they had a trust because they didn't want anyone else like his father who does nothing with them to claim any money. So everything was in his name and her name. So the trust that they set up paid for it. And then when they got married, she was still there because of her trailer, but the trust was there. But his wife now, her name was on the trust for the house, but the mother was still in there. Whether she's still alive or not now, I don't know. But at the time, she was still alive. Um, yes. override. Yes. Pretty similar pass. You may have passed by now. May have passed. Yeah, but no, yeah. You got to remember this interrogation was done 5 years ago, so she might have passed by now. So Sarah is probably right. She's probably passed by now. The interview that we watched was 5 years ago, or 5.5 years ago. So quite possibly she's passed by now. So so he owns the trailer and everything, possibly. So I wouldn't indicate that she's still alive based on that testimony because it was 5 years ago. So she could very well be dead by now. Hang on, I need to do this. Where's this gone? I need to pull this up. Sorry, guys. I just gotta. This is for airing. This is. Um, where's this for airing? Hang on, I gotta show this for airing. Airing just for you. They do look similar, don't they? What time is it in Wales? It's now 22 minutes past 11 in the evening. So trust is protection against. So that's what they did it in the first place for. But also there's financial benefits to it as well. So that's why they did it, and because he's an only son. He said he's an only son, so everything's with his father. So yeah, there we are. So there you go. There's Kurt. Yeah, no, I know, but what I'm saying only is it was 5 years ago. It was the mother was 5 years ago. So interview, sorry. So quite possibly she could be dead by now. So Sarah might be absolutely right. It doesn't really matter, but it doesn't make any difference anyway if she's dead or alive, apart from the fact that we hope she's alive. But it doesn't impact the trust whatsoever, so it's fine. Um, yes, Kurt is the first iteration of the boss, as after they come back at the end of the game. Yeah, right. So that was for airing. I could stop sharing that now. Get back to the testimony. Share screen. I don't think we need to get into the whole trust, guys. It does. It has zero relevance now. Especially now.
Bed rail.
Yes, I asked them to do it.
And is this fairly and accurately depict what was behind the metal L bracket as well as on the wood beneath where there was diluted blood?
We covered up the actual blood with the paper and the tape, and then we sprayed the part that was, that had no blood to look for luminescing above it.
So there were 3 areas that I want to talk about in the
There you go.
upstairs loft. One is this bed rail area and the 3 slats.
Thanks, Sarah. Not that it
The
matters anyway. It
second
doesn't
is
really
the
matter.
area
But
around the decedent, 2 separate areas with discoloration, and then the bathtub.
Okay.
yeah.
Of these 3 areas, were any of them not
So it
showing
was
signs of
the
dilution
mother
or
and
cleaning?
him transferred to the mother to
No.
him and the wife, basically.
And you went and recovered sheets with Stacy Monroe in Lakeland, Florida on April 19th of 2019.
Yes, sir.
So the 4th piece of evidence from the upstairs that had signs of blood was actually taken from the scene by a private investigator.
Correct.
Again, when you went to the scene on your first call out, there were no sheets on the ground by the couch where the defendant later in the interview said he got the mattress padding from.
Nothing there.
And is that where he said they had taken all the bedding from the bed when Jackson Cooper went to school on Monday?
They had put it all there, yes.
And at any point, did he tell you that they actually laundered those items?
The sheets?
Yes,
The sheets, yes.
but not the mattress padding?
Not the mattress pad.
Oh, come on.
During his descriptions of how he found the decedent, Shanti Cooper-Tronnes,
Yeah,
did he state
there's
the left side of her upper body was submerged?
there's so many trusts. It's really hard to understand it. I don't even understand it. I'm just going with what they were saying was the trust paid for stuff. So yeah,
Merged in the bathtub?
The left side, yes.
trial. It's not been very clear. I think it's been clear, but it's not been clear about what the trust is, why they did the trust. That's what's not been clear, I think. About 5 years ago, so 2018. Hi, Chris. Welcome back. Good morning to you.
Image 48.
It protects from tax too as well. There's loads of benefits to putting in a trust. I'm probably not explaining it well, guys. That's what it is because
If her
I
left
think it's,
side is submerged,
you
her
know,
right
ignore
side is
me.
not submerged. That would mean her right arm was above her torso and above her body in the tub.
It would have looked just like this in the tub, sitting up in the air.
Right. Did he describe her right arm
Protection,
straight
yes.
up out of the tub in the air like that?
No, he described it down at her side and he reached under her bicep.
You mentioned breaking rigor. Once rigor is broken, does it stay broken?
Objection, lacks foundation.
Jane?
For the record, I would say the door was open, but thank you. All right. And he stated to you anything about we were never more in love?
Yes,
More than once?
yes,
Did he state that he was going to take her to her dentist appointment for her cracked tooth?
no,
Did he state that he checked on her
Like a bunny.
throughout the day to see how her tooth was feeling?
not at
More
all.
like a bunny.
You had a discussion about the 6:58 a.m. text from a coworker or client.
Client, yeah.
No, it's fine. Ask
Did the
questions.
defendant tell
I
you?
get frustrated for myself that I'm not explaining it well enough. And I don't 100% understand it. So I do understand. I sometimes don't explain it well enough. So I get frustrated with myself and not explaining it well. So no, ask questions by all means, Dunya. Sometimes I get confused because there's so many people saying different stuff. So it's my fault, not yours. Don't you worry. You keep asking questions. You keep asking questions,
How many
Dunya. It's
times
fine.
that he saw the decedent smoking a cigarette that morning?
It's not. It's me.
At least twice,
2 different times?
yes.
About how far apart? And about what times?
Good question.
7:15 to 7:30, she came back down again, and then came back down a third time around 9:30.
That text remained unreplied to.
Unread,
Easier.
unreplied to.
And
It is a relevant question.
a value of a home when it's purchased for $588,000 or $600,000 in cash. Does that home carry the same value when it's being held up by the stucco on its sides and has nothing inside?
Objection, Your Honor, lacks foundation.
Harold?
Not at all.
How old she?
In
How old
its
she?
current
know?
condition, no, not at all.
No further redirect. Thank you.
How does she know? She's not an expert
Anything further from
in
this?
housing.
You're not aware of what the value of the home was at 2018 when you approached the property, do you?
When I walked up to the property, no.
Or even now?
What its current value is 5 years later?
Do you know now what the value was in 2018 and the condition that the home was in?
No, not precise dollar amount. They just thought they got a good deal.
Thank you.
May this witness be excused from subpoena?
We would like her to remain under subpoena.
Thank you.
Oh,
You may step down. You are still under subpoena. State?
still remains.
One moment.
Yeah, but I think it's also do restrictions as well. I don't think you can do it everywhere like that. I quit mining it. Yeah. Wow, Jonathan. We've done nothing. Stocks. I'm doing bad on stocks, guys. Really, really bad. So I don't even want to look at how much I'm down on stocks. I mean, what's this guy doing? Just fucking rest, man.
Will the attorneys approach?
Anti-aging tech companies fucking billions into them and they make breakthroughs. Whoa. I think it's 2018. I think it's 2018. April 2018. No, yeah. Because he was in an institution for, was it 2, 3 years, something like that? No point of the year. Yeah. I know, but I bought in some bad stocks. Bad stocks. Hello, C Sweat. How we doing, my lovely? I love that your picture is like a model.
Go
So
ahead
nice
and
pic.
rest for the evening. Remind you not to talk with anyone about this case, not let anyone say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts, tell them you're on the jury trying the case, ask them to stop. If he or she persists, leave them at once, immediately report the matter to the court deputy. I remind you also that you're not to talk about this case with each other or form any definite or fixed opinions on the merits of the case until you've heard all the evidence, the argument by the lawyers, and the instructions on the law given by myself. And as a reminder, you're not to do any research of your own, whether through
No.
television, newspapers, computers, any other means, whether that's here, at home, anywhere else. We'll be in recess until 10:15 tomorrow. 10:15. Again, try to be here a couple minutes early so we can get started. I think that's my best guess of when we'll be ready. So let's say 10:15, and you can follow the
10:15,
WPA.
right. Right, let's see what else he's going to say. Yeah, I did quite well, Jonathan. I got Tesla and stuff like that, so I'm doing all right. But there's some of the gambling stocks I went for thinking it's going to do well, but it didn't. Hi, Chris, Emma, Jonathan. Put them out. Oh, he's syphilis. We're not sure yet. See. Peace. Yeah, it's too late now. I've invested all my money.
State, you
I've got.
provided your most recent proposals of jury instructions to the defense. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. And I would.
We were talking about it. Everyone's saying it's because Chris posted in the wrong chat, and everyone said we miss Seat Swept. We love Seat Swept and
Anticipate,
everything.
obviously, we're going to be going through those tomorrow also. So if the defense can have reviewed them, if you, both state and defense can have as many agreements as they have prior to tomorrow. And we'll be in recess. Anything further this evening, state? Defense? We'll be in recess until, aim for like 9:15. It might be a little bit later before we get started, but somewhere around there. 9:15. Exactly. 9:15, 9:15.
Jesus, okay. So yeah, I got a little bit of an itch on my balls, Sea Swept. It's just we think it's because I've been washing my balls too many times. So I think that's what it is. We figured it out because I don't know what it is, but I got a little red spot, a patch on my balls, on my right balls. Like I'll send you a pic now. Don't worry about it. So and it hurts a little bit. So I got a doctor's appointment next week, but hopefully I'm using the wrong shower gel. I'm hoping that's what Jonathan reckons. So we'll see. Someone's chatting in two chats and I can send a reply to you here. Yes, it's Chris. Chris crosses streams. The number of times are late. Sea Sweat. He's yanking his chain with too much body wash. Yeah, apparently I am. No, Chris, we've dealt with it. We showed a picture and everything, so we think we got it solved, Chris. To use lie down. What have I walked into? Sorry, Perry. How you doing, Perry? Chat today. See you tomorrow. Oh, Nancy. Yeah, you've been quiet today, Nancy. Lovely to see you, Nancy. Sorry, Perry. You walked into it. I just was finishing. Yeah, my balls are a little bit red. So I thought you were invisible here now. Seeing the comments last night. Don't know what the hell you mean. You're invisible yesterday. I have no idea what you mean. But you're not invisible to me. I'll send you a picture of my balls so you can see your C-swept. Uh, it's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes. Yes, you see, C-swept comes in here, turns it into dirty chat. C-swept turns it into dirty chat straight away. Jesus, it's the redhead of her, like, we can't help ourselves. Take care, Nancy from Nunny as well. He got the $5 happy ending. Yeah, I know. It's that damn cursed if comic sans. Yeah, I can never tag Seed Swept into anything. I can never do it. Can never do it. My comments weren't posting. I always want to be invisible. Turns out it sucks. Hey, it's not the only thing that sucks, eh? Hey, Seed Swept. Perry. Hey, Perry. I was over in your. My God. Hang on. What's her name? What's her name? Hang on. I've got to look at this now because we've DM'd each other. Frankie Rose. As we I was expecting you there, Perry, but you weren't there. Me and Jonathan went in there, and she came back today and subbed to me. And I subbed to her last night. So we'll do some streaming together or something, Perry. I expect Shauna was there, so it was nice to see Shauna, but Mecky wasn't there, and you weren't there. Damn you! C and I are pretty much the same person, so we feed on. So you both suck. You're a bunny, she's a bunny. I know. She wants to copy and paste her name. Yes. We will know if I go invisible again. Change the normies. Wow. Vacuums too. Yeah. Well, you and Erin just like vacuums. I know. Frankie, yes. Soon. Jonathan, you fixed it now. Cool. Docs on open public viewing. Oh, they're not. That sucks. Hey, another thing that sucks. I think it was actually the first thing I noticed when you came into chat log. Oh, she has changed, hasn't she? It's good though. Hello, Perry. So remember tomorrow. Remember. Oh, lol. I changed it once and everyone missed it. But if it's making me invisible, yeah, I mean it's good as it is now. See, swept. Frankie, Mecky are great. Would love to see you guys do something together. Yeah, no, I said I'd go on to her channel and I'd have her on here for something. Maybe to cover the Murdoch case now that it's um going to be looked at again. Wouldn't know where to start. You're on it. Yeah, neither would I. Hey, Perry, where have you been today? I could have with you today because we needed some insight. And I know you got great insight. And also, we talked about trusts. And I think I confused everyone with the trusts and stuff. So please, please be more consistent, Perry, and be here more often because we need some intellectual people to put me in my place. So remember, Matt Moore tomorrow at 8 o'clock Pacific, 9 o'clock Mountain Time, 10 o'clock Central Time, 11 o'clock Eastern Time, 4 o'clock UK time, and 5 o'clock European time. Fucking bam, 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 bam. So yes, we got that. Tomorrow we got Connie coming on as well. So for the first hour. So hopefully you can come and ask some questions. She's got some stuff she wants to say. So oops. Dylan's rubbing his head on stream. See, swear, whenever you pop on stream, I'm rubbing it like hell, girl. Look at that pic of you. Like a model, man. So I've got to rub it. Oh, sorry, this one you meant. Yeah. Sorry, on this one, yes, I rubbed this one as well. Trusts and balls and a female and civil. Yeah. Yes, and periods, women's periods. I'll just share. Where is it gone? So was the this is the screen share. This was the witness. There you go. Done. Yeah, that's why we need you here more often, Perry. You're a star for checking. Yes. Oh yeah, I got Taco differentials tires. Yeah, I think so. Only yeah. Slowly turn into a truck thing. Trust and balls and periods. They helped me understand. I think Perry. Probably not. She Kurt or Manny missed it and Civil Nobo C. And thank you, by the way, for compliments. Yeah, no worries. Oh my, she Kurt. Lol, Jonathan. Yeah, well, hopefully you can all come here tomorrow. I'll keep rubbing my head if Seeksware comes tomorrow. Is much better looking. Which one is Kurt though? Most definitely. Right, stop sharing. I mean, she's a bitch. So yeah, she is. He is much smarter because she's a bitch. She's a bitch. Right, we're nearly streaming for 10 hours, guys, today. So we've done well. So remember your balls. So remember, we all know he wouldn't make it particularly well. We proved it. The house was deeded to beautifully Orlando property trust in 2015. 2018, he was transferred out of the trust into David Sean's name only. Oh, right, okay. So it wasn't transferred into his wife as well then? Because he said he was. So in 15, yeah, you're right. But he said he was transferred into both their names. Hmm. Remember? You remember? Maybe with some makeup. Guess there's a difference in the two gifting and just chatting. C-Swept. Maybe. So your gifting membership doesn't even work now, C-Swept. I got another level. Just remember, guys, that Erin has been a member here for 4 months, and we have Matheau Moore. He's now a member. He's the first Taco Club member. So we've got two levels: Taco Club and Blue Wench Club. Um, Taco Club is obviously basically the same, guys, just a little bit cheaper because I want to make it affordable. Some people couldn't afford it, so I wanted to make it a little bit cheaper, because I do appreciate you guys. I know some of you can't get memberships. Like C Swept is still in Discord. She's not a member, but I like C Swept, so she's still in there. So and Jan is as well. She's not a member, but if you contribute and stuff, I'll always put in Discord, guys, and stuff like that. So I'm just too generous. We will see if they land now that I change my name. Oh, so because you changed your name now, so you might land. You might get gifted memberships. Okay. I can't fucking do it. I need to log out to do it. And I'll try and give you a gifted one. Don't worry. Um, Sea Swept there. The cheap versions they have to be. Well, it wasn't supposed to be. I was going to wear a hat actually, but I wanted to keep you as a blue wench, so that's why I didn't do it. But I did. I was going to go with small bus or something like that. But the taco is more famous than the bus. Do you know what I mean? It's not. So the house is in trust when they bought it, or maybe even no, it wasn't in the trust when they bought it. They put it in the trust. It wasn't in the trust. I don't believe. What? You aren't cheap, doll. I didn't dox you, and no way did I dox you. No, not this time. No way. No way. I didn't. You cannot tell me that I did. I didn't dox you. See you, Thierry. See you, Thierry. I am thinking, what the fuck have I? How have I doxed her? Oh, look at that. Thierry came up. Well, you can see him thinking, I am. I'm gonna have to go back now and listen to it because now Oh, fine, fine. Oof. Thierry, no docs, but make you need a cheat. Well, I can change it. I can change it. So that's the name of their trust. Yes. Yes. And when David bought the house in 2015, they had deeded. Yes. What's the bus? So the bus is um the bus, right? So just so you guys know, so some of you are new members, right? So I'll go through with the list for you, right? So as we're going through them, roast beef, right? Roast beef came together because it looks like a woman. Well, it looks like a woman's vagina when they get a bit older. Yeah, you know that. Whoop. So you got the roast. Do you know what I mean? When you get older. So that's the roast beef. That's how that came about. That was the women in the chat that did that. This is the gilf, obviously. So Lady Law, she's known as the gilf around here. Um, this is cum slash white gravy. So that's what it, yeah, beef curtains, yes, Perry. So this is what, you know, um, basically I've never tried white gravy and biscuit because but it looks like cum. Do you know what I mean? So um, taco is Erin. So taco is Erin, as you can see. Taco, 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 taco. So she is a taco, but she's also known as well, the beaver came about as well. Um, but I don't remember much about the beaver. Small bus, small yellow buses, Erin again. It's when when you're a little bit slow. I'm a slow bus sometimes, slow. I'm a yellow bus sometimes as well. Um, Blue Wench obviously is the Blue Wench, so I need to do a tackle. Well, there's a tackle one, I suppose. Anyway, Blue Wench is whoever is a member of the Blue Wenches, and then obviously the last one is self-explanatory. Zachary Anderson to support him. So there we are. But you're never going to get a name change because it's Erin Taco Taco. So that's basically how we got there. There were others, but I've got rid of lots of other ones as people progress and stuff. But Erin, was Erin still here? There's going to always be a tackle. Well, there's always going to be a tackle one anyway. Beaver one. I don't remember why we got the Beaver one though. I don't remember that one. Um, but I remember Small Bus and the other one. Do you remember how Blue Venture started? Um, well, I think it was something along the lines of we said about blue wenches, wasn't it? And then something about was it something to do with whores or something? Like you guys, like you sees something like that. And then I think is that how it came together? So many things now, I don't remember. Sacco Small Bus Beaver, that's Erin. You just described Erin to a T. And Bunny. We need a bunny as well. because she's the bunny as well. Thor's him and his mother on the trust. Beverly had Alzheimer's disease. Poorly. Oh. I preferred Beaver over Taco for a couple of weeks. Now you prefer the Taco. It's fine. We'll have to get a bunny one as well. Yeah, but C's, go on and tell me, C's, how it came together. How rude, because someone kept asking for a blue wench person. I said, I can't be a blue wench, but not a blue wench. Yeah, no, yeah, it is, there is that, but no, there's more to it than that. There's more to it than that. Yeah, you're right, that's part of it, but there's more to it than that. Because they reminded me of looking like a, you know what, one of those. And then you said something like that, and then he was like, just, yeah. But I think blue wenches are sexy as hell, so that helps as well. So, yeah, so you wanted my wrench, sea swept, and then we got the wench instead. The paid cash and trust wasn't clicking for me, and someone said to keep his dad out of things. Yeah, I said that. That was part of it, and he's a only child, so it'd been easier afterwards then, um, if there was no will, in case the father comes in and tries to claim stuff, so. Um, okay. Well, we'll test your membership out another time, C-Swept. Um, you're here tomorrow, so might test it out. So with that, guys, I'm really happy with today, how today went. We had a good stream, 10-hour stream, but it's been good. And big day tomorrow. Oh, I gotta take my nieces to school tomorrow. Jesus. That means getting up early tomorrow. So I might be sleeping a little bit. So a late day tomorrow with Matt. And then tomorrow, the trial that we're missing tomorrow, we play that on Thursday. So please, 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 no spoilers in chat like we had last week. 100% pay cash. He said that they multiple times it's been said. 608,000 pay cash. Sarah, 100%. He pay cash. So there we are. So with that, I think we're going to end the stream. Thank you very much for being here, guys. I really appreciate all of you. As always, nice to see Swept in the chat as well. And nice to see a lot of new names in the chat as well. So thank you for that, guys. Really appreciate you for that. And hopefully you can all make it with Matt Moore tomorrow and support Matt, because you can catch this trial on Thursday with me. And then probably Friday might be a day off. I don't know. We'll see. Might do some Karen Reid stuff, do some research on it. But yeah, with that, guys, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris, as always. With that, guys, love you all to bits, and I'm going to end the stream now with a thank you very much. Free Zachary Anderson. See you all tomorrow. Take care, guys. Love you all. Ta-ra.